playing here is the Berbers. Berbers have a couple of interesting things that will help him out here. Vils with 10% faster. Speed is probably something that's really going to be important as he pushes his way through the ages. DauT will be on the right side. What's interesting right away is that his map is a square. It's actually a square of arena walls. Instead of being backed up against the map itself, where you sometimes trap additional resources, he's actually going to have walls on every single side. That's going to be interesting to see if he maybe is hurt a little bit by the fact that he doesn't really have any wood on the inside of his walls, just one little patch off to the right. DauT's main gold will be near to his walls as well, which could mean that he receives a little bit of harassment. Main stone as well is on the front, very cornered by the castle. Should be protected by the castle, but still pressed right up against the walls. All in all, I think this is a pretty mediocre at best map for DauT. A little bit of an uphill battle for him, but we will see him again with that villager speed bonus. So that should help him basically get up through the ages more quickly and compete with his opponent. Liereyy here is going to be playing in the green. Liereyy is playing as Malay. Malay have 100% faster age upgrade bonus. Oop, I see a little bit of scout fighting in the middle. Looks like actually DauT somehow did a ton of damage to Lierey's scout right off the bat. Maybe that was going to be, looks like DauT will grab his own boar and lure that in with his scout. As I was saying, Liereyy will have 100% faster age upgrade bonus, and that should help him build some extra villagers in the Dark Age, but still get to the Castle Age at the same time as his opponent. Lierey's got a little bit better of a map. He's going to have more resources within his walls, I would say, and he's got much more woodline protection. But all in all, I think we have a pretty fair map generation, and I think we're going to see an exciting game.
Yeah, just a couple of things that's been happening in the meantime. The patch that we're playing on actually just made a change. It's brand new, so and I don't think it's very well known at this stage. But the Malay in this patch that we're playing right now, it's actually a beta version. The Malay are only upgrading 80% faster instead of 100, so it's a small nerf, and hopefully that's going to bring them in line a little bit because they are incredibly strong. Also, the scout, I think, getting low here as we see DauT bringing that boar in towards his TC by luring it in with the scout cavalry instead of using a villager. And I think that's also the same with Liereyy here. Both of their scouts getting pretty low. And Lierey's going to try and lame DauT a little bit, try and stop him from getting the boar home. But of course, DauT has his castle right there, meaning that Liereyy has to run away and DauT will successfully pull his boar in towards his town center now. So both players grabbing both boar successfully. That's a really important thing. But DauT getting his boar significantly later, as it's only just coming in, whilst Lierey's first boar is already finishing up with just 40 food in the remaining. So that's a really nice start for Liereyy here, I would say. As far as the maps are concerned, I completely agree. DauT's map certainly not as favorable. There are some sort of benefits, though. I mean, the fact that his gold is in the back, that is really nice. The fact, of course, that he has got a wood line, at least inside. But it is exposed on all sides, and that could be to his detriment later on. Fortunately for DauT, though, Liereyy is not playing with a civ that has a ranged, unique unit, which is, well, that basically means that Liereyy will not be able to raid these villagers from behind the tree lines, for example, as... yeah, he only has the karambit and they can't do that. DauT does have that opportunity as he could make some of his camel archers, and that could mean that he will be able to harass Liereyy a little bit. We'll have to wait and see about that. Right now, though, Liereyy, of course, first to the feudal age due to the faster upgrade time that the Malay do have. The max blacksmith market coming straight up, and Liereyy here on 26 population, DauT on 25, and you can see how he's already going to be falling behind just a little bit in population here as Liereyy does get up to those next ages just that much faster.
Yeah, Liereyy here with maybe a slight miscalculation. It looks like he's going to be a little bit short on gold for a little bit longer than maybe he wanted. But he'll get up at a very, very decent time, especially since he does have that faster upgrade. So we will see him up first. Liereyy actually was a little bit more efficient with his early game. He did click up to feudal age just a couple seconds before DauT. So he is definitely feeling the speed. We saw Liereyy make a couple mistakes in the early game in the last game. So far, he's played a pretty flawless start, and I'm sure he's feeling confident that he can maybe take away another win from DauT and eliminate DauT from the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the crazy thing about the situation right now is that Liereyy is one win away from taking out both Viper that we saw earlier and then DauT as well, who were the previous tournament's grand finalists, which is quite amazing. So another little quirk about Regicide Fortress is you only start with 150 stone, which means that players need to go and gather some stone in order to build their second and third town centers. We see both players here, I believe, looking to grab that stone. You see DauT with one villager mining right now, but DauT's still quite heavy onto the gold here with 5 villagers still gathering. And I'm wondering if maybe he's just going to buy 100 stone instead of gathering it with the villager over here, or if he's maybe looking to build a monastery and maybe collect the relics as soon as he hits the castle age. We'll have to wait and see. He has got a couple of options, but given that he's not bought the stone yet, I would go with the monastery and the relics for DauT. Liereyy already castle incredibly quickly thanks to that 80% faster upgrade time, and the second TC coming straight up for him, with the third going to be shortly following, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right about the monasteries. I think DauT will go for some relics. He did some scouting to the north. He did find a couple of those relics. Interestingly, DauT is going to have his scout mostly healed up. He dropped it inside the castle. You know what? It didn't mostly heal up. My bad. But he did garrison that unit for a moment. It looks like he will be 75% of the way up here, and it's feeling like an eternity of a difference between DauT's uptime and Lierey's.
Yeah, that's the amazing thing about the melee. They can have their second town center up pumping villagers before their opponent even gets to the castle age. In a normal situation, that would never be possible. DauT here 27 pop, whilst Lierey's on 31. Very significant difference already. And DauT here realizes that he's playing against the melee. He knows what to expect from the melee, having that advantage in economy, and that's why I think maybe he's considering the relics here. But I think I'm wrong, because he's immediately queuing up camel archers, which indicates that he's spending the gold on that instead. Though I do feel like, you know, if you're playing in this kind of position, it's probably worth grabbing those relics now, because that's going to help you to kind of technically catch up in villager count, since relics would, in a way, count as extra villagers working full time for you. DauT with the camel archers, though, he's going to look to equalize in a different way, and that will be trying to kill some of Lierey's villagers. Liereyy here building a TC on the front at this gold spot, a little exposed, and maybe something that DauT could come and abuse later on. At the same time, Liereyy throwing his own monastery down, and I feel like Liereyy is way ahead at this stage, but DauT has to equalize now.
One advantage for DauT here is going to be that Liereyy has not loomed up yet, so his villagers will be pretty easily harassed. Granted, DauT has not loomed either. It's not that common early in these types of games where you have a protected area. But now that Lierey's building that TC on the exterior, he's got to get loom, and we're going to have to see that very quickly once he sees these camel archers coming in.
Yeah, nice for DauT, coming straight in, picking off a villager, scouting the monastery. He knows what's going to happen next. And I think DauT needs to kill maybe 3 villagers to really draw level in eco here. But I think even that might be incorrect, because he's still only on the 2 TCs. Of course, if you're making unique units from the castle, you're sinking resources into that instead of adding a third TC and building up your eco. So DauT's looking to do the damage, looking to take the map control. But with Liereyy adding in this monastery, I expect, you know, it's going to be tough for DauT to do that, because these monks will just be able to get their conversions, and that's going to stop DauT in his tracks. But let's see, DauT coming in at the back here. He's actually even done bodkin arrows, so he's got +2 range. But sadly for DauT, the camel archer's only with a base 4 range, which is 1 less than your standard sort of foot archer. So they can't quite reach these villagers yet over this tree line. Unfortunate for DauT, he's going to have to look for another angle of attack here.
Yeah, DauT bringing some camel archers as well on the right side of Lierey's base, and those units can reach villagers on the wood line, and he's grabbed a vill again. So 2 vills now grabbed from DauT early on, and still no loom from Liereyy. This is really something that I think you should get right away.
Yeah, he can certainly afford loom now, but he's certainly building or saving for the monks at this stage. I also saw another villager going down here on the left of this TC on the front. So far, DauT picking off 3 villagers. I'd say he's doing a pretty good job with the camel archers for now. Of course, taking advantage of their high maneuverability, because they're mounted, so they can get around very easily. And kind of catching Liereyy out by splitting his army and finding angles to attack time and time again. Liereyy here potentially going to lose more villagers over this wall, and still without Loom. They're just dropping so quickly. Why is he not doing Loom? I don't get it. He's even just researched Wheelbarrow, so it's not like he hasn't realized that Loom is still available to research here.
Yeah, Liereyy seems to be a little late to Loom. He is going to be about, from my count, quick count was about a dozen villagers ahead. He's quite a ways ahead. DauT, though, doing a great job to pick off vills and keep Liereyy very busy. Of course, Liereyy investing all that money into his eco has really nothing to show for militarily, just a monk or two on the map as we speak. DauT again raiding that northern TC. He's going to grab 3 vills now, and this is mission critical for Liereyy. He has to get Loom. I don't know why he hasn't already, but these villagers should not be dying to 1 or 2 bursts of Camel Archer fire.
No, I am shaking my head right now. I'm shaking my head. I don't get it. I mean, Loom, it's not like Loom is going to magically save all of his villagers, but instead of just dying instantly, it's going to give him more reaction time to get the villagers into the town center and get them back to safety. Liereyy losing another villager on the wood line on the left side, and they're going down all over the place. Meanwhile, DauT's still only on 2 TCs, and this tells me that DauT's not feeling the pressure here to actually add that 3rd TC. DauT thinks he's doing enough eco damage, and I have to agree with him at the moment. He's continuing to add in the Camel Archers, and maybe we're going to see kind of like a 2 TC faster Imperial time. As I say that, he actually does build his 3rd TC in the north, so that's not going to be the case. But DauT with this 3rd TC coming up, I think he might even be overtaking Liereyy pretty soon in terms of villager count, and still, Liereyy has no Loom, and he can certainly afford it, but I guess that's not really his focus right now. But look, these Camel Archers just have so many opportunities to kill villagers. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle here for Liereyy. DauT doesn't have the same count of villagers, but those villagers are a little bit faster since he is the Berbers. And I think that's going to help him a little bit close the gap. But yeah, we talked about DauT being able to take a punch, and losing game 1 in the way that he did, a game that he probably should have won. He probably made a pretty big blunder with the hand cannons. Losing the game that way has not set DauT back at all mentally. He's ready to rock and roll here in game 2. He's harassing with 3 different small groups of Camel Archers, and he's grabbing vills on every single side of the base. I mean, the monks and archers in the north, or crossbows in the north, are going to push Camel Archers away. But both wood lines, the left and the right, are just periodically being harassed. And villagers still not loomed up is allowing DauT to grab a lot of villagers here.
Yeah, I can't believe this. He's let so many villagers die. I mean, I can just count like 6 villagers on this left side. We know that 3 or 4 have gone down here. We know that another 4 or 5 have gone down on the front. Liereyy finally now responding with some crossbow. And I mean, the crossbow are pretty decent since they outranged the Camel Archers. But yeah, I mean, DauT just able to keep denying this wood from Liereyy, and it's costly. Liereyy, though, I mean, he's weathering the storm, I feel. He's just holding out. I think he's looking for that Imperial Age upgrade. DauT, on the other hand, full map control. 3rd TC is up. I wouldn't be surprised, if his villager count is even higher now, and he's adding in the 4th TC as well. DauT feels like he can actually get greedy here now, and I agree. I think he can get greedy, and I think he's making the right decision adding that 4th TC as well.
Yeah, it's just going to be very tough for Liereyy right now. He doesn't have the unit mobility that DauT has. DauT can run in and raid and get out of dodge. Liereyy is still having to take wood lines that are exposed. He's going to lose 2 more vills on the far left of his base, and he's just continuously hemorrhaging villagers on that left side and on the right. It's making it a little tough for Liereyy to take wood. He's on 140 wood. He's got a lot of food and quite a bit of gold in the bank. Like you said, probably thinking about Imp rather soon. But this is going very, very badly here for the green player. He's really going to have to make some adjustments. He's going to have to get Loom. He's going to have to get a unit that can help him maybe equalize the villager disadvantage that he's going to have after all this raiding.
Yeah, I mean, can you just check the tech tree and make sure that Melee actually have Loom? I'm really starting to question it now. I'm only kidding, but yeah, I mean, Liereyy on the way up to the Imperial Age, but he is hemorrhaging villagers. He is losing units all over the place. DauT so far losing, 2 camels? He's lost 2 camels in all of this. And this is just amazing trades for him. Liereyy, I don't know. I feel so confused by this. Still more villagers going down on this wood line on the right. DauT is probably just wondering what the hell's going on as well. And, I mean, in the meantime, how many relics has Liereyy managed to collect? None. How many relics has DauT collected? He's already got 2, and he's got another one on the way. I wouldn't be surprised if he even manages to grab all 5 relics here.
DauT at the moment on 300 food, 700 gold. Liereyy has clicked up, and he's about halfway up to Imp. So we will see Liereyy go to Imp more quickly, and he's going to have to make some changes here to turn the tide of this game. But yeah, right now it is looking like a really clean game from DauT, just harassing Liereyy on every single side. And like you said, getting tons of mileage on every Camel Archer. It's like these units have been alive for several minutes. Each of them has killed a villager or 2 by itself.
Yeah.
And they're still roaming around unchecked.
I can't believe it. I mean, for the first time, Liereyy actually cleaned up some of DauT's Camel Archers, but just as he does that, he runs into a massive group of Camel Archers here. DauT immediately going to be able to clean those crossbows up, and okay, Lierey's now reached the Imperial Age. Well, now what? His economy has been so crippled. He's doing the Arbalest upgrade, but he's only got 5 crossbows alive. And I'm amazed just to see what is happening here. How is Liereyy in this position right now? I don't understand how he could play so phenomenally well in those previous games and seemingly just fall apart right here. It doesn't make sense to me, and it's so confusing. But okay, Liereyy getting the Arbalest upgrade, is that going to be enough? I somehow doubt it, and DauT also on the way up to the Imperial Age himself. I'd say this is like 95% DauT's game right now. Liereyy needs a miracle, and well, I don't really believe in miracles, to be honest.
You know what's interesting? I think what might be tipping Lierey's strategy. Lierey's built a treb. He's got a treb rolling out. It's a long ways for him to get to DauT's base. But I think he's going to try to honeypot DauT's camels into coming to him. These Arbs cannot chase down those camels. But if he can honeypot DauT and just make him say, oh God, I've got to kill that treb, then maybe he can bait him into a bad fight. Maybe a little bit of a desperate strategy, but Lierey's going to send forward a treb, and we'll see if he can get something done here.
Yeah, he's definitely going to force that fight, but, you know, there's absolutely no way that DauT's going to lose this castle, I feel, with just these villagers standing here and just the one trebuchet from Liereyy. Meanwhile, DauT is still killing villagers, like, all over the place. Lierey's... this is the problem. When you're playing Age of Empires 2, when you're playing any RTS game, all of these little distractions, all of these little raids, they throw you off. It makes you play you're playing the... what's the game? Like the defensive game. You're always the one to react. And your opponent calls all the shots. They're the ones wearing the trousers. Liereyy is not wearing the trousers right now. DauT has definitely got the trousers on. And yeah, Liereyy is falling apart at the seams. I just don't really have any suggestion or anything to say right now. Or even what could Liereyy even do in this position? If he pulls this game back and wins it, I'm going to be amazed. Absolutely amazed.
Me too. I think he's in a lot of trouble. Right now, DauT just getting to the Imperial Age will be able to start to switch his tech and maybe knock Liereyy over and probably win this game. The only thing Liereyy needs to do is recognize his mistakes here, recognize the fact that he didn't get loomed, that he kind of was not really made to defend against the raiding that DauT was capable of, and he's got to pull himself up for game number 3. You know, if you're going to lose this game, you have to be able to recover, and we just don't know. Lierey's not a known quantity yet. We just don't know if he can do that. So that's going to be a major storyline that I'm looking into in game number 3. If Liereyy doesn't pull this back, which I don't expect him to, could happen. We could see a miracle here.
Could happen.
Be great to see a miracle on Regicide here. But yeah, I mean, he's got to keep mentally strong. He's got to have a couple of good fights to end this game so that he can feel a little confidence. But here he comes. He's going to drop a castle forward on top of that hill.
Yep, second treb coming in as well. The Arbalest moving forward. DauT, though, has got a lot more Camel Archers here, and I think with no loom on these vills, I mean, he's just going to shut down this castle. I wouldn't be surprised if Lierey's unable to finish the castle. Indeed, he is running back, and Liereyy right now, 118 population, DauT on 147. Not as big a difference as I expected, but DauT going to roll out here up this hill. Elite Camel Archer just coming in, and say goodbye to your army, Liereyy. I don't think he's going to be able to hold on much longer. everything's going to get cleaned up surely. And DauT will, of course, deny the castle. It's GG. Lierey's calling it right there. And I just don't know what we saw right now. I just don't have any words for what Liereyy was doing in that game. I'm so confused.
It didn't go well for him. I do like the desperate push at the end. He had to have something go, at least in the offensive direction. I think he's going to recognize the mistakes that he made here, and we'll just have to see. We'll have to see what Lierey's made of. Hopefully, this young man is not going to give up. He's certainly got the talent to beat DauT, but I would say he got outclassed in that game. He just seemed like he got blindsided by a more seasoned pro.
Yeah, for sure, and very, very confusing to say the least. I don't really know what happened. Liereyy, I mean, arguably doesn't have much experience with Regicide Fortress. It is a map that used to be played a lot in the olden days. Those are the days where Liereyy was not really playing. So, I mean, yeah, I don't think that could really be used as a well, I don't want to say excuse, but I don't think that could be the explanation to why this game went so badly wrong for him. But now that the series is tied up, Liereyy is in a position where he could be eliminated next game. And, for Liereyy now, it just got a little bit scary again. He was really hoping that after that first victory, he'd be able to just close it out and move on, be done with DauT and get to his next opponent. But now he's the one that's in a position, or a very compromising position, and could be eliminated next game. So that was game number 2. What a series so far, and we still have another game to go now to decide who will be dropping out of the tournament and who will be continuing on into the losers bracket grand final. We're going to throw it over to Nilpford in just a second, and he's going to tell us his analysis. To be honest, I expect this one to be quite short, but we will see what Nilpford has to say about that one.
Oh man, what a brutal game here for Liereyy. Not too much we can actually show you, but I will show you the rates of DauT again because he really did a great job. We all know Liereyy forgot Loom, therefore most of the villagers died, but the splitting of the units of DauT was pretty darn good all the time. At some point he was raiding with 3 groups. Look at this, raiding here, denying over here. Now new camera archers are coming in at this side, and Liereyy simply could not hold up. Another villager in danger, those villagers are idle all the time, and DauT just did a perfect macro here. Look at this, going in here at the same time, and Liereyy is just, overwhelmed by the aggression of DauT. At this point, let's take a look. DauT at pop 78, Liereyy at 75. DauT already overtook Liereyy here, which should never ever happen. Yeah, I think after those raids and not doing Loom, it could have been done. Maybe a small thing. Let's take a look at the kill stats at like the 20-minute mark. Maybe this might be interesting. 16-0. DauT killed 16 villagers without losing one. I just want to show you one other thing. Maybe Liereyy could have went for other TC placements, because he knew he was Malay, so he will only play 3 TCs, and he doesn't need like a lot of space for 4 TC, go 120 volts. He only needs, like as I said, a very clumped up eco is totally fine. And camera archers have 4 range, with botkin they have 6 range, the same like a TC. So maybe different TC placements would have been better. Why did he go for this TC here in the front? I'm not really sure. This TC over here, he's building it here, I believe. And I think it would have been better here. Yeah, you miss 1 farm, but after that you protect all your other wood spots way better. And I think another TC over here would have been an option. Maybe you have to delete those houses, but doesn't really matter that much. It's 100 more wood, and then I would have built the TC at this spot maybe, and you would have been so much more protected. yeah, I think saving or just rebuilding this 100 would have been the right option, and could have saved you all of those villagers over here in this area, and where he lost like 8 villagers or something. So that's it for me. Pretty disappointing game, maybe, so to say, from Liereyy, and very convincing game by DauT. And oh boy, now I'm excited to see game number 3 of those two guys. The loser is out of the tournament. Take it over, Zach.
Yeah, man. I mean, that was a weird game to say the least. A lot of speculation in the chat about why it might be that he didn't go for Loom. And what's interesting is that yesterday, Slam lost a game because he didn't have Loom as well. So it's not the first time we've seen pro players forgetting to do that technology and costing them as well. If you remember back to the Slam versus DauT game, yeah, it was against DauT as well. Slam had no Loom. He lost a villager, which was going out to build a outpost to a bear. And that cost him a lot of knowledge and vision about what DauT was going to do next. So interesting stuff. It's tied up at 1-1. And if you're ready, KillerB, we're going to go ahead and look at the next veto here for the next map.
Yeah, let's do it. Can't wait.
All right. So in 3, 2, 1, go. And here's the veto. This third game is going to be played on Arena. That's a little scary to me, because Regicide Fortress, it's definitely got some similarities to Arena, right? You've definitely got that, you've got the starting walls. You're going to be playing a similar style where you're going for a fast castle. And after seeing Lierey's performance there in Regicide Fortress, I'm a little concerned. And I mean, I don't know. I think maybe he would fare better on an open map like Arabia, like Ghost Lake, where he's played so well before. What do you think? Do you think he's going to be able to take this one on Arena, or do you think DauT might just be able to trump him with experience?
I think DauT's experience and maybe Liereyy maybe getting thrown off of his game there in game 2 makes me feel confident that DauT will be able to pull this off. But if Liereyy can pull himself up by his bootstraps here and get a win and move on in this tournament, he's going to feel really confident. Like we were saying, we don't know enough about this guy to know if he can take a punch like this. He's taken a couple body blows from DauT, and game number 3 here is going to be, it's going to be one where we need to see Liereyy show up and really prove what he's made of.
Yeah.
I don't think he has to win, but he has to show up and play hard and show other players in AOC that he's not a guy who folds under pressure.
Yeah, DauT here, I think he's going to go with the Burmese. And I think Liereyy, well, I mean, Liereyy can't take the Burmese here. He's going to actually go with the Indians. And we're seeing this strategy unfold quite a lot, actually, with the players picking the last civilization that they've banned. But yeah, you're right. I mean, going into this set, I mean, I would pin DauT as the favorite to win just because of that experience that he has got and the fact that he's already made it to 2 grand finals in these events. So there you go. Liereyy taking the Indians, DauT picking up the Burmese. And, the Burmese are a fantastic arena civilization. They're potentially, one of the best monk civs in the game. We can't say that without any real certainty at this stage because they are such a new civ. But if you look at that civ draft, the first civilization that Liereyy banned was the Aztecs. Why did he do that? Well, the Aztecs are an incredibly strong arena civilization. They have fantastic monks. They've got a great eco bonus, which helps them out throughout the ages as well. And Liereyy was very aware of that and wanted to remove Aztecs from the game, but he didn't remove the Burmese, which could be even better than the Aztecs, to be honest. So we're going to have to see how this one turns out. Let's not forget that the Indians have a great win rate as well, and we've seen the Indians, I think, 100% win rate on land maps so far. This is going to be an interesting matchup for sure, and I'm really interested by these civs to see how this is going to play out on Arena.
Me too. Let's jump in. Let's do it.
All right. So if you're ready, in 3, 2, 1, go. And in-game now on the overlay. Here we are, guys, with Game 3, the third and final game in this elimination match. This is the game that is going to knock one of these players out in this tournament, and it's going to be a fantastic game. The civs are very interesting to me, but I'm joined by KillerB, and I'll let him introduce the players and the civilizations here as well.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me again. And yeah, glad to be here at this elimination stage. We've got DauT and Liereyy each with one win. The winner of this one will take all the marbles. Gonna have to see if Liereyy can pull himself up by the bootstraps after making a couple of errors and play this one out like the pro that he is. We're gonna see DauT in the blue on the left of this map. He's gonna be playing as the Burmese. Burmese are a really good arena civ. Relics are visible right off the bat. That helps you. Obviously, relics being incredibly important in arena games. They also have very strong monks, so we'll see DauT having a really good go at it civ wise. As far as his map goes, DauT's going to have his main gold a little bit forward toward his walls. That's going to be a bit annoying. He will have his secondary gold outside of his walls, which is a bit of a bummer. A little bit of stone outside the walls as well. One very safe stone pile to the south of his TC, but nothing really in the back pocket except for, well, he's got 3 panels of gold to the far, far left of the map. So this is by no means a great arena map. He's got resources really close to the edge of his walls in a couple of different places, which is not ideal. But he does actually have 2 extra gold piles hidden in one in the far corner, one to the south of his TC. So I expect a good showing from DauT, but it is by no means a home run, 100% win rate map. On the other side, we will see Liereyy. Liereyy will be playing in the red as Indians. Indians are a really strong civ in general. I don't think they have great arena bonuses, but they do have very strong units, and I do expect to see him compete at a high level. Lierey's got his main gold in a very safe location, right beside his wood line to the right of his TC. To the north, he'll have his secondary gold, which will also be quite safe. Main stone is hugging the wall, but I think he can probably find a way to protect that. All in all, I think it's a pretty good map. In the back pocket, the back area behind the walls, Liereyy will have an extra gold pile and an extra stone. So a very good arena map, lots of volume for both players. They'll both be able to boom well. DauT's resources are a bit more exposed, but I don't know if it's going to really be anything that decides or changes this game. And I'll throw it back to you. What do you think, my friend?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that the maps are fairly even, to be honest. I'd say I'd prefer Lierey's map just a little bit more, but overall, I don't think the map is going to be really decisive on this one. I would say, though, that DauT's got off to a little bit of a better start. I believe he stole 2 sheep from Liereyy right at the beginning, which isn't, huge, but it is something to set them apart quite early on. DauT, however, hasn't really scouted the back of his own map that well. He's not found the 2 sheep back here yet, and the question is, will he actually scout the gold right in the corner? He should do. Yeah, he should make sure he scouts the back of his base completely, and that's something that a lot of lower rated players often forget to actually check. And he's actually got 2 gold piles back here, which could be very valuable if things start to hot up at the front here where his walls are. So both players have 2 boar inside of their walls, so that makes it nice and easy to lure in. It means they don't have to weaken their outer wall defense as well. If the boars are outside the wall, sometimes you see players deleting it, building a house behind, making a weak link, making a position where their opponent might decide to press later on. But neither player having to compromise their walls at this stage, and so far pretty neck and neck start. Liereyy here 18 pop, DauT on 18 pop as well. Yeah, I mean, standard arena stuff. It's going to be a while before we get to the action, because both players will be going for that fast castle build and taking their time to build up to that. Now, I would say, though, civ-wise, I feel like DauT on this map, having the Burmese, should in theory have this advantage. I think the Burmese are incredibly strong. We saw them a lot in the Escape Gaming Masters 1, and they were immediately banned towards the later stages of the tournament because they were seen as one of the strongest civs in the pool. Given the fact that this is arena, given the fact that he's got vision on the relics and that his monks cost half the price, I think this sets DauT up for a very good start to this game. And yeah, I'm going to be very interested to see if that will basically win him the game by default having the civ, or if Liereyy will be able to pull something out. I guess the advantage to Liereyy is that he's going to have a better economy in theory due to his villagers costing less, giving him the ability to boom very effectively whilst saving a lot of food doing it. And the fact that the Indians are very much a counter civilization. They're able to do a lot of cheap units that counter their enemies quite effectively, and Liereyy could go down that route to deal with the monks. He doesn't have to commit expensive units, which is where monks can be even more effective. When you convert a unit with a monk, if it's a knight, for example, if you convert a single knight with your monk and your monk dies, that's a win. If you could only convert a skirmisher, or if you convert a scout cavalry or something, that's definitely not a win. And that's something that Liereyy wants to keep in mind this game if DauT does go heavy into the monks here. Now, I've got to say real briefly that the second lumber camp, I'm not sure about this. I don't like that lumber camp at all. I'm not really sure why he's built his lumber there. It's going to be, well, pretty inefficient, I think.
Talking about Lierey's lumber camp?
Yeah, the lumber camp at the south. It's like,
yeah, absolutely.
His villagers might start walking around the back, and it could be pretty messy later on.
You know what's interesting? You were talking about DauT doing a great job to scout his entire back area with a couple of sheep. Liereyy actually hasn't done the same. If you look to the south of Lierey's TC, he hasn't scouted out his secondary stone pile. I'm not sure it's going to amount to much, but it is going to be a disadvantage not to see that resource. His other stone pile is right on the wall. It's hugging not really the front of his wall, it's the far corner of the map. But if he loses control of his stone, he won't be able to castle and defend himself appropriately. Certainly would be nice to know about that extra stone pile.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the thing. On this kind of map, you're not really got a lot to scout. You can't really go and scout your opponent. Most of the map is covered in trees around the edge, so the actual play area is quite small. So really, there's no excuse not to get 100% scouting done. For now, though, Liereyy will take the time to use his scout and push the deer towards his town center. It's always important to get those deer in. It's going to help you have a much more reliable, fast castle. Deer's not playing too nice, though. DauT also doing the same, pushing his deer from a very long way away, but successfully pulling them towards the town center and just boosting his food count in the early stage of this game here. So the feud light just coming in, and once the players click up to castle, we're going to have a much better idea of what the plan is. And already, actually, we might start to see some of that here from Liereyy, who's adding a a barracks right now. And I'm wondering if maybe he'll add a stable in the feudal age as his second or first feudal age building, along with a blacksmith here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see Liereyy going up one villager later than DauT. Excuse me. So he will be just a few moments behind getting to feudal age. DauT is going to immediately go with a market and a blacksmith, I presume. Yep, both of those buildings are being built as we speak. DauT seems to be on schedule to be able to click up. Needs a little bit more food, but he will gather that shortly. Liereyy hits the feudal age. He's going to have the resources to click up soon, and it is going to be a stable blacksmith, as you predicted. Do you think that's going to be scouts to basically take possession of these relics to try to defend them?
Yeah, I think so. I think Liereyy here will make some scouts once he hits Castle Age. Obviously, you've got to remember the Indians don't have any knights, so those scouts are great at dealing with monks. They have a conversion resistance, they have an attack bonus against them, and they're pretty cheap as well when you think about it. So making a couple of scouts, grabbing the control of the relics, denying them from DauT, that's going to be a nice thing for Liereyy to do. And as I was saying, like just a couple of minutes ago, if your monks are forced to fight against trash units, the value that you can get out of that is very low. DauT will not be making efficient trades if he's fighting against Indian trash units here. And the nice thing about scouts for Liereyy is that, I mean, I always say this, I keep going back to this, but it's really so valuable. The fact that his villagers cost less, that means he's saving food. He's going to have more food available to make those scouts with. Now, he could make camels. I'm not saying that he will make scouts for sure, but I do feel like that would be a better choice than camels going straight into the Castle Age here, as the camels would definitely be a better trade for DauT to get a conversion on, and they aren't as effective at killing monks as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting plot line. Liereyy banning a couple of really strong monk civs, which is a good play on Arena, and now he's playing in a way that seems to be potentially countering monks. Still no scouts queued up in his stable for now. Castle Age about halfway in for Liereyy. DauT is a bit ahead of him. He did go up one villager sooner than Liereyy. And so far, it looks like DauT will win that race. DauT's going to have 6 vills on gold. Looks like 5 vills on gold. So he will be able to crank out a couple of monks if he wants to. Liereyy with just 3 villagers on the gold pile. And that might suggest to us that his strategy is going to be to send a couple of scouts out there to defend those relics.
Yeah, and at the same time as that, I think Liereyy is going to be looking to immediately build 2 new town centers. But then again, if Liereyy was planning to make some scouts, you'd think he might have done that already. Now, something really important just happened. I was watching Lierey's scout cavalry here, and he walked straight by, or ran straight by, a villager that was walking across from DauT here. DauT's actually come forward with a monastery, and he's built it out in the center of the map. Liereyy could have seen that, but he missed it. And that means now that he hasn't spotted it out. He doesn't know that DauT's over here with his monastery, but he is actually adding that scout cavalry, and he's adding his second and third TC straight away. I like this style from Liereyy. I think it's going to be good, but DauT with his monastery in the center could be a little surprise here to the Larry as he comes out with his scout now.
You know what's interesting? DauT is going to add in a second TC. That surprises me a little bit. I assumed there was going to be a siege workshop since DauT has come forward with that villager. For now, it is just a monastery, but we'll keep an eye on what that villager's up to. Yeah, she's going to drop a siege workshop on the front. Not a terribly uncommon strategy, but I was expecting a 1 TC push from DauT. It is going to be at least a 2 TC build.
Yeah, and do you know what's so clever about what DauT's doing right here? You notice how he's going to go for the relics in the north first. Now, Liereyy, look where his scouts are. He's checking this relic, he's checking this relic, because he thinks, well, surely DauT's going to go for the relics closest to him if he builds his monastery inside the wall. But Liereyy doesn't realize DauT's got his monastery here, and he's taking Lierey's relics first. So DauT actually going to be able to secure, well, maybe secure 3 relics here. This has really caught Liereyy out. And although, yes, he'll find the villager because DauT doesn't have loom, Liereyy just, yeah, I mean, getting completely caught off guard by that. I'm incredibly surprised.
Yeah, this is a really nice play from DauT. Liereyy with a little bit of serendipitous scouting on his side, finding that villager and now finding the monastery. But yeah, DauT sort of seems to be one step ahead of Liereyy right now. But like I said, Liereyy incredibly fortunate to find that forward.
Yeah, he still hasn't seen the Siege Workshop, though, and wow, DauT, super lucky. I can't believe that. He got the conversion with his monk nearly instantly on that Scout Cavalry. Contrast that to what we just saw with Lierey's monk trying for about what felt like an eternity to get the conversion onto DauT. Liereyy actually getting out-converted here, and so far outplayed. Lierey's going to grab 1 relic in the south. DauT should have access to 4 relics at this stage. That's a great early game advantage, not to mention the fact that his monk techs are half price, and DauT is now coming in with this mangonel to put the pressure on. How will Liereyy defend? How will Liereyy cope under this pressure? Is this going to be the cracking of Liereyy here? Let's see.
Really interestingly, DauT's first mangonel will go and harass that top stone pile. We talked about Liereyy not scouting his extra stone. I don't know if it's going to matter much. It actually looks like DauT's going to throw that mangonel away. Oh boy, this is a blunder. Oh no, Lierey's going to ungarrison the TC and not finish off the mangonel.
Oh, wow. Mistakes from both players being made here, I think, because I was watching the fight in the center of the map as well there. Liereyy clearly focusing on his scouts right now. And if he can get this conversion on DauT, yeah, he got it. 3 scouts there for Liereyy in the center now. He should be able to come over with these scouts and just immediately take out these mangonels. If Liereyy can kill these 2 mangonels, that is a great trade for him. And I would say that that completely equalizes the situation. I am, however, amazed that he's allowed his town center to get this low without garrisoning it and just finishing off the mangonel here. But what a great start for both players. Been very back and forth. Lierey's going to finish the mangonel and run away. And it is incredibly hard to actually convert these scouts. And I think it's so valuable that Liereyy has these extra scouts out here. He'll get 2 mangonels. And, well, for that, DauT has managed to secure 4 out of the 5 relics. However, with that said, this monastery is very exposed, and Liereyy could very easily target this in the mid to late game. Not to mention the fact that Liereyy here should have a slightly better boom, but both players are now up to 3 TCs and booming heavily at the same time.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Liereyy ungarrisoning that TC. DauT was actually able to kill about 5 or 6 vills with that mangonel, which was always within range of the TC. But in the end, Liereyy will finish it off. Those couple of vills may not make a huge difference. Like you said, both players on a 3 TC boom right now. DauT going heavily onto stone, but he does not have any in the bank as we speak. Liereyy has really not much of a stone eco at the moment. So we've got to expect DauT to drop a castle here at some point, maybe to solidify his forward in the center if it's still alive in a couple more minutes.
Yeah, Liereyy now, light cavalry upgrade coming in. He's going to try and get these monks. Now, if I was Liereyy here, I would be very careful, and I would try and split my scouts to kill each monk individually, maybe not focusing down one monk at a time. But then again, DauT has just finished up Sanctity, so he's got an extra 15 HP. Maybe it's better for Liereyy to try and focus fire them. I'm not entirely sure what the best option is here, but I think splitting might be slightly better. Lierey's going to try and grab all these monks. One conversion coming in, but that might be it as two monks go down. No, two monks go down, two conversions come off, and the final monk will now die. Not too bad for Liereyy, though. That's a really good trade even still. And Lierey's got his own monk here to try and get one of those conversions back. Can he do it? Is the RNG on his side? No, no, no. Lierey's going to have to back up. Now, in the meantime, DauT has added his 4th TC here. Liereyy still only on the 3, but bear in mind Lierey's making all of those food savings as well, and potentially could still hit the Imperial Age first. But let's see, as Liereyy here does lose control of the center once again, but still making very good trades so far.
Yeah, so far a very interesting game. I thought DauT's aggression was going to be a little bit more of a powerful push, but he really has been investing a ton of resources into keeping 4 TCs going. DauT has transitioned a few villagers off of stone, so he will build a castle, but not anytime terribly soon. Liereyy on his side of the map is still building up. He's not taking stone. He's going to add a siege workshop inside of his walls, and he's got several more light cav queued. So although he's got one stable, he's going to be queuing light cav.
Yeah, I actually expected Liereyy to be able to click to the Imperial Age first, but he's actually spending resources quite heavily here. He's got scale barding armor coming in. He's obviously got the light cavalry upgrade, which he's paid for. He's still making light cavalry. I think DauT might actually click to the Imperial Age first, and he is. He's going to click up right now. So surprisingly, a little bit of an advantage for DauT going up to the Imperial Age, but Liereyy here shouldn't be too far behind anyway. Also, though, got to note, Liereyy has no stone, really. He's got one villager taking stone. That means no castle. And DauT will be having a castle coming up fairly soon, as he does now have, once again, 9 villagers taking stone back here. And he's going to be looking to get that up. Maybe, I mean, it might be a bit risky to put it out in the center now with the light cavs running around, but I expect he'll put it maybe a little defensively, though saying that, he is moving out with some vills as well. Fight now going on in the middle. Let's see how this goes. I think we're just going to see all the monks get cleaned up. Indeed we are. Only one conversion coming in there for DauT. And once again, great trades for Liereyy here, as he will clean up the rest of these light cavalry in the center of the map.
Yeah, in the meantime, DauT will grab a monk of his own. So, you know, not all in the negative column here for DauT. Is he going to grab 2? He's going to get both of those monks. That's really surprising to me. Imperial Age is clicked up for Liereyy. DauT on his side is going to be up first, though. So DauT's initial push was just a bit of a distraction. He's gotten Liereyy to maybe over-invest in some units to defend that push. And now DauT's going to be up to imp first on 4 TCs with a defensive castle, maybe on the weakest part of his economy, that main gold, which is close to that front wall. So I like DauT's position here. You know, his initial push in the center is going to go away, but that is probably what he planned to happen. And I think he's going to have a really good shot at taking this game.
Yeah, the question is, what is DauT's army composition going to be going into this Imperial Age? I mean, so far, he's not built any military production buildings aside from this castle here, and then, of course, the siege workshop on the front. So that kind of says to me that DauT might be looking for the Arambai. And yeah, if we look at the castle, he is queuing those Arambai up. Interesting unit choice, potentially very well countered by the Indians with their camels. Bear in mind that the camels have higher pierce armor. Bear in mind they get the Imperial camel upgrade. And it looks like Lierey's going to be adding in the ranges now as well, so that he can maybe go skirms. But he is actually going crossbow here and looking for arbalest. DauT with this castle.
Wow.
That's risky. Does Liereyy see it?
Yeah.
I don't think he does.
No. No. DauT is he is playing this one fast and loose. He's going to drop a castle. Oh no, Lierey's coming over with a light cav. And Lierey's going to find this, and this is going to be really bad for DauT. It's not a big deal. It's close enough to the second castle that I think his villagers can retreat. But DauT, if he could have got that up, might have benefited greatly. Yeah, he's going to lose several villagers here.
He's actually going to get the castle up, though, because Lierey's had to go back. There's Liereyy coming in just in time, doing enough damage here that Liereyy had to retreat. And that's definitely a very nice little leapfrog for DauT. Good castle placement in the center of the map. But as I was saying before, that monastery is in a little bit of danger. It's not in a safe position. Already sitting at less than half health here. Could be a target for Liereyy to take down. Already, though, we do see Liereyy going quite heavy into camels. He's got +2/+2. He's going heavy into crossbows. And with the Imperial Age coming in now, we're going to see this game transition. I think it might be a long game. I think we're going to see a big fight in the center. Who's going to have the better army composition? And I think this brings us to an interesting point, because DauT in the past did show that his army composition perhaps wasn't the best it could be. Especially I'm thinking back to that first game where he was making the hand cannons, and it was a very questionable decision. In this case, we will see, right? I don't know if DauT's army composition is going to be super strong. He is just doing Liereyy right now and adding a stable as we speak, but Lierey's already got his army composition in mind, and I think it's going to be pretty decent.
Yeah, at the moment, it is looking like DauT continuing to go into Liereyy, and he's also going to be taking stone really intensely. Elite Liereyy out for the blue player, but more castles to come from DauT. Liereyy seems to be a lot less invested in the idea of castling up the map. He is really not taking any stone to speak of, one villager on stone. Liereyy, like you said, with a little bit more balanced of an army composition, is going to start adding in Arb. Arb is on the way. So we're going to see Arbalest on the way out here. But DauT's going to have several castles up, and he's going to be defending while he builds his army.
Yeah, the thing here for Liereyy is that his unique unit isn't interesting to him right now. The Elephant Archer, incredibly expensive, and one of the most underused units, I think, in the expansions so far that I've seen. I do feel like the Elephant Archer would actually genuinely be a good unit for this situation, but I don't think he can really afford it, and it's certainly not viable right now. So whilst this is going on, Liereyy just sitting back and not taking stone for a castle. That means that he needs siege to take the castles of DauT down, and he's going to go ahead and take the bombard cannon here after getting chemistry at the university. That's going to be his siege unit, because he's not going to have trebuchets here, and that's something that's really important to keep in mind. DauT, what's he doing from the stables? Light cavalry coming in. We're not going to see any of those battle elephants, unfortunately, but that's probably for the best, since Lierey's going quite heavy into camels here.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a really interesting fight in the center of the map. Like you said, Liereyy is going to have ranged siege, and he's going to try to knock these castles down from a distance. DauT right now may not have what it takes to be able to knock down a couple of bombard cannons, but if he is given more time and he gets more light cav involved, he might not be too afraid of Lierey's strategy. Not sure who's got the edge. The scores give DauT an edge here. I think the villager counts are pretty similar, but strategically, very different angles from these two players. And we're about to see this one get hot and heavy.
Yeah, I do like DauT's position a lot more right now, simply because, I mean, the Elite Liereyy is in, but I was just distracted by the Liereyy there, because he's actually got great map control. He's managed to take control of the gold in the north. He's taken the stone as well, and he's building out in the center of the map here. Liereyy, he's not going to have any trebs to deal with the castles. He will only have bombard cannons, and I mean, the real question here, the real test is going to be, how will these Liereyy perform? How will the light cavalry perform? And will these camels from Liereyy be able to do the damage? So far, no more camels in production. Is he perhaps saving for the Imperial camel upgrade? That could be. I think he might have. Yep, he's done it now. That's coming in. And Lierey's going to have to bide his time. He's going to have to wait here. He's going to have to wait it out. And he can't wait forever, because DauT is ahead in population, and he's going to be launching his attack first.
Yeah, it's interesting at the moment. Like you said, DauT is about 12 population ahead. He's also got a lot of gold in the bank, probably because of those 4 relics he's had and the map control that he has. He's got several villagers on stone and on gold, piles that Liereyy just had a similar opportunity to take, but has not been aggressive enough to take over any map. DauT right now is in a great spot. The longer he gets to wait and boom up, I think the better position he's going to be in. But pop cap is looming. DauT on 186 pop. He's got to make something happen here.
Here we go. Liereyy dropping out of his archery ranges there. DauT getting close enough that Liereyy felt he had the opportunity to strike. Got to be very careful of those bombard cannons. They're super expensive and they're super exposed. DauT going to be taking those bombards out. That's a real... I feel a costly mistake for Liereyy there, but Liereyy will inflict heavy casualties onto the army of DauT here as well. Liereyy now forced to engage because these military production buildings are under threat. Thumbring's also coming in, and Liereyy still doesn't have that Imperial Camel yet. He really wants it. As soon as that's complete, he could be able to take a fight, and I do feel like Lierey's army composition is going to be stronger here, but DauT has many other advantages on his side, and that being, of course, the 4 relics, the mass castles here in the center of the map, and the additional gold to the north. Liereyy cannot push into these castles. He really has no answer to them right now. He can just hope to take a good fight, kill off DauT's army, and hold on. So this is looking great for Liereyy right now. This fight is fantastic for him. He is mopping up DauT's army. Fantastic. 182 pop for Liereyy. DauT down at 175. What a great fight for him to take, but still, he cannot push out further because these castles are stalling him, and this could be a war of attrition that DauT might end up winning with 1.6k gold in the bank, while Liereyy is down to just 180 right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting plotline for sure. Liereyy is really not controlling very much of the map. He has pushed out. He has done a decent amount of damage to DauT's army. Yeah, but these castles are absolutely under no threat, and there are 3 of them now, all in series on this area, and that's going to be a difficult position to push against. Liereyy seems to be building archery ranges a little further to the south. Looks like he might be interested in trying to push DauT maybe back at his base and not push through those 3 castles. We'll have to keep our eyes on that. 2 stables as well coming for the red player. So he may make a push into DauT's to try to hit DauT's eco instead of pushing back against these 3 castles.
Yeah, DauT's been so greedy on the map so far. He's got villagers on every gold pile, and Liereyy needs to punish that. Liereyy needs to maybe get another angle going on here, and I think you're right. It does look like he will be moving to the south here, dropping a castle on that gold. He could secure that gold for himself. I'm really excited to see how this is going to turn out, because I feel like DauT has a lot more advantages right now. However, Liereyy is still in a good position, in a position where he can still win this game. So it's going to get interesting. The bombard cannons from Liereyy, I feel like he's been a little bit careless with them. They have been getting picked off, and they're very expensive given his position right now. Has got to be very careful. But so far, looks like Liereyy should be able to win the fight in a straight-up toe-to-toe match, but DauT now bringing in onagers. This could really turn things around. One immediately getting picked off on the left, and DauT backing up straight away. The Arambai here just not really packing much of a punch, I feel.
Yeah, the Arambai have not been...
Oh my god, that shot at the back. Oh my goodness. Did that just leave Liereyy home and dry here? Not home and dry, DauT home and dry. I think that might have just been the shot of the game right there. These onagers turning it around completely. Oh no.
Absolutely.
Oh
Huge
no.
onager shots. Huge onager shots coming in. Liereyy now is in a lot of trouble. That castle in the south will go up for Liereyy, but yeah, he just lost his entire army to one of the better mangonel shots we've probably seen in this entire series of games. That is as good as it gets. DauT's going to pack the trebs, and he's going to start rolling forward because he knows Liereyy does not have the army to push him back anymore.
Yeah, DauT 90%, I feel, to win this game. Maybe 95. Liereyy down to 150 population, whilst DauT at 185 here. Liereyy needs to micro his bombard cannons better. They're getting picked off for free. He has to deal with these onagers, and those shots absolutely destroying Lierey's army, pushing him right back. But, you know, he's still got a fighting chance. His castle coming under fire on this left side, though. I don't know if he's going to be able to keep that up for long. And this army composition from DauT is very troubling now that these onagers are on the field. What a great tech switch for DauT in this game. And I feel like this is the final stand for Liereyy now. What a sad turn of events for him after he's played so well this tournament. But DauT, the monster that he is, the experience that he has, I think he's going to get this one in just a moment here as he pushes forward. I expect Liereyy will call the GG as these onagers fire from the back and absolutely flatten everything he's got.
Yeah, onagers, Arambai, and Hazar, pretty interesting combination, incredibly effective. If Liereyy could have dodged one of those big shots He might have held on, he might have had a better chance, but he's just a little outgunned here. He gave up too much map control, and now he's just trying to dodge onager shots in the center while his last arbs are getting mopped up.
Yeah, it's absolutely over at this point. Liereyy down to 140 population. DauT pushing forwards with what looks like an unstoppable army right here. Liereyy once again throwing away those bombard cannons, and it really hurts to see that because they're just so expensive and he's giving them away for free. DauT's going to regain control of the gold on the left side, and Liereyy, well, he's going to be just starved of resources here as the gold in the back runs out. His main gold is gone, and he's down to his final gold mine here. Without gold, there is no way he can win this game, but he's still fighting on for now. But from our perspective, it's well and truly over. Lierey's going to call GG, and DauT will turn it around, he'll pull it back, and he will take the series with a 2-1 victory. Wow, what a set of games we've seen right here to kick things off today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A great set. DauT showing why he is DauT, showing why he's the old pro that he is. I just wanted to give a shout out to Liereyy. He did really represent himself well in that third game. You're always going to make mistakes, but you got to come back and keep fighting. And we're going to see Liereyy in the future of these tournaments. We're going to see him as a strong player. But in this particular match, DauT is going to go forward in this best of three. And we'll find out his opponent in just a few more games. We'll figure this out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Liereyy, credit where credit is due. What a fantastic player, and really coming out of nowhere to take this tournament by storm. He has played so very well, getting some very impressive wins, and even after losing this series 2-1, Liereyy actually has a very good ratio. I think Liereyy actually has a better ratio of wins to losses than DauT in this event, since he will have won 3 games in this tournament so far, and DauT would have only won the 2, I think. So, or maybe not. I think I'm wrong, but even still, Liereyy probably still has the better ratio. He's just played so well. DauT, though, obviously just, I think, trumping him with experience there, and a very, very solid arena game from DauT for that third one. Liereyy sadly knocked out of the tournament, and as you quite rightly said, DauT will progress. We will find out who his opponent will be, but we're going to have to go back up to the winner's bracket and cast our next match. Before we do that, we're going to throw it over to Nilpford for his analysis of that one.
Liereyy dropping out of the tournament, finishing with 4th place, and DauT continuing to try to get into another final. Arena always tricky when it comes to putting your army composition together. Let's see how the players decided to go for it. We have DauT seeing archery ranges, and just shortly before that, he saw all the camels over here. What did Liereyy see? He sees very little. He sees RMB, and that's it. That's something he saw before. So at the moment, Liereyy is going for Arbalest here, is going for camels, and what else? Some bombard cannons. Okay, I like that as well. And we have DauT, really knowing what he's playing against. And I will check if the messages for me. It seems like, oh, that's only Zach and KillerB exchanging messages. Okay, sweet. And DauT knows what Liereyy is going for. And then he's switching into Hussars as well. And that's so much better. And now he's going for the better composition, and the first fight actually went pretty well for Liereyy, if it wasn't for the lost bombard cannons here. Nice ground attack, killing a lot of the RMB, great job, but 1 bombard cannon down, 2 bombard cannons going down, the other one very exposed now, and that, yeah. After such a great fight here for Liereyy, killing a lot of the RMB, just took away all of the steam he had to go for the castle kills, to kill all the production, and now Liereyy has an army composition which isn't that strong here. And yeah, now we can see the upcoming fights, Arbalest and Imperial Camels. But what are Arbalest really doing? Against RMB, I would say they trade pretty even. Against Hussars, they trade pretty even. But Imperial Camels only would have been maybe the better choice. Normally you never want to go for one single unit, but DauT now even switching to onagers, and you can see him adding siege workshops, has all his castles, still has the relics pretty well prepared and protected. Now the bombard cannon going down, feels so bad, man, and Liereyy now taking the big fight here with, I think, like, if half of the obelisk would have been half more camels, he would have countered the army so much better. But DauT did hide his tech pretty well. He's now killing all the stables. You can see him focusing on the stables instead of the archery ranges, because he is fearing Imperial camels. He's not fearing obelisk. And now we can see the big shot coming in here, which kind of decided the game. Bombard cannons trying to out-micro each other. Great job here, and now the final engagement of the game. ZeroEmpires coming in, Obelisk trying to regroup themselves. Nice ground attack over here, but at the cost of another bombard cannon. And now we can see onager shots here, bam, and that ended the game. Because now it's only Imperial camels, no more protection for the bombard cannon, and ZeroEmpires can just rain down. Nice army control here by DauT. And Liereyy, yeah, the Wonder Kid, going for 4th place here. Nice performance by him, will be seeded for the next tournament. And DauT is continuing here in the tournament. And yeah, now let's jump into the next series. I believe it is Nicov against BacT, if I'm not wrong. ZeroEmpires.
You are not wrong, Nopeford. Let's take a look at the bracket and we can see what's going on there. As you can see, Liereyy dropping out after DauT defeats him 2-1 in that lower bracket, or loser's bracket, depending on what you prefer. Nicov versus BacT will be coming up next. They, of course, are in the upper bracket, and whoever is the winner of Nicov versus BacT will go straight into the grand finals, whilst the loser will go on to face DauT. Exciting games still to come. The next best of 3, I'm going to be joined by KillerB once again. And then the final best of 3 and the grand final best of 5, I will be joined by Resonance22. I'm really excited for this. I'm a little sad inside to see Liereyy go out, because I really thought he could do so well there. And I think this guy has so much potential. So I just want to talk about a couple of things before we have a very short break between the next set. We're going to have maybe just a 3 or 4 minute break here. First thing is that we set up a Patreon today, and that means that you can support us a little more if you like, and you can head over to that by typing !Patreon in the chat. If you support us on Patreon, you can have various benefits, and they include having access to our Patreon stream and get inside information about what's coming next. You can get a virtual engraving and have your name in our stream credits read out by our casters at the end of the events. You can have an Ask Me Anything to any of the players or any of the casters for each tournament that we host. You could get a postcard with all of the signatures of the casters and players on the front, with a handwritten note from me on the back. Or you could go further and work with us to decide some settings and civilizations and themes for future events. Or if you've really got some big bucks, you could name your own tournament, consult with us about the settings, and even have a unit in the game named after you, all on our Patreon account. And the reason we're doing this, the reason why we've set up a Patreon, is because obviously it's a lot of effort, a huge amount of time that goes in behind the scenes to hosting these events. And we want to make sure that what we're doing is sustainable. We want to be able to keep hosting these tournaments. We want to keep bringing you exciting games and awesome Age of Empires 2 matches. And in order to do that, we obviously need to make sure it's a sustainable thing. We want to host a new midweek madness every week, and if we reach our goal of $800 per month, we will do that, and that's going to be awesome, and I'm really looking forward to it. So do check out our Patreon. Consider supporting us there if you can. Obviously, the streams will always remain free, and we're always going to do our best to bring you these events, whatever happens. But if you can support us and you want to and you enjoy what we're doing, it would be very much appreciated. So We're going to take a very short break here, just 2 minutes or so, while I get a quick drink, and then we're going to have Nicov versus BacT coming your way in just a short while. So stay tuned, more amazing games to come, and we'll be back after this. Okay, let's get KillerB back here. If KillerB is ready, gave us a short break there. We're going to go ahead and check the veto for Nicov versus BacT for another best of 3 series. Are you
Sounds
ready?
great. Let's do it.
Okay, yeah, that's good. You're there. All right. So in 3, 2, 1, go. This is the veto now on your screens. Nicov versus BacT incoming. What is the map going to be? Well, it's going to be Bog Islands. A lot of mixed feelings about this map. Some people love it, some people hate it. It's a little bit like Marmite, but I personally am a fan. But more from the strategical side of things. I'm interested in the different strategies and seeing what the players might pull out, because it's such a different map, has very many different mechanics to it, and players are still very much learning what might work out the best for it.
Yeah, right off the bat here, we're going to see the Indians and the Malay banned. Looks like Nikov's ban is next. We'll see if we still have this third ban being the civ that the player chooses. That's been the case for the last couple of matches. But yeah, for now, we're waiting on Nicov to ban a civ. To be honest, I don't really know what the best civ is for this map. I'm still kind of getting my feet wet, if you'll pardon the pun, with Bog Islands.
Yeah, well, for me, I think the best civ's already been banned, and that's the Malay. I definitely put those down as the best civ for this map. I think the Britons can be incredibly strong on this map as well, and we see BacT immediately banning that. I also think that the Mongols will be incredibly strong on this map because of the 3 rhinos that you have. And that means that the Mongols can take advantage of their hunt bonus there. The Britons, of course, I think they're an incredibly strong civ in many situations anyway. But let's see what the last bans are going to be, because what we've seen, a common theme or a recurring theme that we've witnessed with all of these bans, is that the civilization that is banned last is often the civilization that the player would like to pick. Now, in this case, Nicov bans the Britons, but the Britons have already been banned by BacT here, so Nicov will not be able to take the Britons, and BacT also taking the Mongols there out of the game. So definitely players seeing the real strength and value of the Britons and Mongols here, and they're going to be left of the best of what's left. I mean, maybe the Aztecs, maybe this could be a game where we see the Aztecs, but I doubt it, because Aztecs have a very bad navy, and this map very much requires that water control, so definitely not the Aztecs in actual fact. Maybe the Huns, though. The Huns, I think that would be a very strong choice.
Yeah, back taking every second of his time there and then grabbing Berbers. It looks like he'll be looking for the faster villager work speed and the faster ships. Nicov is we're waiting for too. He's also going to make it a little suspenseful for us.
Yeah, they're really thinking about it. And of course, Nicov doesn't know what BacT has picked just yet. We could see a Berbers war. I mean, the Berbers are a pretty strong civ here as well, because their ships do move 10% faster and their villagers. But Nicov picking up the Huns, and I really did expect to see a Hun pick here, given the remaining civs. Yet to see the Aztecs picked. But I think the Aztecs might be a little stronger in the expansions on water due to the fact that they do get the feudal warships. But overall, the Aztecs not a particularly strong water civilization. So going into this then, Huns versus Berbers. And I think I've got the game ready, but I will just double check before we load it up. And let's see. Yeah, I've got that. Okay, great. So let's count us down in 3, 2, 1, go. And on the stream, here we are. Welcome to Nicov versus BacT. This is a best of 3 upper bracket semi-final here for the Escape Gaming Masters 2. Joining me today once again will be KillerB, and he's going to be here for this set of games. And then later on, Resonance 22 will be joining me. But for now, KillerB is here. Say hello and introduce these players.
Sure. Thanks for having me. This is KillerB. Appreciate you all being here and tuning in. We're going to see BacT v Nicov here. The winner will get an opportunity to play in the finals for all the marbles. At the moment, we are seeing, I'm looking at back side of the map. The blue player here has chosen Berbers. He's going to have faster vills, and he's also going to have faster ships, which will help him out on a map like this. This is Bog Islands. For those of you guys who don't look at it too often, that is what you're looking at here. You're seeing water buffalo, which is awesome. BacT is going to have a nice starting area. His resources are a little bit toward the edge of his little island, so that might be a little bit annoying for him to protect if he gets into trouble. He's certainly going to like his faster ships. His opponent Nicov has chosen Huns. Nicov will be playing as Huns, which is a decent civ on a map like this because you do save a ton of wood not having to build houses and not losing villager time to building houses. All that time can be put toward mining more gold, getting more wood if you do choose to go heavy onto the water. Red player Nicov will be, he'll have his gold to the side of his TC in a somewhat safe area, gold and stone closer out to the edge of his little island. For the most part, I think it's going to be a very fair match early on. I think we're going to see a hotly contested one here, and yeah, can't wait to see the result.
Yeah, Huns here. I mean, we've not seen a huge amount of the Huns actually in this tournament, but what you say about the Huns saving on the houses, definitely a big benefit for Nicov here. Of course, both players do have a very decent eco bonus going into this one. And what interests me about this map is the wood lines, checking where they are, checking how safe they might be and how easy they may be to wall. I don't think either player really has a very safe wood line here. Bear in mind that this amphibious terrain can be traversed by boats and humans alike, so BacT could find himself getting raided by Nikov's ships from behind these wood lines, for example, and Nicov could have the same issue on his side of the map. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they wall up, if they will wall up at all, but I certainly think walling up is advisable on Bog Islands. Now, one of the things that we've spoken about in the past that I think is always worth bringing up is the strategy choice on this map. It is still a very new map. It's very different in how it plays out thanks to the game mechanic of this amphibious terrain. And, you know, we've seen a very large amount of different strategies on this map so far. Viper, I think, introduced the fast castle strategy, which a lot of players have been picking up recently. I think both Nicov and BacT have executed a fast castle on this map themselves. But we've also seen players going for a more aggressive, high aggressive feudal push with a lot of fire galleys and galleys to harass their opponents. It's all going to come down to that, and I personally think the fast castle may be the strongest strat for this map. You know, we're just going to have to see how that goes. There's no tells at this stage as to what they might be thinking. BacT, though, adding in a dock quite early. Nicov yet to build a dock, and, well, there's no guarantees he will even build a dock at all. We'll have to see.
Yeah, Nicov luring in those rhinoceros as we speak. He's also scouted forward and found an extra water buffalo. Nikov's scouting has been kind of focused on one angle. BacT quickly scouted around the entire main pond in the center. And since then, he has been, where is his scout now? His scout is still roaming around on the top of the map, probably looking for more resources and more wood lines for the later game. Looks like these two players will continue to look around and check each other out. It does seem like Nikov's going to have a little bit of an advantage. He's going to be able to see what BacT is up to. BacT has not really scouted any of Nikov's base yet. That being said, Nicov is not really going in to learn too much. Here he goes. He's going to turn around and head back toward BacT's base.
Yeah, whilst you were saying that, BacT getting housed a little bit there, a little messy from him, and even though he's got a fishing ship out, Nicov was matching him for population there, meaning that Nicov is not suffering from as much idle time on the TC. So have both players taken all three of their rhinos? I think they have, but Nikov's certainly doing it a lot faster here. Nicov now up to the feudal age on 20 population, that is lightning fast. BacT, on the other hand, still in the Dark Age, 23 population, adding in more fishing ships, or adding 2 fishing ships, sorry, potentially adding a third once he gets another 5 wood, and still taking those rhino under the TC. Very different playstyles from both players so far. The question is, what comes next for Nicov? Does he go for some kind of land aggression? Does he build a dock and try and make galleys on the water? I'm guessing it's going to be heavy onto ships, because he's sending a lot of vills out to wood right now.
What's interesting here is that Nicov has got one villager on stone. He built a mining camp which can do double duty between the stone pile and the gold pile to the left of his TC. And he's had a villager there on stone for a little while. She's just continuing to work away. I'm not sure if that's him not looking. He wanted that vill on gold, or if he's purposefully thinking about dropping a tower along with the TC a little bit later. He'll have the stone for both if he can take about 10 more. Actually, looks like he's taken that 7 stone and now he's transitioned to gold.
Yeah, what's interesting is that maybe he was just getting in, because, okay, a tower is 125 stone, so if he's taken just enough stone here that if he builds a tower, he's also going to have 100 stone left over for a town center. I think Nikov's being very deliberate with what he's doing here. It's certainly intentional to take that stone, and it could be that he'll send his villager forward to try and put a tower into BacT's wood line and slow him down. On the left side, Nicov will take down BacT's scout. Not a huge loss for BacT, but certainly going to deprive him of any information. It means that BacT will not scout these docks on the right side, which Nicov is placing in quite an unusual location. Normally players are going to be placing those docks at the front of their little island. Nicov actually coming forward here, and as a result BacT may be caught out by this without that knowledge and map awareness. BacT here adding a second dock, and this is interesting because it looks like he wanted to do a fast castle kind of play, but he's actually moved his villagers out towards wood and gold now instead. It looks like he's switching tacts a little bit and actually going for some water play himself. Maybe after seeing how fast Nicov was to the feudal age, he realizes, actually, I'm probably going to have to build some ships here if I want to defend. And in comes Nikov's villager as well, looking for that tower drop. What does Nicov see? He doesn't see the wood line yet. He doesn't have that scouting info, so he's going in blind at the moment. But he's going to hit the jackpot if he puts the tower behind this wood line on the right side.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder there from Nicov. Not a blunder, but he didn't know about the dock from BacT, and unfortunately his villager is known about, but BacT doesn't have his scout and he can't deal with it. Those first couple of boats coming out, it's actually going to be a demo raft and a fire galley. The fire galley is headed toward that wood line. The demo boat is going to go straight north and maybe look for the first fire galley from BacT. Looks like Nicov will be able to...
Nicov, what's he doing? He's got to use it.
don't know.
Oh, man. That demolition raft might be wasted now. It's too low. If you can maybe blow up one of these ships, use it while he still can. Okay, he's going to go for the fire galley instead. That's fair. That's going to keep his own fire galley alive, and he'll be able to get, well, potentially get both of these fishing ships here. But this is a big loss for BacT right now. He's got a tower coming up on his woodline on the right side. His fishing ships are under pressure, and they've not been out for very long. So if he loses them here, I almost doubt whether they would have repaid themselves, because a lot of the time they've spent gathering the box turtles here. So yeah, I mean, Nicov in a fantastic position, getting himself a huge advantage in the early game. And I'm worried that this could actually snowball out of control as DauT is losing, BacT is losing the water, and definitely is not going to be able to pull off that fast castle like he might have initially hoped for.
Yeah, BacT is going to be harassed on that wood line by the tower, which is now up. Nicov has transitioned one villager over to stone, but that's probably going to be for a TC later in the game. I suppose we'll wait and see for now. But yeah, Nikov's scouts still active to the north, still keeping an eye on BacT's economy as it expands. And he's actually going to find a fishing ship up there, probably 2 fishing ships. And things are going from bad to worse here in this first game for BacT.
Yeah, man, I don't see how he's going to really pull this one back realistically. I'm expecting a pretty short game here. One demolition raft coming out for BacT there, doing quite a lot of damage, but Nicov still with the numbers advantage here, and playing a very, very good game right now. It's amazing really just how small differences can add up to so much once the game gets a little bit later down the line. Nicov, such a great strategy so far, and he's now able to raid the woodline on the left side with this fire galley as well, which is always quite amusing, seeing ships throwing fire at villagers. Poor guys.
Yeah, and it seems like it's almost a deliberate attempt, or maybe it's just the map, the way that it's set up. But Nicov is harassing woodline after woodline after woodline. Of course, wood is a very important component of these economies. And right now, we've got 5 idle villagers who were chopping wood being harassed by fire ships. We've got about 8 more villagers who had to stop and make a tower. Really no wood economy for BacT for a little while now. He's had to play very, very defensively against his opponent's towers and against fire galleys.
Yeah, demolition rafts coming out for both players right now, and I think Nicov was really looking to try and get one into the woodline. One demolition raft could kill 5-6 villagers if they're clumped up, but that's a huge amount of potential for damage there. Wow, those explosions, collateral damage on the on the scout as well. And you know, the demolition rafts do have the potential to have a big impact. They do have the potential to really turn things around. So, I mean, you know, BacT's still in the running here by making these demolition rafts, but I mean, really the big problem about the demolition raft is that once you build it, it explodes and it's gone. It doesn't offer you any lasting presence on the map. So demolition raft only is not a good way to go. Not only that, but you have to hit multiple fire galleys in order to make it worthwhile. If you only hit one demolition raft into one fire galley, the fire galley actually comes out as a better trade there.
Yeah, and I think that we can't understate these minor advantages that Nicov keeps getting. He's made BacT drop a defensive tower. BacT has no stone to drop a TC. Meanwhile, back at home, Nikov's taken enough stone to build 2 TCs when he hits the Castle Age. He's also had his scout alive for quite some time. It did die in that last blast. But Nicov, knowing a lot more about the map at large than his opponent BacT does, has a few more ships. All these little advantages are turning into a pretty big advantage. Actually, Nicov has 1 villager actively repairing ships in the center of the map.
Yeah,
so
that's a great move. I just want to cut you off because demolition raft coming into the woodline of Nicov here, and that's going to be 4-5 dead villagers in the woodline for BacT, and that is exactly what I was talking about. Get those demolition rafts in there, get them catching your opponent unawares, and that was like, you know, Jaws coming in there. That demolition, and kaboom! Nicov losing everything in the back, and Nicov now quickly walling up to prevent that from happening again. But that is the kind of move that can help to equalize this game. That is what BacT needs to do, but I certainly agree that he is very far behind now and he has got a long way to catch up.
There's another demo raft that's roaming around like Jaws, as you said, but that raft is not going to find pay dirt like the last one did. Nicov has palisaded up his side. He's actually going to drop a tower in defense on his wood line to the south of his TC. I think that's a very wise choice. Wood is obviously paramount in these sort of games, and we will see BacT not. We'll see him fool Nicov once, but not twice. So for now, we will see Nikov's fleet continuing to roll forward and try to put pressure on BacT. But yeah, a couple big plays from BacT like that can get him back in the game. He's certainly given himself a viable chance to come back. But right now, it is Nikov's game to hold on to.
Yeah, he's making bad trades with his demolition rafts right now as well. His villagers getting raided here in the woodline. And this is so easy for Nicov to come in. I'm surprised he didn't actually wall this off a little bit. The key difference here between the two players is that Nicov really has got great walls, whilst BacT is just kind of, you know, open, relying on his tower to defend him. And that might not be enough. Even with the bonus damage that the towers do to these fire galleys, they can sit underneath, look, and they can actually start to bring that tower down. BacT, though, with the demolition raft coming in, I think Nicov putting himself in a bit of a compromising position here. Let's see if this demolition raft will chase them away. It will. And BacT will clean up some more galleys, but he's still definitely trailing. Nicov still has full map control, and I loved the little touch earlier that we saw with Nicov actually repairing his ships with his villager as well. That was a nice little touch.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to make the most of your investments. Right now, it is not really a sea race because BacT has kind of given up on the chance of winning this one by standing toe-to-toe with more fire galleys. He is still building the odd demo ship here and there. But for now, Nicov is holding the water because of some really smart play. His tower in the south is still harassing BacT's woodline, which BacT has abandoned. And for now, we're just seeing these two guys sort of flirting in the center, kind of retreating and running away from demo ships on the side of BacT.
Yeah, and BacT making a very quick change here, and this is a really risky move because it's going to delay his castle age a lot, but he's queued up 4 scout cavalry from his stable. Now, this is something that a lot of players will forget about on this map. Of course, the amphibious terrain could be traversed by boats, and Nikov's only walled the amphibious terrain to stop the boats getting in, stop the demolition rafts getting in. But he hasn't actually walled the front of his base from, land units. And BacT could run across the map with some scouts here and inflict some very big damage. In fact, he's even adding in a second stable. Nicov, though, I fear this is too late because Nicov is already up to the castle age. But if BacT can get over there with these two double stable scouts, he can do a lot of damage because Nicov doesn't even have a barracks right now, so he can't make a spearman to defend. This could be a great opportunity for BacT to equalize and really hurt Nikov's economy. Another thing that BacT could do is send some demolition rafts at the palisade walls and try and bust them open, but that would be quite costly and, not guaranteed to pay off in the end. However, I do like this strat from BacT to switch it up. Desperate times, desperate measures, as Nicov hits the castle age here and does that war galley upgrade. It's going to put him in a big, big advantage.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think BacT here is playing in desperation in a good way. You have to recognize when you're behind in a game, and he's taking some risks here, and I think it's his best opportunity to win is to take some risk. I don't know if this is the particular risk that I would have taken, but I'm really curious to see how it goes for him. He is going to have several scouts out here, and they're actually coming in now onto that wood line to the north of Nikov's TC. Maybe they'll focus on that gold pile first.
I think he's got to go straight to the back wood line here because these villagers haven't got any way to escape. I feel like if he went straight back here, that would be amazing. But Nicov with a quick wall, going to protect those villagers. That's too late now for BacT to go back there and do damage. He could, I guess, come down here, but there is a tower. So for now, he's just going to be trying to harass the farmers. And I think he made a mistake there. I think if he'd have gone straight to this area, he would have killed all of these villagers before Nicov could react with this gate. Good reaction by Nicov, mitigating that damage entirely, losing just one villager. And now, right back on the other side of the map, war galleys coming in. We've got Bodkin Arrow as well, and that means that BacT is at really high risk from this shoreline, and the boats which are firing in on his villagers here, I think he's actually lost more villagers than Nicov in this situation.
Yeah, Nicov with some really, really great walling earlier on, using a blacksmith in a tower to the south and leaving a short gap open to the east of his base, able to quick wall, and like you said, Maybe BacT could have got in on that back wood line and done more damage. Again, I like the fact that he gambled and he went for it with a couple of scouts here to try to change the tide of this game. But it's not going well at all for BacT now. While Nicov harasses him from the shore with war galleys, he grabbed, I think, 3 or 4 vills on the farms in the gold pile there. He's also going to start knocking down docks, and BacT's wood lines in the back. The wood line to the very back is almost totally chopped out. So he's going to have to establish safety somewhere else in his base. And it's going to be a tricky thing to do because those war galleys are going to punch right through the front house and dock wall that BacT is relying on.
Yeah, and of course with War Galleys having Bodkin Arrow now and that additional 2 range, they can fire over most of these wood lines because they are very thin and they are very exposed. So BacT though, I mean, he's definitely not out yet. He's actually only 2 population behind Nicov, believe it or not. The population count is very close. He's done an amazing job to keep himself in this one, and he's on the way up to the Castle Age himself now, halfway there, with 2 docks coming up at the back, out of sight, and maybe looking to try and retake the water once he hits the Castle Age. It will be tough, it will be an uphill fight, but given that he's only, what, 3 or 4 population behind, it could certainly be doable.
A really interesting thing happened to the east of Nikov's TC. He was 1 wood away from chopping through a tree that would have made a hole in his wood line. BacT was ready. He was camping out using the line of sight on his scouts for that hole to come through. Nicov left that tree with 1 wood left, as if he's thumbing his nose at BacT. Like, yeah. I know you're out there, and I'm going to just honeypot you.
That was really close, actually. That's amazing. 1 HP before that basically breaks a hole in. Nilpford would be loving that right now. He's always going on about over chopping, and Nicov, wow, that's really smart. I don't know if that was like intentional or just lucky, but if it was intentional, hats off to him because that was incredible. But Nicov now breaking through, BacT all of his villagers back here, and that's it. He knows he's too late to the Castle Age. He can't defend this. These villagers are toast. They have nowhere to run. And Nikov's army just sailing over to brutally massacre them, I guess. I mean, that's just going to be nasty. It's horrible. The viewers on the stream wanted blood, but BacT denying that. Oh, dear.
Yeah, really great game there. Nicov did a couple other really exciting things that I think Nilly will point out in the post-game cast, but he was doing these beautiful tactics where he's poking through a wall and then retreating. BacT's going to drop a tower to defend that hole where that dock went down. Basically, Nikov's doing a great job just to win the small battles, and in the end, those add up to him winning this particular war. So we'll go into game 2 with BacT with his back to the wall.
Yeah, absolutely, and 1 more loss for BacT here, and he will be knocked down to the lower bracket. I mean, he won't be eliminated, so he's at least got another chance. But with Nicov grabbing the first game, it definitely puts him in a very comfortable position. But let's be honest, we've seen this before. Just earlier on today, we saw Liereyy taking that first game versus DauT, and DauT was able to claw that back after a 2-1 victory. So it's by no means over for BacT yet, and he can certainly pull it right back to a 1-1 tie and then even go on to take the win. So we'll throw it to Nilpford in just about 30 seconds think you guys in the chat spamming those BacT emotes. That's quite funny, but I'm enjoying the series so far. Bog Islands, I'm still on the fence about what I think about the map. It's so weird to me to see boats fighting villagers and fighting land units, but you know, it's different. Let's put it that way. Not that different is a bad thing. It's just yeah, I'm not used to it yet. Not quite used to it. So
yeah, it was a really entertaining match. Go ahead.
We're going to throw it to Nilpford now. I think he's ready for his analysis, so he can take it away.
Nicov winning game number 1 here against BacT on Bog Islands. And my analysis will be the same analysis I did before in the Rise of the Rajas opening tournament. From a game from Fire, because the mistake was the same. We have BacT now trying to face the very early Feudal Age aggression here from Nicov, who went up without any fishing ship, went for a very all-in strategy, and yeah, went for a lot of aggression. and BacT is trying to fight it off with war galleys, with fire ships, with fire galleys here. So the big thing I want to mention, normally when you grush in AOC, you went for typical galleys, and typical galleys cost 90 wood, 30 gold. That's 3 to 1. Therefore, you always did send 3 villagers in gold in Dark Age, and the first 2 villagers you did send after reaching Feudal Age. So you had 5 on gold, and that's your production for all the gold you needed. But he isn't going for galleys. He isn't going for galleys, but for fire galleys. And fire galleys cost 75 wood and 45 gold. Yeah, 5 to 3. How many villagers on gold? I don't know, but it has to be more than 3. And we can see DauT only has, BacT only has 3 on gold. And now we are getting into the phase where BacT, due to the lack of gold and way too much food that he gathered, isn't keeping up with the production. Look at this, 1 fire galley in production here. No, in the second dock. And Nicov is producing. Nicov is coming in, can keep on the pressure. And we can see, still no production over here. Once he gets 1 over here, he's still not producing. Look at this. Now he queued 1 here. After that, he couldn't queue 1 here. It's just very sloppy to not get enough units out. Look at this. His docks were so idle this whole time. Now finally he got enough rest. He's sending more on gold, but idling his docks for way too long. At the start, not enough gold, and after that, just simply sloppy play. And from there on, Nicov did kill all the fishing ship, got all the control, and at the moment it's 0 military for BacT, and Nicov has 3 fire galleys and still his scout, so a lot of intel. And from then it just snowballed. And Nicov, with all his nice move, like KillerB pointed out, nice movement there, nice dodging against most of the demo ships. He just won it. And yeah, just a highlight scene of the last game for you again. The sharkfish coming in. Dum dum. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Bam! Ay ay ay. That hurt a lot, and you can see Nicov instantly walling after that. And yeah, Nicov, nice execution. I think BacT had the chance to hold here, but felt like not realizing how on point his defense needed to be, really. And didn't produce, didn't have enough gold at the start, but didn't produce, and that was the main problem here. Nicov now leading 1-0 against BacT. The show is continuing.
The show is continuing indeed. Oops, that's the wrong thing. I always forget to toggle that ad off. I always doing that mistake. Anyway, yeah, so it's 1-0. And we're going to be getting game number 2 underway in just a moment. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I do want to remind people that we do have a giveaway going on at the moment as well. We have 10 copies of AoE HD plus all of the expansions to be won. And you can enter that by going to escape.gg/EGM2-giveaway or typing !Raja in the chat, and you'll get a link to where you can just click it and enter the giveaway. It's free to enter. I know a lot of you have AoE HD and the expansions already. If you have it, enter anyway. Give it to a friend. I'm sure you can find someone to give it to. And yeah, just enter the giveaway. Why not? What have you got to lose? Nothing. Everything to win. It's awesome. And now we've got loads of Rajas in the chat. I mean, that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to see. So we're going to get KillerB back now. And if KillerB is ready, we're going to go ahead and check out the Civ draft for game 2.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it.
Just to clarify, typing !Raja doesn't enter you into the giveaway. You have to go to the website and click on the link to enter the giveaway. I will, you know what, I'm going to spam. You can spam Raja, but I'm going to spam the actual giveaway link because you have to enter on the website in order to actually get a chance. So I can out-spam all of you. Look, you suck. Click on the link in the chat. Anyway, what are we doing here? Draft. Yeah, that's right. Let's get the draft. I actually have to recopy the draft code now because I just copied that instead. Okay, so if you're ready, 3, 2, 1, go. And this veto here is for Team Islands for game number 2 between BacT and Nicov. Thank you very much for the subscription, Lifestyler AOC, and also to Ramnek as well. Thank you guys for subscribing and supporting the stream. It is much appreciated. If you subscribe now, I'll read your name out while we're doing the Civ draft as well. So get it in while it's hot. All right. Malay immediately banned for Nicov. And we are still yet to see the Malay on a water map. They are one of the best water civs in the game now, I feel. And they've been banned every time. BacT banning out the Mongols. And let's see what's going to come next. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think the Malay is a pretty obvious ban. I think that's a good one. Mongols, pretty strong civ. Indians being banned has been a really common theme in this tournament. The Indians are powerful civ on both land and water. Nicov will ban Huns. Huns was, interestingly, the civ that he had last game that really, the Huns bonuses really helped him out a lot, I think, to get the jump on BacT. BacT will ban Huns this time, which I think is very, very wise. And Nicov will have an opportunity to ban one more civ. I wonder if it will be Indians that he bans here. Let's see.
Yeah, Indian's a very strong civ for this map. I just realized, though, I posted the wrong giveaway link in the chat. I failed actual giveaway link. There we go. Post it twice just to make sure that you know it's the actual one. Yep. So what do we see here? We see the Britons being banned out for Nicov, and in usual style, the last civ to be banned is the one that he picks. Britons being taken there, whilst BacT takes the Indians. Both, I feel, are very strong on water maps. Neither of them get like a direct water bonus, like that affects their ships or something like that, or their docks. But they both have very strong economies, and I'm going to be interested to see how this one plays out. I think maybe it's hard to say. I mean, obviously the Indians have cheaper vills, which start saving them food from the start of the game. And Britons gather from sheep faster, which increases their food at the start of the game. So which bonus is better? I guess we'll have to launch the game and see for ourselves.
Yeah, I agree. Really interesting choices. Can't wait to jump into game number 2. And hopefully BacT can win so we can see at least a third game in this set. That'd be fun.
Yeah, exactly. So let's count down now in 3, 2, 1, play. And we're now going to go ahead and switch it in-game for you on the stream. Hello and welcome to the Escape Gaming Masters 2. This is the upper bracket, and we're here with Nicov versus BacT. It is 1-0 to Nicov right now as we go into game 2 here on Team Islands. I'm joined once again by KillerB, and I'll let you introduce the players and the civs here.
Sounds great. Thanks again for having me. Hopefully you guys out there are enjoying this series. Game number 2 here could be a decisive game. If Nicov gets the win, it is a best of 3. So we are probably all cheering for BacT. Everybody wants to see 3 games, I would think. Team Islands is the map. We'll start off with the blue player BacT. He's going to be playing as Indians. Indians are a beefy civ. They've been banned a lot in this tournament, but this particular set, they are available. Villagers cost less, and you have a little bit of a bonus for fishermen. Don't know if that's going to come into effect in a major way at all, but that is an interesting thing to keep in mind. Of course, Team Islands, the map, lots of territory on your side, and you can see players booming up in some circumstances as long as their resources aren't too close to hugging the shoreline. And I think that's totally the case for BacT. He's not going to be too worried about the shores of his island, and he's probably going to be able to boom up pretty nicely. He will probably build a navy as well early in the feudal age, but let's wait and see. On the other side of the map, we'll see the red player Nicov playing as Britons. He will be taking cheap with 5 Vils, as you should as a Britons player. At the moment, just getting his economy in order. Britons is a really interesting choice here. No obvious bonus that I'm seeing that he would be choosing them for, but we'll see how he does. It's certainly going to have the cheaper TCs if he does want to boom up in the Castle Age. I would say Nikov's resources are hugging the coast a little bit more on the right side of his map, but all in all, I think he's going to be just fine, has plenty of territory here, and he is going to be able to hold his own in this match. Nicov forewent a dock in the previous match early on. I just don't think that's an option here. I think he'll be fishing early on in this match, and I think we'll see a game decided by a couple of larger navies here in the later game.
Yeah, I mean, if it gets that far, a lot of the time, Team Islands can be quite a quick map. It just depends how the players' starts go. Now, at this level, this caliber, these guys generally going to have very similar level starts. They're basically going to be neck and neck all the way up to the feudal age. And then at that point, things get interesting. But, with the new water meta, it could be a very different style game than what we're used to. Normally in AOC, we'll see galleys only. Here we can see the feudal age fire galley and the demolition raft, which we saw in the last game. And that can change things around quite heavily on the water here. Now, about BacT, the efficiency of BacT could be increased slightly. A lot of the time, if players go and build a dock, they'll often gather the shorefish that's next to the dock on the way back. We might see Nicov do this now, but he's actually going to go and build a house instead. He could go and grab the shorefish afterwards. That's just an efficiency thing. And with BacT being the Indians, his villagers carry more shorefish. It could have been something he could have took a small advantage from, but he's going to have to walk straight back to his TC anyway because there's no shorefish there. I also wanted to add that I'm interested to see who will reach the feudal age first. Is the Briton sheep gather bonus going to outweigh the Indian cheaper villagers? And once we get to feudal, what are we going to see next? Because if it's over quickly, if one player gets to the feudal age very quickly, generally speaking, it's a very short game. If they reach the feudal age at a very similar time, we could see a very long game. And a lot of people asked, okay, why Team Islands? Why not regular islands? I mean, after all, this is a 1v1, not a team game. The reason why Team Islands is because there's a lot more land mass on both sides, and that opens the map for more landing opportunities. Now, in a lot of water maps, whoever wins the water wins the game. But that is not the case on Team Islands, because if you lose the water, a landing opportunity is always viable, or not always, but mostly viable, because you do have the opportunity to try and sneak a transport ship around due to just how large these islands are and how hard it is to cover the whole area with ships. So that's something to keep in mind, as well as the players here build up in the Dark Age, both adding in 2 ships for now, and probably going to go up to 4 fishing ships each before making that feudal age upgrade click.
Yeah, both players went loom. I expected Nicov to click up there, but he didn't have the food to click up. BacT maybe timing out his Dark Age build slightly better. He garrisoned and was able to click up. Nicov garrisoned all the vills. He wanted to click up to feudal, but he had to go with 1 more villager because he didn't have enough food in the bank. So he's going to be 1 villager behind up to the feudal age, and that is not an insignificant detail. That's going to give BacT the opportunity to get the first navy out on the map, and that really could be a game changer. We'll have to keep our eyes open for that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a small difference, but a few seconds in this game can make a very big difference overall, because it all adds up. And that's what's really important at these very, very high levels, when you've got players who have really reached the peak of skill level in Age of Empires. what really makes them stand apart from just a regular 2K is just how efficient everything is. Saving just 1 or 2 seconds here or there over the course of a 40, 50-minute game can really add up. So that's the kind of stuff that's paramount to these players. BacT here will be first up. He's already got his second dock up, and you can see just a few seconds difference, but that's going to allow him to get the first ships out. It's going to allow him to start harassing Nicov first, and if Nicov loses his fishing ships here, that could be devastating, as they are really crucial for providing sustained food income. Especially here, as you see Nikov's economy, he has no villagers gathering food. They're all on wood, they're all on gold. This build order is perfected, but if he loses the ships, that really messes things up for him, because he has to then send more villagers out to food to compensate for the lack of food coming in on the water.
Yeah, I think that advantage for BacT is going to be 1 fire ship out early, and he will, or fire galley out early, and he might be able to snipe a fishing ship, but it's not going to amount to much. He wasn't able to queue both docks up at the same time at the start of Feudal Age. He didn't have the resources for it. Nicov was able to do that, so Nikov's not going to be as far behind as he was up to Feudal, but let's see how this first galley coming in, see how much damage that can do.
Yeah, immediately coming in and then backing away. And the thing here is that BacT took the first little bit of damage from that galley of Nicov, so he doesn't want to fall behind in galley count. He would rather not take out the fishing ship. I mean, he could go kamikaze and kill the fishing ship there, but then he would fall behind in fire galleys and Nicov would overwhelm him and then kill his own ships right back. The next thing we see coming out from BacT is the demolition raft. If he can land a good shot here on the fishing ships or on the fire galleys, that would be huge. Looks like he was going for the fishing ships, but ended up having to go for the fires instead, but that's going to change the course of the fight, as BacT now has a larger health pool on these units, and he can now afford to go and chase down the fishing ships a little bit. It looks like he's going to be able to sink 1. Nicov now on 3 ships, losing 1. BacT only on 3 as well, though. Bear in mind, BacT did not add that 4th fishing ship to begin with. And BacT taking an early advantage on the water here, but for how long can he sustain it? Because whilst all this is going on, whilst all this micro is happening on the water, players do have to manage their economies back at home. And usually for us, I mean, this is the thing that amazes me. For us spectators, we're obviously very focused on the fight in the center. Bear in mind, the players have to be focused on this and on what's going on in their economy as well. So good demolition raft for BacT. Nicov responds with his own, but it wasn't as good in my opinion, and BacT's now going to take a big advantage here, cleaning up the whole of Nikov's navy. What is next for Nicov now?
Yeah, Nicov is in some trouble there. That was a really good demo raft, like you said, from BacT. Did a ton of splash damage, and it looks like we have some demo on demo violence going down right in the middle of the map, so those 2 ships will equalize one another. But yeah, Nicov right now is a little bit behind the 8 ball. He's falling a little bit behind on water, both players with 3 docks. It looks like Nikov's fishing economy is mostly just searching around for safer waters. He's chewing through his last couple of sheep, he being Nicov, and after that, he's going to be a little bit hurting for a food economy. At the moment, 17 food in the bank for Nicov. BacT is probably going to be doing a little bit better at keeping his TC going at full blast, and that could parlay into a bigger advantage later in this game.
Yeah, having villager idle time is, TC idle time is absolutely crippling on this map. And as we said earlier, with Nikov's ships going idle, that's really been a detriment to his food income. So Nicov now, chewing through the sheep, as you say. Thankfully, as the Britons, he does have that gather bonus. But now look, he's forced to cede to farms. BacT, still no farms up yet. Farms, of course, costing wood. And what do you need wood for? Well, you need woods for boats. Without wood, you can't build boats. Without boats, you can't win the water. And BacT, well, he's well and truly won the water right now. Look at that score difference already. And this is what I'm talking about with those minor seconds of advantage adding up over the course of the game. BacT adding in the galleys, adding in a blacksmith, and we're going to see fletching coming in for him as well, which is going to be the strongest unit available now, I feel, in the Feudal Age, and that's those galleys with +1. Nicov now needs to resort to plan B. And what could plan B be? Well, plan B could be, oh my god, too many B's, KillerB.
Yeah, no kidding.
It could be to add a lot more farms and try and out-boom BacT. Now, that's really hard because BacT can just add more fish, and BacT might start queuing up more fishing ships in a second here to take advantage of that. But if Nicov can outboom BacT, get to the castle age and retake the water, that would be good. Alternatively, he could go for a landing. He could build docks on the back to try and regroup and outnumber BacT on the water, but so far I'm not seeing any of that.
Yeah, right now we're seeing Nicov still building fire galleys and demo ships, but he has slowed down his rate of production by quite a lot. Nicov actually sending a couple of his ships around the backside of his island. Maybe he'll think about, I don't know, redocking, like you said, in the Castle Age on the back of the map. But yeah, for right now, BacT has pretty decisively won the water. He's got those 3 fishing ships that he built initially still working. And that is getting a whole lot of bang for his buck. If we look at backside, 0 farms have been seeded, and he is just saving so much, not only wood, but also villager time. You know, those villagers of Nicov that are taking food are not taking other resources, and it's really going to be a bigger and bigger advantage for BacT as we move forward.
There's such a huge contrast when you look at their economies right now, and BacT doing exactly what all Tyrant players will do. And I remember yesterday, I think it was Nilpford was saying something about this, that Tyrant players, since they were all kind of, you know, they're all in a little team together, they were all past knowledge from the great K-Cap, he's made a transport ship, and he's immediately going to push this advantage by going for a landing. Now, a lot of players in this position, they might think, well, okay, I've got the water, I've won the water, let's take out the docks, you know, let's fish boom, let's take this game, you know, with water control into the late game. Not BacT. He's actually going to go ahead and go for a landing and try and finish it now. He's already got the archery range in the barracks up here with the archers coming out, looking for that landing to just shut Nicov down and end this. I mean, why not? He's in a great position. But Nicov on the water could potentially be pulling this one back, as his 4 fire galleys now chasing down these 4 galleys from BacT. A little bit scary, and this is what Nicov wants to do. Of course, if he wins the water right back, BacT will not be able to get the transport ship over. Oh, man, this guy's name, it just makes me sound like an idiot sometimes.
You know, interesting detail there. Nicov was running in, he was suiciding a fire galley. He was trying to grab fishing ships. BacT was able to micro his transport to keep it 1 panel out of Nikov's line of sight the entire time. So Nicov still has no idea that this is coming. He might be anticipating it, like you said, because it is a strategy, as Nilly was telling us, that's pretty common. But really great micro from BacT. He was moving that transport ship around up and down all over the place to keep it out of sight. And these archers are potentially going to catch Nicov with his pants down. 1 panel difference, and Nicov might be towering right now. He might be walling right now, but it's going to be total harassment coming in from the blue player BacT with those +1 archers.
Yeah, Nicov here absolutely caught with his pants down. Cannot have any defense to this because, well, he doesn't have a barrack, so he can't start making any counter units to these archers. He doesn't even have enough wood for a barracks, and since BacT has gone straight to the wood line here and denying that, it's going to be difficult for Nicov. Nikov's response, a blacksmith and a watchtower. The watchtower, of course, will secure this area of the map for now, but he can only make 1 watchtower. He is going to wall up on the left side, and if I was Nicov, I would wall up on this back as well. Trying to mitigate this damage as much as possible. So far, Nicov able to do that. I think he only lost 1 villager, but obviously the response quite severe, having to build a watchtower here. That's not going to give him much value as this game goes on.
Oh wow, Nikov's transport sailing right in, I'm sorry, BacT's transport sailing right in front of Nikov's navy. Nicov not able to stop that ship, so the next group of archers will make land. But yeah, in the meantime, Nicov has taken over the momentum on water a little bit. He has more ships. Right now, he's not necessarily using them to clean up all the galleys of BacT, but he is harassing that transport ship, and that thing is going to go down here pretty shortly.
Oh, just getting
quite.
away. No, Nicov here. He's got his... Go on, Nicov. You can surely finish this. Okay, maybe not. This transport ship's going to get away. Unbelievable. The archers here being harassed by the wolves, nearly losing 1. And another going down to 13 health. But they are going to come in from this right side, trying to take out more villagers on the wood line by harassing them over the top. It seems to me like BacT has been able to do minimal damage And the comeback for Nicov is certainly on right now. Can we get some AoE comebacks in the chat? Because Nicov can certainly make it back from this position. But, you know, back to 3 archers on the wall. He's going to pick up another villager. And it certainly does look grim for Nicov. But I'm feeling like he is starting to make a little progress on the water, at least. He did do some damage there. He's on the way to the Castle Age as well, sorry. As is BacT right now.
Yeah, both players on their way up. BacT has he's walled off the northern part of his map with stone walls, maybe anticipating a landing from his opponent, but he's walled out some resources there that could be useful in the later game. So for now, BacT playing very cautiously. I think he's sensing that he's ahead. He's also walled he's built houses all the way around the right side of his island, so he is really immune to a landing. Nicov is much more vulnerable, as we've seen already, but those archers, he's done a good job to parry those archers. They haven't done that much damage yet.
Yeah, he's done pretty well, actually, and now that BacT and Nicov are both in the Castle Age, they are going to be starting to upgrade those ships on the water, and generally speaking, as the game goes later, the water becomes more valuable, because as you go further into the game, your ships will be able to reach further inland as you start getting the ship upgrades and bracer and bodkin arrow and all that good stuff. And then obviously civilizations that have access to the good old cannon galleon. That's incredibly powerful if you have the water control later on in the game. But right now, BacT doing huge damage with these crossbow here. Nicov losing many villagers in this wood line. And with that, I feel like the comeback is... it's really out of sight here. I had hope for a while, I really did, but I feel like Nicov now is going to fall too far behind after losing so much to just 3 crossbows, even though they'll get cleaned up by the mangonel.
Yeah, what we were watching before, the transport ship did get cleaned up by Nicov. BacT, though, has built another, and he's still sending over crossbows 3x3. Nicov, obviously having lost his momentum on the water here, is going to GG out. And we're going to see a game number 3. All right.
Yeah, drawing level now. As BacT does pick up that second game. It really, it's a snowball effect that you get once you win the early game on the water. And BacT really punishing Nicov there with those archers as well. That was a very good response for him once he did win the early game. I thought Nicov was very close to regaining water control. If he'd have done that, he could have denied the fishing ships from BacT, because BacT did add a few extra fish in here, and that would have delayed BacT's Castle Age a little bit. With that done, Nicov could have really leveled things out, but sadly he was unable to achieve that objective, and as a result, BacT was able to keep his lead and just basically extend that lead further with these crossbow harassing the woodline of Nicov back here. Enjoyable game. I know that after doing the poll, a lot of people said, I've got the poll results. I asked for some feedback, and you have responded. And I've seen that feedback, and it's quite amazing, really astonishing even, how much people prefer land maps. Just 2% of people who voted in the poll prefer water maps over land maps or hybrid maps. That's a very low number. 5 people out of 256 said that water maps were their favorite. So with that in mind, we're certainly going to avoid seeing too many water maps in future events. And, just to let you know, we are listening to your feedback, and we will make sure that we take steps to give you the most enjoyable tournaments possible. With that said, though, we are going to throw it across to Nilpford now, who's going to give his analysis of what just happened in game number 2.
BacT against Nicov, another water map. And guys, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I'm still doing it. Nicov going for water here. 3 on gold.
Grayton?
Rest on wood. What did we learn before, guys? We learned galleys, 3 on gold, later at 2. Fire galleys. I now did the math. It's not 3. It's more than 3 on gold, if you want to go for fire galleys. And Nicov, just not enough out. And now we can see At the moment, at the start, he can keep up production quite a bit because he's investing a lot on the new docks, but soon he's floating so much wood here. You can see now can't really keep all his docks running. He already had 300 wood, not enough gold for another fire ship, and yeah, needs to run now. Look at this 400 wood. At the same time, we have BacT going for lots of gold. Nicov losing the water. Control very early on, full production here, 3 docks, 4 BacT. Nicov trying to fall back a bit. BacT now coming with a nice demo hit. Bam, and now he basically won the water. Nice landing afterwards. We saw this nice early archer rating, forcing Nicov to build a defensive tower to pull all his villagers. Look at the gold count now. He doesn't have enough gold to click up. He loses a villager, all the villagers idle, no more gold, and the expo rate later showed by ZeroEmpires as well, really punishing Nicov pretty nicely here. And BacT, after winning the water, nice archer and expo rating afterwards and securing the win for himself. Now I'm pretty excited for game number 3 coming up here. Oh boy, this should be good.
This should be good, as we will be seeing that third and final game of the series, Nicov versus BacT here in the upper bracket. I will show you the bracket right now just so you guys can see what that looks like. Bear in mind, the winner of this series will go through to the grand finals, and the loser will drop down to face DauT, a very formidable opponent. And that's going to be tough. So it's all on the line now for both of these guys. In the meantime, before we get into the next game, thank you very much to 2 versus 2 Deus, who has subscribed to the channel, and also to Paz Harsi. Thank you to you guys for supporting the stream and yeah, allowing us to continue doing what we're doing here, hosting great tournaments for you to enjoy. And I'm going to go ahead and get KillerB back now, and we're going to go and check out the Civ draft for the next one. Let's have a quick look at TeamSpeak. Yeah, okay, I'm not unmuted. There we go. He can hear me now. So let's check the Civ draft here for game 3, if you're ready with that.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, in 3, 2, 1, go. And here we go. So the third and final map in this series is going to be Gold Rush. And we've not seen too many Gold Rush games, actually. But Gold Rush is one of my personal favorites in the map pool, or of the map pool, because it's so, you know, it forces so much aggression towards the center, forces players to play a lot more aggressive. Now, we have seen a lot of aggressive games in this tournament. It's not like players have just been turtling and booming every game, but we're definitely going to see a lot more action in the earlier stages of the game, and it's a lot of fun to see that fight and that struggle for the gold there.
Yeah, this one is going to be exciting for all the marbles. Who can control the gold is almost always the key. Sometimes these games are over before the center really matters. We've seen a couple of those where the one player is far out and ahead of the other early on. But so far, we've seen Aztecs banned, a very gold-heavy civ. Nicov will ban Mongols for both players. Mongols, a great rating civ. Nicov will ban Huns. I wonder if BacT will ban Huns now, maybe thinking that his opponent might want that civ. Looks like Nicov will ban Britons. Yeah, and we will see BacT ban Huns. So these guys are basically already playing a strategy game just in the draft.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, neither player wants Aztecs out there on the loose, as we've seen so many times, Aztecs being banned or just simply not picked. You know, I want to make sure in the future that we are sort of varying the veto mode so that we do see a larger variety of civs. And speaking of seeing a larger variety of civs, actually, guys, next weekend, I know that we're just about to get into another game here, but I just want to briefly say, next weekend, we're going to be hosting right here on this channel At the same time, we're going to be hosting a 2v2 tournament, which is going to be sponsored by Microsoft, and it's going to see these players as well. Nicov will be in it. We're going to see a lot of teams fighting for the throne once again. But since it's going to be a 2v2, we're going to see some really cool civilization combos. Bear in mind that these civs have team bonuses as well that can complement each other and work together. And we're also going to see old versus new. So we should see a bigger variety of civs, a lot more combinations of matchups. And I'm really excited for that as well. So do make sure that you're following the stream. You can also follow us on Facebook and Twitter as well. The links will be in the chat. And then you can make sure not to miss any of that stuff. But right now, yeah, obviously we do have this game to get underway, and it's going to be BacT picking up the Malians, Nicov picking up the Indians, and given how strong the Indians have been and their insanely high win rate in this event, I'm amazed that they keep slipping through the cracks.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. You know, the Malians don't have Hazar Paladins, so maybe that's not going to make those Indian camels so beefy. But I suppose we'll see this one unfold, and can't wait to see the decisive game number 3 here, to see who goes on to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to say as well that, you know, every event that we do, we are trying to change the civ pools a bit so that we do see different civs in action. Obviously, the Indians have been very dominant this time, but that's certainly not to say they will be next time around as well. So let's jump into the game if you're ready in 3, 2, 1, go. And here we are now switching it on the stream for everybody at home to see. Welcome to game number 3, Nicov versus BacT. It is the decider now to see who will make it through to the grand finals and who will drop down to the losers bracket to face DauT, who is waiting there for them like an attack dog, just waiting to get his jaws on the loser of this game. But yeah, joining me once again is KillerB, and go ahead and take it away here.
All right. Thanks again for having me. Can't wait to see this decisive game number 3. Loser will go packing and have to try to fight for 3rd place. Winner will be in it for, as everyone was saying, all the marbles. There are a lot of marbles on the line today. What we're seeing at the moment is Nicov playing in red as Indians versus BacT playing in blue as Malians. Indians player Nicov is going to have a couple of bonuses. Of course, villagers cost less. That's going to be a really important bonus for them. They also have really, really great camels. The thing is, those camels are not going to be so useful, I wouldn't think, because BacT's civ is Malians. And if my memory serves me, they do not have Hazar or Paladin. They're not a civ that you're going to pour a ton of money into cavalry. So we'll see how the armies match up here as the game rolls on. Looking first at the maps, we'll see Nicov in red. He's going to have a small gold pile to the north of his TC and another gold pile to the north. Interestingly, he's got wood lines here that almost create like a natural pocket for him. If he walls toward his TC, he can really have safe gold and wood in the back. Both of his boars are behind his TC, so I don't think we'll see those get stolen here. On the other side, we will see the blue player BacT. BacT is going to have 3 villagers headed over to wood for now. We'll see where the 4th villager goes for him. BacT has a similar area behind his TC, a kind of a natural pocket created by trees. That will allow him to protect at least 1 gold pile and a stone pile. So I think BacT, who is sending a 4th vill over to wood, can play this game a little bit defensively, maybe walling toward his TC and taking those resources. In either case, the big fly in the ointment in this game is the center of the map, which is just absolutely doused and covered with gold and wolves. So keep that in mind. Wolves are equally distributed here. They're going to be a little bit of a problem if you try to go forward with unprotected vills. That gold is actually in a crater for the most part, so that could be very interesting as well. So we'll see who gets early momentum here and who can take over the middle. We'll see how this game rolls forward.
Yeah, it's difficult on this map. A lot of the time, it's very hard to have a very wallable map. And if we cast our mind back to, it might have even been the first round, maybe the second round, Nicov basically had a full natural wall off of trees when he played this map. There was like a ring of trees around his base and a small gap, and he like triple walled it and he fast castled. That's definitely not going to be possible on this one. And on Gold Rush, it's very preferable to try and take early map control, try and harass your opponent at the early stages of the game, and that could be even as early as doing a drush and attacking them in the Dark Age. Why? Well, you really want to try and prevent them from getting to the center, because although there are a couple of gold mines and both players have their gold mines to the back of their bases, which is nice, it's not long term. These two gold piles, there's 4 in one, there's 3 in the other. They will run out before long, and players are forced towards that center. And usually you see players building offensive castles here. They're going to try and lock this down and claim as much of it as their own as possible. And that's why you see that early aggression. And in this case, the map is very open as well. So it might even be a case of finishing the game before it even comes to taking the center, due to just how open it can be on the front. Already we see players building house walls and using them as kind of like little wall-offs here. And with both players sending 4 villagers to take wood, I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a drush from either of them. Both of them very good potential as drush civs even.
Yeah, interestingly, if we do see a drush, I think we'll see a slight advantage for the Malian player BacT. I think they do get a damage bonus. Is that correct? +1 pierce armor. I'm sorry. So there,
yes,
that will not help in the drush v drush. So yeah, we may see a drush v drush. Both players have scouted each other's back area. Nicov with his scout now, getting an idea of what BacT has to work with behind his TC. BacT earlier on scouting behind Nikov's TC as well. So neither player is going to be blindsided by their opponent's map. Really good scouting here. I've been checking on the villagers. They're perfectly matched. The numbers and even the timing. Go ahead.
Interestingly, neither player going for a drush here. It looked like they might. 4 villagers to wood can often indicate a drush. In this case, both players had a big surplus of wood. But normally, if you're aiming to do a drush, you want to be building your barracks around the 6-minute 30 mark. Obviously, we're hitting 8 minutes now and still no barracks. So there won't be a Dark Age rush here. But we could see, as both players here are adding 2 villagers over to gold, it seems, we could potentially see the men-at-arms play instead. Now, BacT is adding in his barracks here as he goes up to the feudal age. He's slightly faster, and Nicov is a little bit behind, but up by 1 villager. So all in all, they are still neck and neck. And BacT here adding in his barracks. So I'm expecting he'll be making militia now, and he's going to go for men-at-arms instead, which is just, as much of a popular strat. Nicov, though, no barracks yet, and so I think he's probably going to go straight into archers by the looks of it, as he's got 3 villagers on gold, and the barracks is late for doing men-at-arms. So it's going to be men-at-arms for BacT, and looking like it's going to be archers from Nicov. Nicov could be in a good position then in that case, and BacT sending 3 vills out across the map here, well aware of course of where those wolves are and avoiding them. Doesn't want to have his villagers maimed as they cross over this dangerous territory here.
Yeah, it's a very good point that Nicov was actually able to hover around there and see those militia, and he's actually going to be so diligent with his scouting that he's going to walk back to those militia, and he may even find the villagers if he's careful here. Nicov right now putting on a scouting clinic. He's going to find the villagers coming forward, and he's going to totally anticipate men-at-arms and towers, and we'll see if he can stop it. I think he probably will be able to now that he knows it's coming.
Yeah, chasing away the units as well a little bit. BacT there, bringing his militia, away from the front line. Nicov did take damage on his scout, but I think that was worth it. He gets the information he needs, and BacT here coming forward. 2 ranges for Nicov now. As we sort of thought, he will go straight into archers, as he has got these villagers out on gold. But BacT with the forward range, it's a risky play to make now, especially since Nicov is well aware. Nicov does lose his scout close to BacT space, but for the time being, the pressure is on. Let's see if we see some of those aggressive towers from BacT. Sadly for him, Nikov's map is quite safe on the wood. There's not going to be a tower he can place that will really trouble Nikov's wood line, maybe here or here, but it's going to be very ineffective. Maybe he'll try and put one on the left, but even then he's only going to be covering the berries. So BacT might struggle doing damage right now, as Nicov would probably want to play defensive with these archers.
Yeah, it's an interesting play from BacT. He's going with archers right off the bat out of that range. I thought he might go with skirmishers to go along with his tower push. But like you said, for now, Nicov in a pretty good spot to wall in his economy if he wants to. Nicov going double range archers. He already sees the tower that BacT is trying to get up. And he's going to be able to build a counter tower if he wants to. And it looks like he will drop a tower. He's got more villagers building this than his opponent. And that might spell doom to the blue player's tower rush here.
Yeah, Nicov here just trying to put the tower up to alleviate any damage or forward aggression from BacT, and that's going to go up first, so that's going to stop him in his tracks, really. As I said before, BacT doesn't really have any good positioning for this tower, and I did immediately check back at BacT's base once he started building that tower to see if he was on stone. He was not, but he has now moved 2 vills out to take stone back here, and I'm really questioning if this is a mistake. And yeah, even building I thought that was a mining camp. It's a house on the stone mine at the front outside of Nikov's base. But yeah, I hope he doesn't commit too heavily to make towers, because I think that would be a mistake. And BacT here seemingly going to lose his tower on the front for free and maybe return home with those villagers, because to be honest, there's not a lot else they can do out here. Nicov has stalled BacT out perfectly and put himself into a very comfortable position now, just with this defensive style play.
Yeah, you and I did the same thing and checked that back area. It does feel like a blunder to me as well. BacT is going to send a 3rd villager over to stone, so that indicates that he wants to keep a tower push going. He wants to be able to roll around and maybe squeeze a little bit of Nikov's eco. But Nicov here is just absolutely anticipating it. He's still building archers, he being Nicov. But he's not doing so at a fast rate. Interestingly, there is a hole in the wall by the berries on Nikov's side, and that could be a really big game changer here.
Yeah, Nicov actually hasn't taken any stone here. Why? Because the stone is all outside of his base. This could be the reason why BacT is coming forward like this. Nicov now, thankfully, he does have loom, so his villagers aren't dying super quick here. But he does lose 1 villager in this fight, bringing the villagers in to aggress these units from BacT. It's a good choice, to be honest, because BacT has only got a small number of skirms here, so Nicov should be able to push this away successfully, and he will. At the cost of 1 villager and a little bit of idle time, this is not bad going for Nicov, providing he can actually clear up this army. But nice micro from BacT, actually, kiting Nicov around a bit, picking up some kills, units. And yeah, sadly for BacT though, he will lose the tower. Nicov will regain control of his left flank, and returning those villagers back to work now. He's taken minimal damage, really.
Yeah, that was a really nice play from BacT to force Nikov's hand, and I totally agree. Nicov really did have to commit 5 or 6 villagers. I think it was 5 villagers to that fight. He's going to have to wall up that flank. I think he will be able to do that. He's basically been able to push BacT back. Man, that's a hard name. But yeah, I like the play from both players. Nikov's reaction was exactly what he needed it to be, at least in my opinion. BacT transitioning to skirms here, which is a very wise choice. Nicov is a little bit slower to add in some skirmishers, but he does seem to have quite a numbers advantage with his archers.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Nicov get +1 defense here from the blacksmith for these ranged units, and he could afford it. I think leaving his TC idle for a little bit though, and now queuing vills back up, so maybe not for a while. But he has transitioned into making skirms of his own. BacT once again, 3rd tower now coming up, and I'm really questioning whether he'll be able to successfully build this. He's moving his skirms close to the wall just to try and push that army from Nicov away. But Nicov now has his own skirmishes here as well, so he can harass those vills and delay that tower. Of course, as we said, Nicov doesn't have access to stone right now, so he can't build a tower of his own in defense anymore. But once again, BacT has been pushed away, and Nikov's bringing his villagers into fight. But it's perfectly fine to do so. Adding these 4 villagers into the fight, or even 5 now, it's great because he can do good damage with them, and bear in mind that BacT also has 3 villagers here that are idle also. So Nicov in a very strong position. BacT failing 3 towers, it's going to cost him a huge amount of resources, and this is why I was really concerned just a few minutes ago when I was saying, well, is it really a good idea for BacT to move over to stone now and try and pressure this? And it's certainly not paid off for the time being.
Yeah, interestingly, it's a very good point. Nikov's able to bring in his villagers to push BacT away because BacT has gone full skirmisher. So in that way, Nikov's choice of continuing to build some archers did help him out. Those archers are now circling around the main gold pile in the center, and they're going to try to hit BacT at home. They're not immediately going to get in, but a lot of palisades here could be pushed through by these archers relatively quickly. Actually, it looks like he's going to circle toward the opening in the wall on BacT's side. So Nicov playing this one very nicely. I totally agree. I think BacT's going to have a lot of trouble establishing more towers. And right now he's got 3 villagers standing on top of a hill near his opponent's territory, not really doing anything. They're walking back and forth. They're trying to stay alive. And that is as good as being totally idle. So a little bit of a tough game from BacT. I think the scores bear it out, and he's falling a little bit behind.
I'm quite impressed, though, that BacT has actually managed to get so many units out here as he fights here on the hill. He's actually probably traded fairly well and used very good micro against Nikov's army. Problem is, Nikov's villagers getting in there, doing a bit of damage, but Nikov's lost most of his army here, and now his villagers are in a little bit of a compromising position. But I wanted to just say, really, that BacT has been on one range this whole time, yet he's really kept up with Nicov in military production, even though Nikov's been on 2 ranges. So that's really interesting to me, and the micro from BacT has definitely been very good. He's continuing to pick off Nikov's army. Both players now even on the upgrades with +1 defense, and BacT's microing his army very, very effectively indeed, trying to get as many units as he can whilst avoiding the villagers as they will break his formation. And yeah, BacT kiting Nicov around, doing so very well.
Nicov sneaking a couple archers that were going forward to do some raiding all the way back around the map. He does take down a villager from BacT, and now those skirmishers are a bit on the rope. BacT's still not ready to send those 2 villagers on the left back home. I think it's probably time for them to fold up shop. But right now, scouts starting to come out here for the red player Nicov. Looks like 1 scout for now. To harass those skirms. Nicov at the moment, 700 food, 300 gold. BacT at the moment, 100 food, 40 gold. So we can probably see where these players are trying to go with the next stage of the game.
Yeah, the power of the Indians starting to come through now. Bear in mind, obviously, Nicov did make a lot more archers compared to BacT, who was only making skirms. So that could explain the slightly higher food as well, but definitely saving the resources on each villager, helping Nicov to reach the 800 food he needs to click up to the Castle Age. And with that Castle Age upgrade coming in so quickly in comparison to BacT here, I'm a little concerned for BacT going forward into the middle stage of the game here. Also, this might be a very, very clever play by Nicov to add that 1 scout cavalry, because that is such a curveball. BacT doesn't know what to make of that. Does BacT think, okay, well, he's made a scout. That means Nikov's going to be investing into scouts to counter my skirms. That means Nikov's not going to be up to the Castle Age, and that means we're going to have a long feudal war. Or is he going to read that and think, okay, it's just it's just trying to throw me off with that. He's actually probably clicked up by now, and he's got a pretty large army with only 1 scout in it. He's probably not that committed to the scout production.
And it's an interesting point. The blue player BacT did build a spear in response to that scout. BacT is ready to make another push. Notably, BacT still has 3 vills on stone. It doesn't look like he's going to build more towers. I think he's going to wait for his Castle Age to come in and try to drop a castle that takes some possession of the center gold. We've got a long way to go before that happens. BacT is not ready to click up. He's not terribly close. But I think that might be on his mind. Potentially a defensive castle, or maybe a castle to try to take over some territory in the middle.
Yeah, BacT here, going forward, going to take a fight at his range, which is placed here on this hill. It's like half health nearly, after Nicov was battering away at that. But with Nicov now up to the Castle Age and 2 stables here, I'm interested to see what he does next. Now, wouldn't it be amazing if the Indians could make knights? It would be fantastic, but since that's not in their tech tree, the Indians now, with 2 stables, not really sure what the plan is. Camels, they'll be okay, but it's not going to be anything special. And Nicov not really producing anything, just doing the crossbowman upgrade right now, and looks like he'll keep making those whilst adding in, well, a single camel.
Yeah, I think Nicov might have been anticipating more skirmishers from BacT, and when that army came forward full of archers, he might have changed his mind. Hard to say exactly what he's thinking, but maybe he's out there in the chat and can tell us. But right now, Nicov will out-tech his opponent, having crossbowmen upgrade in and having +2 damage, and he's going to chase BacT all the way across the map. The blue player BacT here has clicked up, but he is not terribly close to hitting the Castle Age, and he will have to spend some of his stone on defensive watchtowers because he's going to be raided soon by the archers of his opponent.
Another pretty rough thing for BacT here is that now he's had to play defensively because, you know, Nikov's out-teching him. He can't really take a good fight right now. His archery range on the front is really far away, and his archery range back at home, that's great, but that's only one military production building here for BacT, which can reliably reinforce his army. So I feel a little concerned about the fact that this archery range is so far away. Nicov also adding in a siege workshop on the front now, as these armies basically chase each other around. Nicov just trying to do as much damage as he can, BacT trying to avoid as much damage as he can until that Castle Age comes in and he can turn this around and fight. I feel like camels here for Nicov going to be very underwhelming in this game. I think it's unlikely that the Malians will be making much cavalry anyway, and even, you know, right now these camels are not going to be super strong versus these archers with +1 attack. So BacT's just trying to buy as much time as possible before hitting the Castle Age. We'll see what he does after that. Obviously, I'm anticipating mass archers here, and Nicov in the meantime probably just going to try and ride this out and start taking some middle of the map control. However, he does not have enough stone for a castle right now, while BacT a little bit closer to that castle and taking center control here.
Yeah, Nicov is going to pincer some of those skirmishers and archers before the Castle Age upgrades come in from BacT. BacT has spotted Nikov's siege workshop, so he's going to anticipate a mangonel. But that being said, mangonel rolling forward potentially to put some heat on these archers and skirms. The positioning of that siege workshop from Nicov seems maybe it could be a defensive siege workshop. He's gone with a second TC. He may try to protect himself a little bit more first and play this one a little bit cautiously. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like the Indians, they're much more preferable for playing a defensive style until they reach the Imperial Age. They have a lot of counter units at their disposal, so and that's really where their strength lies. So just like kind of defending and playing a counter game until they reach Imp, where they can just overwhelm their opponent with a really powerful Imperial Age army. I think that's where their strength might be. But yeah, BacT here has finished off the crossbow upgrade. He's got the bodkin arrow in now, and he's got his own mangonel on the way out. So I think he's got the potential to defend quite effectively here, as well as the university coming up. It looks like BacT's going to be quite aggressive with this university, and as I say that, he adds a second TC. So what I'm expecting might be just 2 TCs from BacT and a little bit more touch of aggression here, as Nicov adds in his 3rd TC now in the center, but does not have a university for ballistics yet.
Yeah, Nicov will also add in a monastery up to the north. For now, BacT has stopped producing crossbows from that forward range. He has 1 crossbowman garrisoned, and that is it for now. BacT is trying to get a little bit cheeky with 3 crossbows up near Nikov's base to the, I suppose, to the east of Nikov's base. But they have not been able to harass any villagers. The wood lines and the walls are just making the distance a little bit of a bridge too far. That being said, looks like BacT has regrouped on the front and is maybe going to come in and do a little more harassment onto the red player.
Yeah, Nicov there running past the mangonel. He's going to try and take that out, but the army here from BacT's going to immediately repel him away. Was a close call though, actually, and that mangonel now being low does mean that it will die to even a botched shot from Nicov. Got to be careful here in the mangonel war. Also, BacT adding a 3rd TC on the front, so we're not going to see all-out aggression, but he has certainly done the ballistics upgrade right now, and that could be for his benefit in this fight. Let's see. It's going to be tough for BacT because he's got a low HP mangonel here. And he needs to trade this. He's going to get 1 shot. Can he get 2 mangonels? He can. A great trade for BacT. That's exactly what he needs. Exactly what he needs in this position. And BacT here really starting to stage a little bit of a comeback after that very rocky start. They're saying that Nicov with a mangonel. BacT has to be careful. He can't let it slip now. Take your advantage and get out. That's my advice.
Yeah. A great mangonel shot. Good to see a 2-for-1 mango sale. BacT taking advantage of it. Looks like he will retreat to those hills. BacT has played the hills pretty nicely here. His opponent's base is a little bit in a crater, or the front of it is. And BacT has done a really nice job to keep Nicov busy. He's pulled himself back into the score lead in this game. For my money, I still think he's maybe a fraction behind, but he certainly is a viable player to take the win here. Really great mango trade.
Yeah, and this is the thing I'm questioning about Nikov's decision to go camels. They certainly don't fare too well against massed crossbows. I mean, this many crossbows would shred through knights, and camels are certainly not a formidable force in comparison to knights. They lack the extra pierce armor. Even with the Indians getting the bonus +1 for free, they still lack the pierce armor. At the moment, 100 health as well, so less HP than a bloodlined knight, and that means that they're just fodder really for these crossbows right now, especially since ballistics is done. But BacT got to be very careful here. His mangonel in threat from these camels. Nicov just showing them and then going back again, and there's a real dance going on around these mangonels now. But 3 mangonels for both players, and things are going to get hot, really hot right here if the trades come out in favor of one player or another.
Yeah, this is where these guys make their money, quite literally. If they want to go on to the next stage, the micro right... Oh, that's a really good mangonel shot. Did not kill that many crossbows, but did a lot of damage there.
Oh, there you go. That's the mangonel shot he was looking for, right in the middle. That's not bad at all for Nicov. But look at back to mangonel trades. He's going to trade 2 for 0 right now, and he's going to get the 3rd one as well. Nicely done, and I think he could still end up coming out on top, though saying that his crossbows took a lot of punishment from the mangonels before, and, well, what a fight. That was such an intense fight for both players, requiring such a huge amount of micro, but it looks like Nicov might just come out on top here, with these camels coming in to mop things up.
Yeah, really interesting fight there. I do like the element of surprise that maybe Nicov had at the beginning of that fight, but the micro was really tight on both sides, both players playing that very nicely. But the couple of mangonel shots early that Nicov got really hurt BacT. And now we'll see Nicov with a bunch of camels. He's got about 8 camels on the front here. He's got 5 or 6 crossbows and a couple of monks, a very balanced army. He's going to put a siege workshop on top of the hill, but here's BacT's castle that we were speculating about.
Yeah.
BacT trying to get a castle down. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't know if he can get the castle up in time. It's only at 83%, and that's a lot of camels coming in. This will be devastating if this castle fails. I just don't think it's going to happen. 93%, and BacT just trying to, force those villagers to work, but, they can't work if they're getting a camel sword in their back, and down here at the bottom of the hill, Nikov's going to deny the castle, and BacT, well, look at that for a YOLO, sending all those villagers in. This is a sign of desperation now. He's got everything pinned on getting that castle up, and he's going to fail by the looks of things. One villager's moving over 94%. Can he finish it off? The monks in here healing things up, but 95%, 96%, and it's denied. And with that has to be the GG. BacT losing 20 villagers maybe in that fight, maybe a little less, but with Nikov's going to overwhelm him now, and with this hill here and the mangonels, BacT will lose his TC, no doubt, and the castle will fail at 96%. Nicov really putting himself into the commanding lead here, and I think that's going to be it for BacT, to be honest. I just want to add as well, Nicov finished Bloodlines during his fight over here, causing him to probably get the win there. The extra 20 HP on each camel, making a big difference overall. And just to top it off, Nikov's going to drop his own castle right next door to BacT's, and with that, well, I think BacT's going to be calling GG very soon, but, neither player wanting to drop down to the lower bracket. BacT's still holding on.
Yeah, BacT here needs something special to happen. He needs Nicov maybe to, I don't know, forget his name or something. Nicov absolutely in a commanding lead. That castle, I think that was the right move from BacT. Although it didn't work, I think he had to take a risk. He had to try to take some map control. If he just kept Nikov's camels busy a couple seconds longer, his castle would have completed. He was still kind of... Go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to point this out real quick. The line of sight on the building didn't allow BacT to see the castle, and he's sending another, like, 9 villagers,
Oh,
8
man.
villagers forward, running straight into the castle there. But carry on with what you were saying before.
No, this is more important. I think Nicov here is going to quick gate that castle, and that's a little bit poetic. To me, BacT is a player who's absolutely beautifully known for his quick gating. In this case, Nicov is looking to finish his opponent off with some beautiful quick gating around that castle. And yeah, BacT just doesn't have any recourse now. I don't know what his plan is. He's put a couple towers up near Nikov's wood line just to harass and be annoying. But I think right now he's just holding on. He doesn't want to call GG yet, but I think he knows in the back of his mind that this one is absolutely over.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I really thought he was going to stage a good comeback after that poor start to the game. He certainly looked like he was in a position to do that, but Nicov overwhelming him earlier on up here, and now my game has crashed.
Oh, me too.
Okay. Looks like the game has crashed here. I think, I mean, maybe there's an explanation. Okay. The game crashes at the end. One player agrees. Okay, so basically, BacT, he knows it's over. This is one of those situations where after a crash, there's always a chance for a comeback. But I think BacT knew that it was over, and he called it, giving Nicov the win there. It just HD ready things, you know.
Yeah, it happens a lot. I mean, players see the writing on the wall when they have a brief break from the game and they decide to call GG instead of starting over or restoring.
Yeah, apparently BacT said GG where the game dropped here. It might have been that when he resigned, it crashed. I don't know, but either way, let's be honest here. Let's be real about the situation. Nikov's castle denying BacT's castle. BacT losing 15 to 20 villagers trying to get it up, and he just couldn't get it up. Nicov on the right side, BacT's TC was on fire. Nicov had that game in the palm of his hand, and I think that was it. So with that said, Nicov is going to take that series, and that means that BacT will drop down to the lower bracket. And if we look at the scoreboard now, at the bracket, now, we can see what that looks like with Nicov progressing to the grand finals. But we will throw it across to Nilpferd in just a second. He will do his analysis, as I have labeled it now. It is officially analysis. He needs to change his text underneath the Escape Game Masters 2 logo, and he can tell us what he thought about that game. So I'll throw it over to him. He can tell us what's going on, and then we'll get the next game underway.
Wow, guys, what happened here? So we're now in the position just shortly before the big fight here. We have BacT really struggling for gold at the moment. He has still a lot of gold income, but not a lot of surface area, and therefore he was really trying to push at one spot, trying to get reasonable angle shots off, and trying to get the position on the hill here. Let's take a look at, we'll go into, I think I want to look at this in slow speed because...
Okay, well, it seems like Nilpferd had some technical difficulties. I'm not going to let him finish because I don't want you guys to just, not be able to see what he's talking about. Nilpferd, I think, forgetting to change his overlay there. So we're just going to play a very short ad break in a sec. But before we do that, I do want to say thank you to KillerB for coming on and... giving us his casting here. It's been very enjoyable, and we've had some really nice games as well. Obviously, both series went to 3 games, so what more could we ask, really?
Yeah, man. Thanks very much for having me. Glad to see some great AOC content. Keep it up on Escape AOE. You guys are doing a great job. Can't wait to see these last couple of games as a viewer. Looking forward to it very much. Hopefully everybody stays tuned. And yeah, I'll catch you next time.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And if you do want to follow KillerB, you will be streaming, I believe you said, in 2 weeks' time. You've got your own channel on Twitch. You can follow him by clicking on his little face and name underneath the stream. I'm not saying you've got a little face. I'm just saying the picture's quite small. So
That's hurtful. That's so hurtful.
Sorry, that came out wrong. But yeah, you can click over there and head over to his channel. Obviously, Resonance22 is going to be joining me now for the final 2 sets of the day. Though I haven't seen him around, so I hope he's not, not fallen down in the night, as he was telling me he was feeling a little ill. So I'll let you know what's going on in a short while, guys. Stay around, stay tuned, because we've got DauT versus BacT coming up next. And after that, we're going to have the grand final tonight with the winner of DauT versus BacT facing up against the mighty Nicov. Will DauT make it to the grand finals once again, or will BacT be able to stop him? And we're going to see a completely different grand final. Well, who knows? Time will tell. Stick around, guys, and we will see you after this very short break. Hello there, guys, and welcome back. Welcome back. We're going to be starting in a moment with DauT versus BacT, but before we do, I just want to say once again, thank you to everyone for tuning in. Do make sure you follow the stream, because next weekend we will be hosting the Return of the Kings 2v2 event, which is going to be awesome. It's going to be on Saturday and Sunday, and it's going to feature very high-level players playing a variety of maps, and we're not going to have any restriction on civilizations in terms of what civs are in the pool. We're going to have that completely open. It's going to be old civs versus new civs. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I am really excited for it. So make sure you do follow the stream for that, and if you want to make sure you get notified, I don't know if everybody gets notifications from Twitch when we go live, but you can also follow us on social media. I set up some accounts last night, and we've got a Twitter account and a Facebook account, and you can find us at Escape AoE, and I'll post on there as well, just to remind people that the streams are going on. So more information about the 2v2 tournament will come next week. We're probably going to be releasing the trailer tomorrow if it's done on time. Microsoft have been recording, I believe, a live action trailer, which is going to be exciting. I don't know what to expect, but the fact that they went out and actually took cameras out with them and said, right, we'll be back later. We're going to go and record a trailer now. I was like, whoa, hold on a minute. They're pulling out all the stops for that. So that's really exciting. More information about that will come next week. So do make sure you're following us on social media channels and such to get that information and find out about what's happening. Also, if you can, and you would like to get some fancy emotes for the chat, do consider subscribing. Thank you to Onil. Thank you to Throne Meteor. Thank you to Metaphorical. Thank you to Patino SC. And thank you to Flizzo for subscribing to the channel. It's much appreciated. Everybody who's subscribed, thank you all so much. You're helping us to continue hosting these events and bringing you these tournaments. We've seen some of the highest viewer numbers on Twitch for Age of Empires for these events. So it's amazing to me that there's so many people out there wanting to see this and wanting to watch this. And, you know, we want to keep doing it as well. So consider supporting us if you can. And if you would prefer, you can also support us on Patreon. We have some amazing stuff that you can get rewarded for there. The Patreon link is in the chat now as well. There it is. All right. So you can check out Patreon as well. It's basically like a crowdfunding website. And we have some really cool rewards for supporting us there, which you can check out by clicking the link in the chat. So with that all said, we're going to be moving into round 4 now. We're moving into the final stages of this tournament. We've got Nicov waiting in that upper bracket, waiting for his opponent in the grand final. And in the lower bracket grand final, which we're about to see now, we're going to have BacT versus DauT. With me is going to be Resonance22, and he's going to be co-casting the remaining games of the event. I'm really excited to have him here. This is the first time we've been together casting the finals, and I'm glad you could make it.
Thank you so much for having me today, Zach. As always, it's a pleasure. You guys might be able to tell that my voice is a little bit hoarse. This is like the worst time ever for me to catch a cold, but I got out of bed just for this game because this is going to be a really great series.
Absolutely. DauT versus BacT. And I don't know if you've managed to catch much of the events so far today. I know, obviously, you know, it's kind of early for you still, I believe, right? You're like -9 GMT. So it's like crack of dawn for you to catch the first games, I believe.
Yes, indeed it is. But I did wake up early just to watch the last couple ones. I saw like the last 2.5 games with KillerB. I think KillerB did a really good job co-casting throughout the tournament so far. I've been very much enjoying that.
Yeah, me too as well. And I think it's nice to see lesser known casters coming on and getting you know, a bit more well known, I guess, as well. It's really cool. So Anyway, you're not too hoarse. It's all good. But maybe
Okay,
by the
thank
end
God.
of this, we'll see about that then, right? I've been casting for 2 days straight, and I'm getting a bit hoarse as well. So by the end of it, we'll just be like croaky old men. I'm sure that'll be fun.
I was worried that I sound like one of those like really old guys at the truck stop. Like, come closer.
Yeah, smoking 40
Thankfully
a day,
Yeah.
you know, finishing off every meal with a whiskey and on the ice, you know, on the rocks. Yeah, so anyway, we should go ahead and get the
Get the draft started.
draft going. I mean, I'm trying to find the draft right now. I've lost it. All right, there we go. So coming up, DauT versus BacT. The draft here coming in right now. We're going to do the countdown in 3, 2, 1, go. And let's see the veto here. Map going to be Regicide Fortress. And we've seen quite a bit of the Berbers on Regicide Fortress, and they've been very successful. We've seen quite a bit of the Burmese on Regicide Fortress as well. What do you expect we'll see banned first here?
Well, it looks like actually what we're going to get is an immediate Burmese ban out from BacT. I've noticed that a lot of the civilization picks in this tournament so far have been civs that start with B, M, or I. So all the B and M civs seem to be very, very strong. So I expect to see predominant bans of the B and M variety. And it looks like we're starting off with some BM bans. Britons and Malay for DauT.
Yeah, got to keep a check on that body mass index as they're getting banned out right here. You're right, though, actually. That's quite funny. But to be fair, I mean, I remember when there were some nerfs rolled out a while back, it was all the Is back then. The Indians, the Italians, the Incas. They were the three like powerhouses, and everyone was like, ban the Eyes, get you know, nerf them, get them out of here, because they were so strong. And in this tournament as well, we've seen something quite similar happening with the Indians being so incredibly powerful in so many of these games. They've got a ridiculous win rate, yet they still keep slipping through the cracks somehow.
Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that my analysis has been spot on, as we have nothing but B and M bans. We've got the Indians, Britons, Malay, and the Burmese, Britons, and Mongols. So let's see, are there any B and M civilizations left in the pool? We have the Magyars. I haven't seen every single game of the tournament so far, but I don't recall seeing so many Magyars. And it looks like, oh my god, B and M picks too.
To be fair, Rez, like 80% of the pool begins with BM or I.
Is that it? Oh, that's true.
And
Wow, we have 4 M's?
oh, that's quite funny because I mean the Aztecs never get picked, and the Huns don't get picked very often either. So
Even though you would think they're some of the strongest civs in AOC,
Well,
it's
the
really
thing
interesting to
about-
never see them.
well, I don't know. The thing about the Aztecs is that they get banned on land maps because no one wants the Aztecs on land maps. You know, no one wants their opponent having them. And then they don't
Right.
get banned on water maps because the Aztecs are just so trash on water. So, yeah, I mean, right now, BMs and Is coming in, and we've got BacT with the Mongols here, and DauT on the Berbers. I'm not surprised by the Berber pickup, but something I'd like to talk about when we do get into this game is the dynamic between those Magadai and those Camel Archers, which I'm sure you could give us some insight into. So let's get the game underway.
Okie dokie. I've got the replay paused at 0 seconds. Do you have the replay set up?
Yep, I'll count this down. Okay.
All right.
In 3, 2, 1, go. And for those viewers on the stream, here we are. Whoa, what is going on? How did that happen? Some instant replay from the last tournament just showed up in the bottom left. Crazy. All right, so anyway, welcome guys to the losers bracket final. We're at the very latest stages of the game tournament so far, and we're here with DauT versus BacT for a best of 3 to determine who will make it through to the grand finals and who will be sadly dropping out from the tournament. With me now for the remaining games of the day is Resonance22.
Thank you so much for having me today. As always, Zach, it is an honor. We are on to the finals for the AOE2 Escape Gaming Masters Tournament. And of course, the theme this time is old versus new. So we have the top Age of Empires 2 experts playing from a pool of 10 civilizations, that predominantly start with B, M, and I, and they'll be selecting civilizations from the 3 new expansions on Steam as well as the original game. My voice is quite hoarse today because I've been sick. However, I do think that this is going to be a great series of matches, and especially that we get to see a very interesting dynamic between the Mongols and the Berbers. BacT playing as the blue Mongols and then DauT playing as the red Berbers. Of course, because the Berbers' unique unit is the Camel Archer, which is a cavalry archer that has an attack bonus versus cavalry archers as well. So we finally have the Mangudai counter.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how that plays out. And, you know, we've seen in this tournament so far, at least, quite a lot of the Berber players on Regicide Fortress making those camel archers as soon as they've reached the castle age. Whereas the Mongol players tend to err away from that. And a lot of the time they'll make the Mangudai later on in the game when they can actually, you know, when they're in the Imperial Age, when they can start getting the upgrades for them. So I'm going to be interested to see how those camel archers come into play and how that's going to affect things. The map, of course, being Regicide Fortress, not a map that we see all that often, but a map that we have seen a lot of in this event. And yeah, I mean, let's take a look at those maps. So taking a look up at the north at BacT's map, I think that's not too bad at all with the gold position. It's tucked away at the behind his castle, as safe as it can possibly be. But his wood doesn't look amazing. He's got a single wood line on the left side, which is very exposed from outside of the wall. And that's something he's going to have to be careful of later on if DauT does come in here with those camel archer raids. He's got a wood on the front as well, but again, it's the same problem. It can be hit from behind this tree line with those camel archers. Other than that, he could have the option to potentially wall in the right side of his base to secure the gold and the wood back here. But that's something to keep an eye on and keep our consideration of as this game goes forward. Of course, one thing about Regicide Fortress as well that I like is it does end up being very fast, as BacT is already on the way up to the feudal age before we've even finished our preamble, really. But Rez, maybe you could give us some insight into DauT's map while they upgrade here.
Yeah, sure, I'd be happy to. So if we take a look at DauT's map, he also has a relatively safe back gold. It still can be harassed on the other side of the stone walls, but it's not too bad. I think his wood is also generally not so great. At least it's going to be very difficult for him to saturate that. We saw that DauT actually had to delete one tile of his own wall on the left side. And he has to be very careful not to open a hole there. He has to manually retask some of his own lumberjacks. He does have his castle protecting a wood line on the right side. In fact, there are a bunch of trees lodged inside of it. But it's also blocking part of the tree line. So again, it's going to make it difficult to saturate. And some units can maybe poke that. But that castle will keep it relatively safe. So both of these players don't really have great wood lines, but they have a relatively safe back gold. And I think I like BacT's map just a bit better because I feel like he has at least a wood line that is a lot safer. And his back gold is basically unrateable.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, I'm interested to see how this is going to play out for DauT. Obviously, he's got a lot more exposed sides, but I mean, he could quite easily wall this left side as well. You see where the cliffs are here, so that could provide him with some protection for this wood line on the left side as well. Obviously, both players taking some opportunity to scout with their kings as well, just to give them a bit of extra map visibility. And I kind of wonder whether or not we'll see the players going for the relics here, and what really the general strategy is going to be once they get up to the castle age. For BacT, I'm expecting to see him booming up a little bit here. We can see he's taken some stone already, so he's going to be looking to get up those 2 new town centers once he hits the castle age. And for DauT, what I'm expecting from him, from my experience of watching him play the Berbers this tournament so far, I'm expecting the second town center, and I'm expecting him to make 5 or 6 camel archers and try and look to get some raiding done. So really, I anticipate very different playstyles from both players, but we'll have to see whether or not BacT opts to make some Mangudai here or not.
Yeah, he has to be very careful about making the Mangudai because the Camel Archers are such an effective counter to that unit. And one thing that we've learned with the balance of the new expansions is actually the Camel Archer is a fairly strong unit in a lot of cases. Ever since we gave them the Ring Archer armor upgrade, they've been a real force to be reckoned with. We see that BacT is trying to make sure that he makes his wood line as safe as possible, so he's doing a makeshift wall off with some buildings. That's going to make that very difficult for his opponent to actually raid. BacT as well has a watchtower protecting his front wood. I don't think I would really expect Mangadai from BacT, even though raiding is really common on Regicide Fortress just because of the matchup, but we'll have to see what he goes for.
Yeah, at the back of the map here, BacT will find DauT's scout outside of that gate. And that's nice for him. He's got a very high HP scout here. He'll be able to see what's going on. And his king getting very close to the castle there of DauT. He's got to be very careful. Obviously, the castle's not going to kill the king in one volley. But if you're not paying attention for just a split second, I mean, lose that king and you've lost the game. So this is really an important thing for BacT to be aware of. And he's closing in at the castle again. If he stops or something here, he could find himself losing a bit more HP than he anticipates. Oh, stopping just out of the line of sight of that castle. I mean, if he'd have been one tile closer, I think he would have taken a couple of volleys of arrows there. So BacT dicing with death a little bit at the back. Goodness me. But for now, yeah, both players about to hit castle. BacT will be up first, and I'd put that down to the hunt bonus that he has, and also the fact he went up 2 population lower than DauT on just 24 versus DauT's 26.
That would have been the funniest and yet simultaneously saddest match of competitive Age of Empires. If he actually died at 10 minutes in the game, because you lose the king in Regicide, you lose the game. And if you're wondering why he's scouting so aggressively with his king, it's because, of course, in Age of Empires 2, your king is incredibly fast and has natural, excellent eyesight, making it an optimal scouting unit, provided that you don't walk face first into an enemy castle. Right now, BacT putting down a second town center to protect his stone and wood. And he's also putting down a third town center at the backside of his base in the top corner next to the golden wood. He could actually wall off that top area as well, and I think that just puts him in a very, very safe position, whereas DauT has to be a little bit wary about the golden stone that he has on the right side of his base is going to be a little bit harder to protect. DauT will be opening up with camel archers like we thought about, and he's also putting down a town center at the back of his own base, so it looks like he's getting ready to do some raiding.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's that second TC at the back. Interesting placement of the TC, actually. I really don't know what I think about that. He's going to get a very small number of farms around this. It will obviously be on the wood, but I mean, he can place like 3 farms maximum before he's already at a double layer of farms. I don't know what to make of that. I feel like there's surely better positions for it, and I'm sure Nilpford will point them out to us in his analysis after this game. I mean, analysis after this game. But DauT here, yeah, immediately, as I said before, straight up to the second TC, going to add the camel archers and look to get that raiding done. Fortunately for BacT, wow, okay, sorry. I was going to say fortunately for BacT because I just assumed he'd have done Loom at this point. He hasn't done Loom. And I really hope for BacT's sake here that we don't see a repeat of that Liereyy game earlier where Liereyy forgot to do Loom and lost, I think it was like 25 villagers to the Camel Archer raiding of DauT. DauT already has fletching and bodkin arrow done for maximum range on these camels, and he's coming in.
Yeah, so that's an interesting thing. Loom takes the same amount of time to research that it does to create a villager, so of course the longer that you can get away with delaying Loom, the stronger your economy will be. It's going to give you basically a 1 villager lead. In competitive Age of Empires 2, a tiny incremental lead is everything, and it can really snowball a game. So you see that BacT taking a bit of a risk, not getting Loom yet, and this is going to make his villagers ripe for the picking as these camel archers come in for the kill. Will he get a kill? Answer is yes, so he's going to grab at least 1 villager while that watchtower will ward them away. Another interesting thing to note is that because DauT is opening up aggressively with camel archers here, compared to BacT, he's making a trade-off, right? He's deciding that he wants 1 fewer town center in exchange for spending that wood on camel archers. So he needs to do enough damage here to BacT's economy to kind of offset that economic difference.
Yeah, precisely. And right now, BacT did finish up Loom during that little engagement. So he's got that. It's not going to make his villagers as easy to pick off. And I really love this preemptive walling from BacT. It has potentially saved him a couple of villager lives. And, you know, villager lives matter, especially at this stage of the game. In the late game, they're indisposable. But for now, they do matter. And DauT going to break through the palisade here. And, you know, BacT is already ready. It's bought him enough time to prepare with a monastery and a monk. And he's immediately pulled himself a conversion. This is a much better response to what DauT is doing than compared to what we saw Liereyy doing earlier in the tournament. So DauT here having a hard time getting too much damage done, but he could find another villager kill on this forward lumber camp. That is a danger. But fortunately for BacT, I mean, I underestimated the value of this watchtower there. He can just jump in and immediately push these guys away. So good play by BacT so far. And I feel like at this stage, with the 3 TCs running, he could be pulling ahead.
Yeah, that was something I was thinking about earlier, is what exactly is the value of this Watchtower spawn from BacT? Because obviously the Watchtower with only 5 attack isn't actually that much of a rating deterrent, but the important thing here that we're seeing is that those villagers can just garrison inside there, and that is definitely slowing down DauT. If you guys are wondering, what are the counters to camel archers? Of course, the same things that you would use versus cavalry archers minus your own cavalry archers. Of course, another good counter to them are your own camel archers because they're also cavalry archers. So great to see the monk defense here. The monk is very slow, but it is very great range. So it's just the perfect type of defensive unit for this situation. BacT actually has a complete wall off on the top side of his base in the corner. So DauT's going to have some difficulty applying enough pressure here to offset that economy discrepancy. So we'll have to see how that plays out from here, but he's putting down a stone mine. What are his plans?
Yeah, this is the thing for DauT here. He's not done that much damage. Now, I was a little disappointed in BacT. He threw away a monk after getting a conversion there. But you're right. I mean, he's completely walled off on this right side. As I said right at the start, it's an easy wall to make just between this tree line and the cliff. However, DauT will go all the way around the back and find himself a villager kill. So he's still doing damage. But he has realized, I think, at this stage, he has to focus a bit more on eco now. I think he's going to be looking to get his 3rd TC up in just a moment. Hence the villagers going over to stone now. Yeah, I mean, the damage is being limited by BacT quite effectively. And as DauT deletes his walls on this left side, I think we're going to see the new town center coming up there. The question is, at this stage, how far behind is DauT in economy? I think he's behind by maybe 5 or 6 villages already. If you look at the populations, BacT has 65 population with just 5 military, which means she's basically got 60 villagers. DauT has 18 military and 74 population. So, I mean, I'd put BacT ahead by 4 or 5 villages at this stage. It might not sound like a huge amount, but that's really going to add up over the course of the game to a lot of additional resources for BacT.
Oh yeah, it definitely does, and that's why we see players making that tough decision to put down that additional town center early on and forfeit some of that early pressure, because oftentimes it is worth that trade-off if you can avoid losing too many villagers. So we see that DauT put down that stone mine, of course, because he hadn't been mining any stone at all, focusing purely on gathering resources so he can do some raiding. And now that he has no stone stockpile, he's putting down a 3rd town center, which will allow him to keep that economy difference just a little bit smaller. Meanwhile, it looks like BacT is getting ready to transition into something else, putting down 2 additional archer ranges, as well as a castle, which will protect that forward wood line, as well as his king. And it looks like he's prepping for the Imperial Age. I wonder what kind of units we'll see from him today. Maybe elite skirms? We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, if he's aware that these camel archers are being massed up right now, which DauT is doing so well, he's going to be a little bit cautious about going into Mangadai, since obviously the camel archers do act as a counter to it. That's an interesting castle from BacT right here. He's going to put it right against his wall, and villagers getting killed off. It's going to be difficult to complete that whilst DauT is roaming with these camel archers around the map. It's so valuable to have this map control like this, and with the 2 ranges coming up, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see skirms, but looks like BacT is going to be going into archers here as he is starting to queue them now and finishing his castle up as soon as DauT sort of moves away from his wall, which is nice.
Yeah, arbalists are okay versus camel archers. We kind of have to treat camel archers like a Mangadai that has an attack bonus versus cavalry archers as opposed to siege weapons when we consider counters. It's okay because at least you get to mass up the arbalists. They do cost less, and they just have a much earlier power spike, especially because you will be able to get that crossman upgrade, arbalest, bracer, all for relatively cheap. And if we take a look at DauT's resource count, he has less than 200 food in the bank. He has less than 600 gold, so he's not getting to the Imperial Age anytime soon. So these arbalists should actually be able to trade very favorably here. Castle is indeed complete for BacT, and I would say that he's done an excellent job defending against this raid.
Yeah, I mean, I keep checking on the little groups of camel archers, and I mean, they are picking off villagers here or there. But considering that BacT is about to hit the Imperial Age right now, and the fact he's got his second castle up already, he's preparing himself to push out. And I expect once he hits Imp, BacT is just going to be looking to quickly gain momentum, retake map control. And in the meantime, DauT, as you said, doesn't really have much food at all, and considering he's just added a 4th town center on this far right hand side, it's going to be a big drain on his food right now, as that villager production is going to be very costly. DauT continuing to queue the camel archers. They are just coming out non-stop, and if BacT can take a tech advantage and clean them up, I think that's going to be very costly to DauT here.
Indeed, indeed. We see so many times in competitive Age of Empires 2 the importance of these timing attacks, these windows of opportunity. DauT had a window of opportunity where BacT had no military units. He put down the additional town center. That's when he had to do the damage. And now, BacT up to the Imperial Age, we'll be grabbing those cheap upgrades like Arbalest. And now is the perfect opportunity for him to push out. We see him exiting his base right now. I expect him to start researching Bracer. Yes, he is starting to research it right now, and this is perfect. So he's going to move out. Now it's time for the counterattack. But DauT critically has a significant military advantage. Will this be enough to offset the technology difference?
Yeah, and also bear in mind that those camel archers have the movement speed advantage as well, so it's possible to kite these Arbalest, although bear in mind the camel archers do have 1 less base range, so they have to come in range in order to attack and then run away. But this is the thing, DauT can easily avoid a conflict until he's ready, just because he can outmaneuver BacT's slow-moving army. Now, I would add in the meantime as well, DauT has been collecting relics. He has got 2 relics secured already. You see it coming in there. The 3rd one's on the way over on the left side. The 4th one is to the right of his base, and the 5th one is at the back. So DauT is in a position here where he may just secure all 5 relics, and with that, it could be very difficult for BacT to maintain his position in the Imperial Age, especially now that DauT is on his way up as well.
Now, this is another thing that you get as an advantage from going so aggressively, is you get this map control. And that map control allows you to get relics, which hopefully will make up for the fact that you're probably going to be behind economically. So if you can drag out the game long enough and bring your economy up to the similar level of your opponent, then that additional gold income can also win you the game. It's also worth noting that the Arbalest versus Camel Archer matchup starts to get progressively worse, and in fact becomes bad as soon as your opponent starts mixing in defense upgrades, and as the game drags on, where you run out of that initial power spike from those ARBs. So BacT will inevitably have to transition to something else, as this unit will really only work right about now. He is applying some pressure on the backside, raiding that stone line, catching DauT off guard. Actually, DauT has to pull back. 2 villagers down, a lot of idle time forced. In the meantime, it's basically just a diversion, as BacT will be dropping a forward castle. He's getting ready to apply the killing blow. Can DauT hold on?
It's pretty funny because, I mean, I just saw on the minimap a mass of blue coming across the map.
Yeah.
It's just typical BacT things, isn't it? Just sending your entire economy to go and build a castle outside of your opponent's base. At the back here, BacT will lose his army to DauT's camel archers. Obviously, superior numbers, vastly superior numbers, higher HP pool. These camel archers will win that fight any day of the week. But yeah, BacT with that forward castle, it's interesting. He's trying to take advantage of the fact that he's Imperial first, and he wants to get a trebuchet up here to start trebbing down these castles and stem the flow of camel archers which are coming out. Because, I mean, what do you think his real answer to this camel archers is going to be as the Mongols here?
That's an interesting question, and I hope that we'll see perhaps some siege weapons coming from BacT. I think that siege onagers will be an interesting choice. Elite skirmishers are okay. At least they trade cost effectively, even though you lose one-on-one. So I would kind of like to see some siege weapons, I think, plus hussars I think could be quite strong. Hussars as well don't really cost any gold, so that's a way to conserve resources. But he doesn't really need to answer these camel archers just yet, because he has the trebuchets. It's always nice to get to the Imperial Age first for that, and right now, DauT is under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. This castle is starting to take some blows. Once the trebs are popping, the castles are dropping, as I like to say. And DauT here, I mean, it's very unusual to see players just really making a one-unit army, but that is exactly what DauT is doing. 3 of his castles like producing camel archers. He's going all in on them. The interesting thing is that, of course, the Berbers do have access to the janitors, which can clean up the Arbalest quite easily. They're an insanely strong counter to them. And if you don't know why I call them janitors, it's because I can't get the pronunciation right, so I get it wrong on purpose so that people can't criticize me. It's the it's how you should do it, Rez. If you ever get a criticism, just deflect it. It's a good way.
Embrace the Fiatoria.
Yeah, exactly. The Fiatoria.
I love it. The janitors cleaning them up. This is going to be a decisive battle here. So much stone down the drain for DauT. As right now, he's desperate to hold in this castle. I think I would have given it up at this point, but I understand that he doesn't want to lose this castle, because otherwise he's going to lose that forward town center. And right now, he's just in that awkward position where he's just waiting for upgrades to come out. He's waiting for chemistry. He's waiting for conscription. He's waiting for something. But he's going to have to take this fight. These trebuchets always force games to come to a close, and this castle will not hold on. Was this a colossal waste of stone?
No, I don't think so, because I think DauT wants to stall him until the upgrades come in. Look at this. As soon as Elite Camel Archer finished up, DauT's pushing out. And he wants to just take this now. He wants to finish this in one swift blow. He has to be very careful not to get into range of the castle from BacT, but right now, with all of these Camel Archers here, I'm wondering if he can actually finish this army. It looks to me like the Camel Archers are getting destroyed.
Haha!
Whoa!
Yes, the Arbalists are actually okay versus Camel Archers. It's important to not examine units in like a one-on-one vacuum, because oftentimes it does not happen in Age of Empires 2. But Arbalists, they're okay, and sometimes okay is good enough.
So I'm just like, I mean, BacT must have had a much larger army there, because look at this, right? An Arbalest, half the HP, -2 attack, less pierce armor, more range, but like the Arbalest should lose every day of the week, and yet DauT runs in there and just gets chewed up. I'm really interested as to why that was. I think maybe BacT just had a much superior number of units, and meanwhile BacT on this right side trying to raid a little bit, just causing a distraction, and DauT not having the fight he was hoping for. He's lost his castle on the left side, and now I think he's going to have to revert to some kind of plan B, or just keep throwing the Camel Archers at the wall and hoping something's going to stick. And at the moment, that could be it. Thumb Ring only just coming in for DauT here.
Yeah, that's a battle that I'm definitely going to want to watch again, as I wonder if, crucial upgrade timings like Thumb Ring or the military size really came into play there, or just superior unit control. Either way, that battle was close, but it certainly came out in favor of BacT. And now, well, DauT in a lot of trouble. These 3 trebuchets redeploying, forward siege workshop coming down, and with that, he's going to have a lot of difficulty answering this. We see some mangonels coming down as well from BacT, which I do think are an excellent decision here. And really, DauT's going to have to rely on something from his stables to claw his way back. He's making a couple light cavalry, but he basically has one final stand in him. Can he hold on?
Well, look at this left-hand side. TC dropping down here, and the Arbalest pushing forward to raid that wood line. DauT taking heavy losses, and there's not really anything back here to protect these villagers. He's having to bring the Camel Archers over to try and clean this army up, and BacT immediately going to be moving away there. But yeah, I mean, the fascinating thing to me here is that BacT didn't even have, he only had +1 defense on these Arbalest as well. I mean, the castle was clearly helping in that fight, but I mean, it looked so convincing for BacT there. DauT now really struggling. He's getting swamped here, and I wouldn't be surprised if BacT is nearly at pop cap. He is at 190 pop, whilst DauT is at 146. Everything's starting to turn into BacT's favor, and as he takes the map control, he can take the additional resources. Look at this. He's mining the gold, he's mining the stone, he's finding all those additional resource piles on the map, and now starting to switch a bit more into the heavy siege and the Mangudai, which are a little more expensive, but since he has the map control and secured the gold, he can afford to do that.
And this is, of course, how you close out a game. You box your opponent into a corner, starve them of resources, and you force that fight. DauT only has one final opportunity to claw his way back into this. Can he do it? Because now his monastery has dropped all 4 relics. He kind of has to engage here, but all of his Camel Archers and units are taking a lot of free damage as they get stuck on those houses. Can he do this? He's focused firing down the mangonels. This battle is close, but I can't help but shake the feeling like BacT is doing just fine.
Yeah, I mean, bear in mind there are a lot of Mangudai in this fight, and you'd think that the Camel Archers should have the natural advantage going into this one.
Well,
Maybe
do.
the Trebs will actually, tank enough shots here again for BacT, but I don't know, it's hard to call. It looks like DauT's going to be able to push this one back, to be honest. It looks like he's going to overwhelm BacT in this fight, and just keep a close eye on those scores as well, because that's going to give us a real indicator of how this fight is going. As DauT closes in with the score count, and that's it. BacT's land army is gone. Did he overcommit? Did he just go too far in? And DauT now, with that last stand, able to repel BacT once again.
Wow, this is huge. BacT, oh my god, actually gets repelled there, and I have to attribute a lot of that to his choice in units. This is something I was going to mention earlier, that this matchup seems kind of backwards to me almost, and the Berbers are kind of that natural counter to the Mongols. The Camel Archer was made to deal with overwhelming oppressive units like the Mangudai, and we see here it's working wonderfully, paying dividends. These elite Mangudai really aren't getting any value here at all, and this is the main difference in this battle, is that now DauT has this massive attack bonus that he can play off of. So I think that BacT might want to transition into some other units here. And crucially, DauT manages to keep all 4 relics in his base. He might be able to turn this around.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he has had those 4 relics dropped now, so he will want to get those back in as fast as possible. But yeah, I mean, bear in mind, BacT still has full map control here. So DauT, although he did repel BacT, he did take heavy losses, but look at the scores. Before that engagement, DauT was behind by about 800 points, and he actually took the score lead after repelling BacT there. BacT's still making Mangudai though, and I feel like this could just be a lack of knowledge, a lack of understanding of the Berbers. Since, as we've said already, the Mangudai are really countered quite well by those Camel Archers. So BacT here, still in a good position, but certainly not able to end it quite as soon as he'd have hoped. And he's now adding a lot of skirms into this army. And I think he's going to try and punish that 1-unit army from DauT, which in theory should be fairly easy to counter, since, you know, it's not like he's making it really complicated for BacT. He just has to counter 1 unit here, those Camel Archers.
Yep, and of course the answer to that are going to be things like heavy cavalry, heavy siege weapons, skirmishers. Just a well-balanced army of counter units is the solution here. You mentioned map control, which DauT, of course, is trying to take as much of that back as possible by, taking advantage of the mobility of his Camel Archers, clearing out any forwards that BacT may be trying to put down. That way he can expand out, grab additional wood lines. He'll be putting down a castle on the right side just to protect that. I think that the reason that we're seeing Elite Mangudai here from BacT is that they're just such a default strong unit for the Mongols. It's something that's all embedded in us as just that default choice. But here, it's certainly suboptimal. The Berbers have 2 answers to that. They have the Geniteur, they have the Camel Archer. They're well equipped in this matchup. And I think the Elite Skirms will probably help a bit here.
Sure, I think the problem is, though, there's nothing wrong with making the Mangudai as the Mongol player. I just think he is using them wrong. He's trying to fight toe-to-toe with the Camel Archers, when what he should have been trying to do is raid with them. They make fantastic raiding units, and if BacT was able to raid with just a small number of Mangudai, whilst pressing the attack with a mix of Arbalest and skirmishers on the front, I feel like you could have done a lot more damage there and gotten a lot more out of it. But let's see now. I mean, the Mangudai here are protecting the Trebs, but it's a small army from BacT, whilst on the right side, he's trying to loop around and look to send the group of skirms and Arbalest here into the heart of DauT's economy. I wonder if he's going to achieve much, though, because there are defensive castles in place for DauT, and DauT is now grouping his main army at the center of his base, looking to push BacT away, and maybe even try and take this castle down here.
This is why I love defensive castles. Because of DauT's well-placed castle at the back, this means that he does not have to pull back military units against weaker raids. We see he is doing that anyway. He's going to bring in some Hussars just to clean up this army, which is going to be a great counter to the minimum range on those skirmishers, which will allow him to clean this up, and then, of course, he can just redirect his attention to the front of his own base. I think he's in a great position to defend here. 3 trebuchets deployed. BacT doesn't really have the military units at the front of this base to turn this around. He's just making a bunch of cap rams because he wants to push in, but he just doesn't have enough raw military units and nothing to repair this castle, so I think it's going to fall.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think DauT here has made a great comeback. I mean, it really looked like he was on his last legs. He was back against the wall. He had to make that final stand, and he did it. Not only did he make that final stand, he's now the one pushing out, and I think DauT suddenly putting himself into a fantastic position. These Hussar as well are a great choice. Now for BacT, I feel like he could benefit from some heavy camels in this game. I think they would have been a good unit choice for him, given that DauT's army is 100% cavalry based right now, and the Mongols have fantastic heavy camels as well, so I think that could have been a good unit choice. Right now though, these Mangudai are going to get swamped by the camel archers. They will be forced to retreat. BacT losing his castle. He'll lose the Trebs. And Rez, what else is he going to lose?
It might be the entire game if he's not too careful here. Maghrabi camels, by the way, has been out for DauT for a little while now, allowing his camel archers and other camel units to very slowly regenerate HP. I believe it is 1 health every 4 seconds. And this does kind of matter, as oftentimes, especially in cavalry archer wars, your units will sustain a lot of damage, but they won't die. You'll be able to pull them back. And here they just get to heal up very, very slowly. I really don't know what BacT can rely on here to claw his way back into this game. I think it's going to take some excellent onager shots, perhaps, considering that he's so far behind militarily.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's done the Siege Ram upgrade, which is a good choice as well, because it would allow him to tank a lot of the Camel Archer damage. But yeah, the Maghrabi Camels is a great tech to have, actually, because it's going to give him a lot more sustainability. It allows him to withdraw from fights, regen a little bit, and then just come back as strong as he was before. Now, BacT trying to defend with a castle here, that's going to be denied, and BacT now, Shu on the other foot, forced to defend. However, I mean, I would say all this time, it's taken 47 minutes for DauT to really get back on the map and regain map control here. In that time, BacT has hoovered up a lot of these resources. He has grabbed a lot of the additional gold piles on the map, and that's not left DauT with a huge amount. But I don't think DauT needs it at this stage. He's got a really potent army. He's got 1.5k gold in the bank as it is anyway, and he's population capped, while BacT is on 170 pop and sustaining heavy losses all over the place.
Yeah, definitely I'm going to say that BacT's saving grace this game is that he has just been mining all the gold on the map, like you said, leaving not so much left for DauT once DauT reclaims map control. Makes it a lot less valuable to get that push. Still, though, DauT has 4 relics in the back, and he's got so much money that I think he's more than okay with forfeiting a couple of gold mines. And BacT in so much trouble. This castle on this hill protecting one of his last remaining gold mines as well as 2 of his wood lines. It's going to be very difficult for him to defend this as he just does not have the military units left to do it. What is his plan? I haven't really seen too much on the right side of the map. With the siege rams moving out plus some pikemen, he wants to deny a wood line from DauT.
Yeah, he's going to move in with the rams there. Of course, the villagers from DauT being pulled over to try and take the rams down. I wonder if he'll be able to do it. These pikemen don't have any attack upgrades, so they're going to be doing very minimal damage to these villagers. The rams, they're going to inflict big, heavy damage to this castle, but they are slowly but surely being taken out as well. Meanwhile, the castle going to be laying into those pikes. They're going to be dropping like flies, and I really question whether or not this castle's going to fall, and my gut instinct right now is the answer to that is no. Now, the reason why I think BacT has so little gold whilst DauT has so much, bear in mind DauT has all the relics. That's obviously going to add up over the course of the game. And secondly, BacT has done a lot more technologies this game. I want to look at the achievements at the end and just look at the difference in researches, because I'm sure BacT will have done a lot more technology upgrades, spending his gold in that, whilst DauT, minimal upgrades really. And just using these powerful camel archers to secure him, what I believe is going to be the victory here, as BacT's army fails to take this castle down, and he gets cleaned up once again.
And that could be his final breath for this game. There were a lot of interesting dynamics going on with that castle push on the right side. So that was definitely going to be risky because DauT just had more villagers there to protect his castle than BacT did on his castle on the left side. But BacT knows that he only has a limited amount of time to take down that castle, because otherwise the full mounted army of DauT's just going to swing in there, which is why it's cool to see him mix in pikemen as a way to deter that. But like you said, no attack upgrades on them, and not much of an offensive presence in themselves, plus all the villagers left there to defend, means that push was just unfortunately not going to work out. And BacT really just running out of steam, almost nowhere left to run, with one additional castle about to fall. This could be it.
Yeah, nice raiding on the left side as well. The Trebs here on the hill deployed onto that castle. A great position for them. DauT in a commanding position in this game. And I gotta laugh to myself because, you know, it's the first game. You know, you've just come on and, you know, you've not cast any of these games with me yet. And I think you're laughing because you know what I'm going to say. And we're nearly touching an hour of game time. And for some reason, whenever we're casting together, we get like the longest possible games. And this has certainly been a very long, very entertaining game to start things off. And I think we're going to see the GG from BacT any second now as he gets completely overwhelmed on this left-hand side. But maybe... not just yet. He is actually still trying to do something on the right, but I don't see it happening, to be honest. And I think BacT is going to know in the back of his mind that this is well and truly over.
To make things even more interesting, not only can we expect some incredibly long games today, but also the question is, how long will my voice hold on for the duration of these? We did, however, get one really short, like 20-minute Portuguese game just to mix it up. So even though our games on average are super long, every now and then, really short. And this one was an excellent one to start off the day with. DauT does indeed claim victory as BacT calls GG. Great game here from both players and a really well executed comeback from DauT. Quite impressive.
Yeah, a very good AoE comeback from DauT right there. Obviously, I mean, right up until the point he lost the castle on the left side, he was down to his last castle here and the castle on the right, and you know, he lost so much of the front of his base. He was really backed up into a corner, and he just managed to hold out, and be able to push it right back. And what a great game from him. Real quickly before we throw it to Nicov, though, I want to look at the technology. And okay, I thought the technology count might have been a little bit different, a bit more for BacT there. But he had 43 researchers versus DauT's 41, so it wasn't quite as big of a gap as I thought. Economy-wise, though, look at the difference in gold collected. It was only about 1,000 additional gold for DauT, yet at the end of the game, he had something like 2k gold banked still. And I was really surprised at that. KD-wise, wow, DauT with 376 kills, 231 losses, trading very effectively versus those Mangudai, using the correct counter units and winning himself that game. So we've got 20 seconds before Nicov does his analysis here. Any last remarks before we do that, Rez?
Not so many. This was a really great game, well executed comeback. We see the importance of relics, Maghrabi camels, and just an interesting matchup, and I'm looking forward to the next game.
Awesome. All right, well, let's chuck it to Nicov now, who can tell us exactly what went down.
DauT versus BacT, loser bracket finals here, game number 1. And this time with a special feature, we will have post-game analysis, this time with picture. Ta-da! And moving pictures. So, first highlight of the game was actually before the game started. Let's take a look at the Civ draft. You can see the timer counting down heavily here for BacT, really not knowing what to pick. What is he going for? Okay, I will go for Mongols. Other side, DauT. Bam! Berbers! He did exactly know what he wanted to go for. It took like a second for him to decide what he wanted to go for. And yeah, he wanted to play with those camel archers, as it seems. And I jump back to probably the most important fight here. But before we go into the fight, let's take another look at what the typical army composition of a Mongols player actually is. Most of the time, we have him playing Mangudais, Hussars, SO, Skirms, sometimes Arbalest, sometimes. Now, what is good against camel archers? Mangudais? Hussars? Not really. SO? Yes, but not a hard counter. Think about it. The camels have, I believe, 85 HP. Yes, indeed. And Skirms? Kind of okayish, but not that good. And Arbalest, I would say 1-1. We had this one engagement where BacT took a nice trade. That was mainly because DauT was attacking the trap, he was in range of the castle, and he still traded kind of evenly. So I would say Mangudai is out, Husser's out, Abel is out. And now we have Siege Onagers and Skirms as a possible composition. That would be extremely vulnerable against Hussars from the Berbers, and Berbers even have it cheaper. So I would say Mangudai's in a pretty tough spot here. And now we can see the big engagement of DauT again. At this point, BacT, he's still without Bloodlines, no Pathian tactics. His Mangonels not getting the greatest shots of ever. Yeah, he's getting the Monastery to ungarrison the relics, but Mangonel's too far up front. He's keeping the Mangudais back as well. Early focus fire on the Mangonels now, not taking any shot. And this one is getting no shots off either. And now DauT, although he's only pop 150 and BacT was close to pop 200. Still great engagement for DauT. And after that one, he won the game. Camel Archers, just such a strong unit against Mongols. And I think nothing you could really do against that if you're Mongols here. And therefore, I'll hand it over again.
Oh, Notepad really makes me laugh. That was so good. I loved that. Yeah. Back thinking. Oh, I'll go Mongols. DauT, bam, Berbers. Yeah, he knew what he wanted to do. DauT went into that with a game plan, and I liked that analysis. A lot of people saying that they'd like Spirit of the Law on the show. And I think if you want to see Spirit of the Law on the show, you should send him a Facebook message or something and convince him that you guys want to see him here, because I sent him a message a while ago and he said he was a little busy and he would be interested, but he's not really sure. So maybe it's up to you guys to convince him, because I've extended that olive branch and I would like it if he could come and join us at some point. So anyway, Nilford doing a great job, and yeah, I loved that analysis. That was funny. Anyway. I think if Rez is ready, I know Rez likes to take a short break between games, but I think he's had his short break now. We can go ahead and do the Civ draft for the next one as well.
Indeed, I am here and ready to start the next draft if you'd like to do a countdown.
Yeah, sure. I'll get the veto ready here now. And in 3, 2, 1, go. And here we go. So this is for game 2 between DauT and BacT. Important game, because this decides who goes through to the grand finals and who is eliminated. So yeah, I mean, it's all on the line. Now, this is a best of 3. Obviously, DauT getting that first game puts him in a very favorable position. What is the map going to be, though? I believe it is... Okay, it's Hideout. And, oh my god, whenever I cast games with DauT and BacT, all I can hear, whenever I say other words, I hear their names in all of these words. Hideout? Hideout?
Oh, no.
In the back of his base, I've got no doubt he's going to lose. This is the worst matchup, Rez. For the just can't get any worse than this. We've sunk to a new low.
Really is. It really is, and I run into the exact same problem where all I'm thinking about are these players' names, especially when there's decision involved too. It feels weird every time I say the word decision.
Oh no, it gets worse. I thought we'd hit rock bottom.
No, not yet. There's always lower. So it looks like Burmese, Britons, and Indians are going to be the bans here for BacT, and then DauT will be banning the Mongols, Britons, and Malay. DauT has 20 seconds left for his pick. What will we see here?
Well, this is going to be one of those closed maps. I think DauT going to want something he can boom with, and that's going to be the Malay, it would seem. Now, if BacT takes the Burmese, that would confirm one of the theories that KillerB proposed, and that was that the last civilization that a player bans is the civilization that they more often than not tend to pick. And I think we've seen that in nearly all of these as well. So let's see what BacT takes. He's thinking. He's got 3 seconds left, and he's pushing it down to the wire.
Burmese. Oh my god. KillerB. KillerB, the god, is
Killer-
onto this.
Yeah, we consulted the Oracle. The Oracle has spoken. Burmese for BacT. DauT taking the Malay. I like this matchup. It's a Rise of the Rajas exclusive here as we go into Hideout for our next match. Exciting stuff. And this gives me flashbacks to the very first Battle for Angkor tournament, where one of the very first games in the tournament was Malay versus Burmese on Hideout. So we're going round in circles, and I like it. I'm slowly losing my mind, you know? You'd be surprised what 2.5 days of casting does to you.
Oh, it is ridiculously exhausting. It's something I don't think a lot of people consider.
Oh, it's all good fun. Anyway, so if you're ready with the game, I'll count us down.
Yep.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. And it's on the stream. I keep laughing because we're here on Hideout, and I can't say Hideout now without having an inflection that emphasizes the doubt part in the map name Hideout. It's just not possible. It cannot be unheard. And so yeah, I don't know what to do. It's over. We're done. Anyway, we're here. DauT versus BacT, game number 2, elimination match in the lower bracket final. I'm joined by Resonance22, and I'll let you take it away before I lose it anymore.
Thank you so much again for having me today. Voice still a little bit hoarse, but I will persevere through the remaining matches. So we've got BacT on the left side of the map playing as the blue Burmese, and then DauT on the right side playing as the red Malay. So 2 of the civilizations from the new Rise of the Rajas expansion. These civilizations are quite interesting. The Malays, of course, their most notable aspect is going to be that they advance through the ages 80% faster, which is a reasonably strong bonus economically, but it's also a very strong bonus if you wanted to go for some crazy rushes or for booming to get to the castle age a little bit sooner. And then the Burmese on the other side of the map, a fairly well-rounded civilization, though, with absolute crap archery range and free woodcutting upgrades.
Yeah, and you know, I've got to be really careful here not to look at the chat too much because it's really distracting me now. I can't stay focused during this. But I want to talk about the map a little more because you spoke really briefly about the civs there. And this is one of the maps where players can be lulled into a false sense of security, I feel. You're feeling nice and safe behind these little palisade walls. You feel like you're playing a sort of arena-style game. But in reality, I mean, these palisade walls, they're not as safe as a lot of players might immediately sort of get the sense of. And we can often see on this kind of map very early castle age aggression, a lot of pressure coming in, and I've got no doubt that we will see that, as the Burmese will probably be looking to go for monks, and DauT, on the other hand, can have an extremely fast castle time thanks to his quicker upgrade speed. Sorry, I was just watching this boar coming in. I was wondering if it was going to get stuck in the gate.
Too. I was like, is it going to go back?
Is it going to get stuck? I'm not sure. But yeah, obviously they can get up to the next stage much faster and apply that pressure much faster as well. So I think we're going to see early castle aggression. The map itself is going to be fairly hard to wall on the flanks. And this left flank is the one which they'll probably try and utilize the most. It's the shortest distance to their opponent here. Now, DauT, is he going to come and steal this boar? He sees it. He's running by, and I think he's going to give it a miss. But, I mean, that could have been a boar steal for him there. I think he's thinking about it, It must be... Oh.
He's hitting it.
He is? Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
DauT going to go for it, and that is going to be a problem. But BacT, look at where his scout is. He sees the boar from DauT, and he's thinking, well, it's a long way. It's a long way, but then he probably sees his own boar running away through the fog, look. He sees it running away through the fog, and he's like, right, I'm going to get yours as well. I wasn't going to, but you forced my hand here, DauT. And so we're going to see both players attempting to steal the boar across the map. Who is going to be king of the pigs?
We'll have to see. An eye for an eye right now. Both players swapping that boar steal. You guys may have noticed that they have to walk their scout occasionally perpendicular to the boar. That way the scout doesn't go too far ahead and then the boar ends up resetting. Both players here trading boars. BacT's scout, though, is really low on HP, so he's going to have to be quite careful, whereas DauT says whopping 10 HP, and it's already almost in there, ready to score that home run. you were mentioning this earlier that Hideout is the type of map where Feudal Age and Dark Age aggression is a bit discouraged because of the Palisade walls. But in the Castle Age, things start to really heat up. Oh god, that's an interesting path to take that boar. I think it's going to reset.
Yeah. Here, yeah. I mean, I was looking at BacT as well. Okay, the board's reset, but it doesn't matter. It's inside the wall now, so it's all good. But I was looking at BacT. I mean, he nearly lost his scout there. And, I mean, why? I can't figure out for the life of me why BacT is taking it around the right side. He's like, I can show you the world. As he lures this boar across the map, he's taking it for a sightseeing tour right now of Hideout, because this is the longest possible route he could have taken. Not only that, but he went around the outside of this tree line as well, this patch of trees. And BacT is just doing some crazy stealing here. Will he lose his scout? Will he pull it in safely? Not sure. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe he'll delete his wall so he can go straight through here.
Man, if you want a test of how good your micro is, try stealing a boar with 5 HP left on your scout. This is probably going to take a lot of attention away from whatever BacT is trying to do, because now he can't afford to take a single hit. You're right, he is going to open a hole. If this boar resets here, I'm going to lose my mind. Will it go through?
It's going to go through. Yeah, it's straight through. Threading the needle here as BacT heads it in, and what an impressive boar steal. I mean, 8 minutes of game time. I think he's been stealing this boar for the majority of the game so far. And he does manage to bring it in. He keeps his scout alive on 5 HP. And after all of that, we're neck and neck. What a time to be alive.
That is a nerve-wracking way to start the game. When you said that the action on Hideout starts earlier than you think, I didn't think you meant this early.
Yeah.
Oh god. Players try to steal the boar, of course, early on because villagers gather food at different rates from different sources, and you want to try and take advantage of as many free food resources that you have. The wild boar, very efficient source of it. If you can manage to get away with stealing a wild boar, that can really snowball the game out of control. But here, of course, both players end up swapping boars with each other, so no harm done. BacT starting his Feudal Age advancement right now, putting down a mining camp with 3 villagers on it, so I'm feeling the fast Castle Age from him. That's fairly standard. In the meantime, though, DauT, our Malay player, taking advantage of the fact that he researches the next age 80% faster, so he can sit back, relax, make 2 extra villagers, and treat it as a small economy boost and reach the Feudal Age at approximately the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at the map here. I mean, I looked at DauT's map, and I looked at, wow, look at those gold piles. They're all in front on the left-hand side. And I was like, okay, look, that's his main gold, the one with 5. And then the 2 golds on the outside is his second and his third gold, right? But he's actually got another gold inside of his wall at the south. And then I remembered there's actually 2 main gold piles for these players. They both have 2 piles of gold with 5 tiles in it. And you see on Backspace, both of those are on the left-hand side. And I think that would lead me to believe DauT has the better map here, even though it looks like at a glance his gold is all really exposed and far forward. If you look at BacT's side, he actually has most of his gold on the left as well, and it's very close to this wall. So DauT might consider getting aggressive with that, and that could be interesting as the game goes on.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to have to agree with you there that DauT has the superior map. Another small thing that really helps out is that we see that DauT's deer actually spawned very close to his forage bushes. And speaking of value, that's a great deal, as he doesn't need to build a mill or lure those deer at all, just to get a little bit of an extra boost on his food economy. One of the other interesting things that we see with Hideout usually is that players will typically wall off one side of the map, and then they'll basically treat the other side of it as like one giant open lane. And, you know, BacT is naturally going to have an easier time walling the back side of his base, and the front side of his base is the more open side, and that's where all the gold and all the stone is, lying there exposed, whereas DauT at least has one kind of safer gold that he can rely on.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, I mean, BacT here up to the Castle Age, he's got 5 villagers taking gold, so we all know what his plan's going to be, especially as the Burmese. He can go and grab those relics. DauT, on the other hand, he is a little slower to feudal, but he'll quickly make it up because he will, of course, advance to the next stage 80% faster. So even though DauT's going to squeeze out one more villager, even though he's going to click up to castle way behind BacT here, as long as he clicks up before BacT reaches 50%, or no, it wouldn't be 50, would it be like 40%, DauT will still actually reach the castle age first. He's going to click up now, and yeah, basically DauT will reach the Castle Age before BacT here. And you can see the difference in timing quite clearly. That's kind of cool, and that allows DauT now to have 33 population, whilst BacT only has 28. A very significant difference, considering they'll both hit the Castle Age at the same time.
Oh, definitely, definitely. If we do compare the Malay bonus to other like strong economy bonuses like the Celts, it definitely falls short because most economy bonuses are relevant throughout the entire game, and having like a few extra villagers and you only get that boost when you advance to the next stage is actually not that great. But the key thing with the Malay advancing to the ages faster is that you not only do you have the flexibility of being able to mix in a couple extra villagers, but you get access to those technologies sooner. This allows you to go for some crazy rush strategies that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. And it's that utility that you get from it that makes it such a strong bonus. Great scouting here, by the way, from DauT. You will see this forward coming from BacT, and this could negate a lot of that pressure.
Yeah, and BacT does not have Loom. It's been a recurring theme this tournament, but no Loom. That's ballsy for BacT to go forward like that, especially now DauT is in the Castle Age as well. He sees this coming, and he could easily kill these villagers. And he's going to go for the weak villager here. She's probably going to die. Oh, so close. The scout from DauT just going down before he manages to finish that off. And BacT, as soon as he hit the Castle Age there, did do the Loom upgrade. But if you look at the chat log, you can see DauT did reach the Castle Age first, even though he clicked up to the Castle Age, whilst BacT was at about 40% already upgrading. So it is a really significant bonus, and BacT here with the 2 forward monasteries. Now, it would be lovely for BacT if he could have done this and caught DauT by surprise, but DauT scouted it, so he's going to be prepared. And does DauT really want to go toe-to-toe with the Burmese when it comes to a monk war? Because DauT is actually adding a second monastery of his own, and that is a questionable decision.
Yeah, we have to, of course, consider the civilizations for their bonuses, like you just said. The Burmese have all monk upgrades cost 50% less, and that allows you to spend all that valuable gold on, of course, more monks or whatever you want, and that allows BacT to put down a 3rd forward monastery. So this man is going aggressive, and the element of surprise with these forwards is absolutely huge. So if we see the mark of a good player like DauT patrolling his scout on the left side, scouting around for that, knowing that the left half of the map is more than likely going to be the aggressive front. That's where all the resources are. That's the more open side. He sees that, giving him time to react, but I can't help but feel that this is a matchup that is unfavorable for him if they're both going for the same strategy. That's why I like DauT, cutting his losses and grabbing this relic early in case he forfeits it.
Yeah, this is going to be a smush without the Saracens. It's going to be a siege and monk rush. That's what I think we should call it from now. It can still be a smush because, siege and monk, that's all we need. So Mangonel's coming out from BacT as well as these 3 monasteries here. How many villages does BacT have on gold? I mean, he's actually only got 9 villages on gold there, and I'm a little surprised. I would have expected a couple more. And also, amongst all of this, BacT has actually added a second TC as well, so he's being very careful. Now look at this. DauT coming in straight away and getting an immediate conversion on the monk here, and he's just going to leapfrog forward because, wow, he gets another one, and DauT can just go ahead and convert another monk here, if he can avoid the Mangonel, that is.
I was going to say,
wow,
another
atonement.
really great part of the Burmese bonus is that it allows you to get otherwise expensive monk technologies just a little bit sooner to turn around these monk mirror matches, grab that atonement, convert some monks, grab that redemption, get some Mangonels. And that was a pretty dicey early engagement. Importantly, it did deny DauT the relic, and now that BacT has map control, he can just start snagging as many of those as he wants. BacT, of course, has 2 Mangonels applying so much pressure, and DauT just feels behind. He's just starting his siege workshop now. The walls are open. Can he hold the line?
Yeah, I mean, I would give credit to DauT there. He did have atonement a lot faster than BacT. Given that BacT had the 50% reduction on cost of atonement, that's impressive. And I think that's probably because BacT did make the siege workshop and the Mangonel first, whilst DauT didn't, and that meant he could afford atonement a lot sooner, allowing him to convert a couple of monks and actually get a reasonable trade there. However, for now, like you say, he is going to have to hold, but we saw it in the last game. DauT is more than capable of making a good hold here. Now, who's got the RNG? Because BacT immediately getting 1 conversion, DauT saying, nope, that's my monk, I'm going to convert it right back. And BacT now advancing with these mangonels. Now, got to be very careful. Sanctity is not there for DauT, which means one shot from this mangonel will be enough to kill the monk. Whereas the Burmese monks from BacT, they do have Sanctity, putting them at 45 HP. It's a minor detail, but it means that they can potentially survive a mangonel shot. I think it's, well, provided they're not already damaged, they should defend from that mangonel shot.
Right, and that can be crucial, flipping around these very close engagements. A lot of these villagers sustaining harass from those mangonels is going to come down to a good mangonel shot trait.
Wow.
Yeah, the mangonel blast hits both of them, but doesn't actually get a single kill. Meanwhile, DauT's mangonel at full HP, that's going to have to push back. This is going to take some very careful control from both parties here. Monks threatening some conversions. Another monk going down that mangonel blast, but my eyes are on this mangonel from DauT.
That was great. That was great for BacT right there, I think. He manages to get 2 good trades. Yeah, and he gets the monk back as well. Okay, fantastic. BacT, that was a perfect fight. He manages to convert just the monks first. He manages to kill a monk with his mangonel. He trades favorably with the mangonels, and now it's completely snowballed out of control. With atonement research, it is so easy for it to snowball once the monks start converting each other, and DauT is at the point now where he'd rather delete his monks than give BacT another one. And DauT has just been destroyed by this monk rush. Like, what has he got left? Not really very much.
Wow, we see the Sanctity upgrade being absolutely crucial here, as if your monks end up living, then that gives you just enough extra time to finish that conversion of the mangonel. I'd attribute a lot of this game... Okay, so the only way that DauT can really claw his way back in this game at this point is by building a defensive castle, which is why it's great to see him doing this to protect his town center. God, this fight is hilarious.
Yeah, I'm just watching this villager trying to kill the monk, and it's just getting healed up faster than she can do damage.
Oh, disaster.
Oh, it's so funny. Anyway, yeah, DauT really trying to get this castle up now, but the mangonel is there, and he's just going to flatten these villagers as they try and build it. BacT applying what could potentially be the finishing blow here if DauT doesn't manage to finish this castle. Many conversions coming in. He's even going ahead and converting the siege workshop out on this right-hand side. DauT really up against the wall here, and he's losing a lot of economy to these mangonels, killing his villagers off as well. Now, BacT could not successfully convert the siege workshop, so DauT... Oh, wait, no. He did successfully complete it.
Wow.
Yeah, my bad. So, BacT here able to start using this siege workshop as well. Oh, what a fight for BacT. This is how it's done. This is how it is done. Loving it.
Well, I was going to say that the crucial thing here is that somehow DauT has managed to not fall that far behind in population, but now he really is. He's about 10 behind. Lost so many villagers building that castle. And really, when you're in a situation like this, where your opponent is pressuring you with mangonels, he's got so many monks, and you can't possibly match him if you're going for the same strategy, really the only way you can claw your way back in at that point is with a defensive castle. So great to see DauT going for that. Maybe this will allow him to claw his way back into this, but BacT has had a third town center for much longer, so he's in a lot of trouble. I would attribute a lot of this game just to the way the civilization bonuses match up. The Burmese here are really playing to their strengths, and we see that the faster age advancement thing really not making that big of an impact here compared to free lumber camp upgrades, discounted monk technologies. If you can't really do something with advancing the next age quicker, then sometimes it is a little bit weaker than other bonuses.
Yeah, and BacT has got quite a few rams also on the front. He's trying to push the castle. Now, to be honest, I don't think that BacT should try and ram rush this castle. I guess, really, I mean, he's so far ahead that he can afford it anyway. But I think it might have been better if he actually looped around and looked for another angle of attack. Because if he came around this right-hand side, he'd actually be able to pressure these villagers on this TC at the back, which is not protected by that castle there. So right now, BacT trying to take out the mangonel with this ram.
Oh, here comes the ram.
And meanwhile, that's a distraction, really. Is he going to get it? Oh, very close. 8 HP. And that's a distraction because DauT, he's under attack on the castle. The repairs have come in, but he's ran out of stone. And now there's, 5 rams deployed on that there? That's bad news. That castle might just fall. It's falling very quickly. DauT getting the repairs on, but this is so hurtful for his economy.
You know what's really crucial is that somehow DauT managed to keep a Mangana alive throughout this entire time while he had no Siege Workshop. If he didn't, this game would have absolutely been over, as there's no way that he could have removed all those battering rams, and oh my god, BacT is really committing to this. That's so much golden wood down the drain, and we see defensive castle paying dividends. DauT with another Siege Workshop. Can he hold the line? Are we going to see another nuts comeback?
Oh man, if DauT comes back from this, I mean, BacT will have just thrown this one down the drain, absolutely. Seriously though, I mean, DauT actually has a score lead right now. BacT has thrown so many resources at trying to take this castle down, and he's not succeeded yet. DauT just added his third TC at the south, and he is still standing. He is not out just yet. He is not done. Can we see an AoE comeback from DauT? In this case, I mean, I thought BacT had just ended this game. As soon as he took the monk advantage, I thought he would have done so much damage to DauT's economy, killing villagers, building the castle. I thought that DauT would have wasted so much time and so many resources on repairing the castle that surely BacT is going to have such a large advantage at this stage. But realistically, right now, DauT on 66 population, BacT on 80. It's not that huge of a difference, and I think DauT is still well and truly in this game.
Gonna have to agree with you there. Such a decisive early win for BacT, but perhaps he should have just taken all the map control that he had, and then when he saw the castle, maybe just sit back, relax, because he had the decisive economy lead too. He had an additional town center for so much longer, and he did so much damage to DauT. Maybe just sit back, get to the Imperial Age, and then end the game there, or just try and mass up some units further. But that's a really difficult decision to make. BacT, though, still doing a lot of raiding. He still has complete map control, but DauT showing very promising signs of life. What's that in that castle? It's a unit that is just crap value to convert, that's for sure.
Love it. DauT here, sending out the karambits, and BacT just trying to build a watchtower on this stone of DauT. Now, if DauT is quick, he can destroy the watchtower, and BacT will lose the stone value here. I think this is crumbling away for BacT, to be honest. I mean, if you look at the situation right now, DauT will be able to clean this up pretty easily, I think. The karambits are going to tear through... whoa, okay, maybe not. Wow, okay. Okay.
That's sanctity, though.
Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
I take that back. 5 attack damage versus 45 HP of a monk. As it turns out, the karambits don't work. That just gave BacT a few karambits to play with as well there. Even on the right side, they were getting converted. DauT's kind of just given his enemy a few more units to play with there. Okay, the karambits maybe not a good idea after all.
This is going to be the fastest reverse comeback I have ever seen.
Oh my gosh.
As DauT, clinging on to dear life, threatens a pushback, and immediately Titanic out of nowhere. These Karambit warriors, I mean, the nice thing about them, they're half a population. They cost almost nothing to grade. So they are truly one of the worst units in the game to convert from a cost efficiency standpoint for a monk. It's a huge waste of faith. That being said, Karambit warriors also suck. They deal 5 damage in the Castle Age, and with Sanctity, that's an additional 3 hits. They got to do this really elaborate animation. That's pretty sad, unfortunately, and this means that BacT
They're
can
so
drop
crap.
a forward castle. Oh god, they're so weak.
They're so crap. And the castle's coming up for BacT on the front. Wow. I mean, I really thought DauT was back in that then, and I thought, okay, he's just going to boom up behind this castle. He tried the karambits, and they just flopped. They failed miserably. I just want to point out as well, like, BacT's neglected to grab the relics. How is it that BacT only has 1 relic right now? There's 3 relics on his side of the map, and he has 1. But he is on the way up to the Imperial Age, and with that, well, it could spell the end for DauT. However, DauT is about to click up to Imperial as well himself. How is that even possible? DauT up to the Imperial Age, and you know what? DauT's going to be up to the Imperial Age before BacT, and that means he's going to have a trebuchet out, and he's going to be going ahead and taking out that castle before BacT even can make a trebuchet of his own. Unbelievable.
Absolutely unbelievable. We're going to see maybe another momentum swing, another comeback in the other direction, as this is when This is what I was talking about. This is how you make the melee insane, is you have to find a way to really abuse that age advancing bonus. And here, getting out that first trebuchet, we've seen it time and time again, wins those treb wars. He's going to be able to do it. Meanwhile, back swinging around the right side. It's also nice, by the way, to see DauT going for a fairly standard melee Imperial Age with Arbalest, which is quite strong for them. Basically, DauT just has to survive for just a little bit longer, get it a trebuchet. Can he do it? Because he's getting raided by his own KillerB warriors.
The pressure is well and truly on, isn't it? It's such an uphill battle for DauT right now. The Karambit's a little scary, and the monk escort that they seem to have wherever they go, just converting everything in sight. I'd be a little concerned if I was DauT, because these buildings could get converted as well by these monks which are hanging around. Yeah, I mean, I still feel like DauT just cannot possibly pull this one back still, but still he has the score lead, and he has now reached the Imperial Age from the castle. We're seeing that trebuchet. Can he hold on? Can he repel BacT? It's gonna be really tough, but I still think there's a glimmer of hope here. The chat just doesn't know what to think. They're like, everyone's like, oh, DauT's got this. Oh no, BacT's got this. It's just no one can decide what's gonna happen. And well, with this treb coming out, it could be another momentum swing.
That's the mark of an excellent game of Age of Empires. DauT with his back up against the wall, but he has a bunch of things that he actually can depend on. First off, BacT's army is absurdly weak to Arbalest and crossbowmen. The Arambai, that's how you beat them. They're very inaccurate at long range, and they have very low armor, and you can't even upgrade it that much. Monks as well fare very poorly versus Arbalest, so I would love to see those from DauT, and he's working on them right now. The KillerB warriors that BacT has converted don't really do that much, but the conversions we have to watch out for, because that means no more Arbalest. Trebuchet coming out. BacT has to repair his front castle, but this engagement is going to be decisive. Who's going to win?
This is a good fight for DauT. He immediately kills a bunch of monks here. He's got his crossbow out. He's got Bracer done as well, so that's good damage on these crossbows. The Arambai at the back doing quite heavy damage, but that's only if they manage to hit, which is about 20% of the time. Damn, that's weak. And BacT right now, okay, he's managed to convert one range. He's going to take the other one down with the ram, but there's still signs of life here for DauT. Arbalest is coming in, and he is pressuring that castle on the front from BacT, but BacT has done a very important upgrade right now. That is the capped ram, and he is just going to storm the trebuchets. He's going to try and take them down here, and a couple of hits from this ram will take down a trebuchet quite quickly. And yeah, BacT going to repel the trebs back, and he's coming in with the rams now to take down the castle. What a messy game of Age of Empires this has been, but what an entertaining one as well.
Oh yeah, a true nail-biter here. A lot of cute things going on. We were talking about DauT's map early on, the fact that he had that gold at the backside of his base, and we knew that the left side of the map was going to be the aggressive one. That's what kept him in the game. DauT's been really struggling to actually produce military units because his market on the left side of his base actually got converted, so he had to build another one, and he has no gold income left. Now that his monastery is down too, I swear somehow he actually has had more relics this entire game.
He has. He's had 2 relics here. It's unbelievable. And BacT is like, nah, man, I don't need the relics. I don't need that. A great play by BacT. He's going to solidify the victory here, I feel, as he takes down the castle on the front. He's cleaning out these buildings on the right-hand side as well. There is no question that BacT will be closing this one out in a second here. But yeah, I mean, DauT, what an admirable defense and what an amazing fight for him. As you quite rightly said, that gold was keeping him in the game, and we said that right at the beginning of the game here. We knew the aggression was going to be on the left side, and we said that, you know, all the gold for DauT is on the left, but thankfully, he just has that 1 5-tile gold pile in the back. That's gone now. DauT has no gold left. He's got no market to sell resources, and, you know, that means he cannot make any more Arbalest, but DauT just doesn't want to give in. Look at these archery ranges. He's like, okay, let's just throw them up. I read somewhere or seen somewhere on the internet, I think ZeroEmpires made a video once of some guy, he only made skirmishers and he managed to win. Maybe I should try that.
That's youtube.com/user/ZeroEmpires.
And the player in question was actually DauT in that game as well. So DauT referring to his own genius back in the day. But look at that mass exodus of villagers right there. Wow.
I think admirable defense is the absolute correct term here. DauT holding on to, like, clinging on to dear life, and he's able to do this because, once again, these archer range units are very, very good versus BacT's army, even though DauT has absolutely no economy to support this, no ability to research upgrades, nowhere to run. He is in so much trouble, especially if BacT starts pressuring the bottom side of the map. DauT doesn't want to call it, but it's looking bad.
Yeah, he's got to call it now. Honestly, though, I love that BacT is just putting... Look at these forward siege workshops. It's like, okay, you got a clump of buildings. I'm just going to build a siege workshop in the middle of your buildings and just start making rams. And he's doing it in the south as well. DauT's trying to rebuild a TC here. He's actually going to... well, potentially lose this TC at the top. So DauT really very close to falling or having no TCs left. And Elite Skirmisher is now done. And he's thinking, okay, well, if I just get enough Elite Skirms here, I can actually push this one away. He might be right. I mean, could you imagine? Could you just imagine if DauT came back from this? I don't see any way that it's possible, though. 100 population for DauT, though. BacT on 149. And as long as DauT can keep the food flowing, as long as he can keep the wood flowing, he can keep making skirms. And if he's still got skirms, he's still got hope.
I want that on a t-shirt. This is a textbook example of, it's basically GG, but it's not actually quite GG yet.
Yeah.
DauT just, you know, he's really almost dead, but not quite. He's got a bunch of elite skirmishers, but really it's the population discrepancy that could cost him dearly here, as we do see that it's 152 to 91, which is quite bad. And now his army is getting mopped up. He only has one town center left, right? Oh god, this is going to be tricky for him.
Yeah, DauT, it's well and truly over. I mean, he's really doing quite a lot of damage with these skirms. He's actually killing a lot of these monks here, but his entire base is gone. Well, actually, I tell a lie. He has got one villager chopping wood over here. The rest are being raided by the Arambai. But yeah, I mean, BacT here just swarming DauT, and DauT calling it now. It's about time. It's about time. Funny game though.
Oh yeah, that was one of the most entertaining matches I've seen for a long time. You know, DauT just will not die. And well, he almost turned it around several times, but some great play here from BacT does allow him to clinch the victory. So GG, well played.
Absolutely, and there's still more games to come, of course, but DauT taking that series... Sorry. BacT leveling things up in that series means that we will see the third game. For some reason, I don't know why, but I just thought, oh, DauT won. No, it was BacT. It was BacT. He won. And so it's 1-1 now, and that means that we actually get the third game. Wow, I'm so tired after 2.5 days of casting that I am fried, and I'm getting confused between who's even won the game that we literally just watched. But we're going to throw it to Nilpford. He's already going ahead and doing his analysis, so go ahead and catch that, guys. Oh, no, it was BacT. It was BacT. Oh, wait, no, he's not even doing his analysis yet. Okay. Oh, this is a catastrophe. I thought that he was doing his analysis because I could see the... he was showing the game on his stream, and then I unmuted it, and he was actually watching what we were just saying. And you know what? I'm just going to shut up, and I'm going to throw it over to Nilpford now. He's going to do his analysis. Enjoy.
BacT beating DauT here on Hideout. Burmese against Malay. I'm a bit... Well, let's jump into the game and see what was so weird here. DauT has a nice early scout against the forward of BacT. He sees no loom, sees 3 villagers trying to run around a bit, and now, kind of unnecessary, loses a scout. But not before scouting that BacT is actually going for one monastery. So DauT knows the strategy of BacT coming up here. Look at that, trying to deny, but now losing a scout, trying to go for the herd villager, but didn't work out. And now let's see what's DauT's reaction. extra TC, more villagers actually on wood, weird decision, and he's going for 2 defensive monasteries. Instant atonement, and he's trying to play 2 defensive monasteries against a guy who's taking at least 3 villagers for forward. That's not like, oh, I'm trying to build a monastery and pick up some relics. That's always pure aggression. So I think DauT underreacted here. The CC, okay, I can understand it, but you need to get 3 monasteries out. You need to play defensively. You know your enemy has more villagers aggressively. Your eco is better no matter what. You have Malai. You don't need to be you don't need to be aggressive here. Just chill back. Even that relic is super risky, I believe. And just go 3 monasteries, atonement, and maybe a redemption, and then you're super safe. At the moment he's playing 2 production facilities against 4 and is getting punished so hard. At one point it looked like he could do a hold, but there was still so much army left here from BacT, still from Castle Age. DauT got into Imperial Age with his Malaya upgrade, got some traps out, but there were so many rams. Look at that. Traps out as well. And yeah, BacT could finish it here with a nice aggression. And DauT playing very ballsy DauT style and getting punished like he deserves to. And back to Resonance 22 and ZeroEmpires.
Like he deserves to. Brutal, savage, wrecked. That was some harsh words from Nilpford there. DauT deserved it, apparently. Well, it's 1-1. That means that we will have a 3rd game in the DauT versus BacT series. Having a quick look at the bracket, and you can see what it has come down to here, as the winner will go through to face Nicov in the grand final, and the loser will be knocked out. So, with that said, let's have a 2-minute break. I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea. And we'll be back in 2 minutes with the 3rd game of the set. Stay around, stay tuned. Follow the stream if you haven't already. And also, not many people have followed us yet on social media. But if you want to make sure that you get notified and you have the highest chance possible of seeing when we're live and making sure that you don't miss any of these great games and these great tournaments, do follow us on social media. I have created some accounts for the Escape AoE stream, and they can be found at facebook.com/Escape AoE, twitter.com/Escape AoE. And if you follow us there, it'll just increase your chances of making sure that you don't miss any of the action. So we'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'm going to play a short ad, get a drink, and we're going to get this 3rd game on the road. So stick around, guys, and we'll see you in a minute. Okay, so if Rez is here, we're going to do the veto for game number 3. Is Rez there? It seems like Rez is... Oh,
I'm back.
You're back. Okay, great. I was going to say, it seems like you're not there. Let's have another small 2-minute break. But seems like you are there. So if you're ready, I'll count us down to the veto. And if you don't mind, I'll let you just do the talking for the veto while I try and drink this tea.
Sure thing. Okay, so let's do 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, there we go. Go ahead. This map's going to be Arena.
All right, so it's going to be an arena match, of course, deciding the best of 3 series between DauT and BacT. And then after this, it's going to be the grand finals. We have a pool of 10 civilizations here, a bunch of them from the original expansions, and then ones from the new Steam expansions as well. If we are taking a look at the typical bans, usually we see things like the Malay, Britons, Burmese, Malians, Mongols being really prioritized. Seeing a lot of Indians picked this tournament as well. Very little Aztecs and Huns, despite them being the traditional powerhouse civilizations. Right off the bat, we see the Burmese and Malay being banned here, so no mirror match like the last game. And this is one of the maps where I would expect to see the Aztecs either picked or banned. This is one of their strongest maps, of course. Arena. It's a very monk-centric metagame there, as players do try to fight for control of the relics in the Castle Age. See a Britain's ban as well for DauT, and one final ban remaining for BacT. What will his choice be? It's going to also be Britain's. So both players basically mirroring each other on the bans, except picking a Raja's Civ to ban out. And there's no Aztecs left for either side, so I'm curious what we'll get here. I feel like Malians could be interesting with the free gold mining upgrades, and the building discount is quite solid, both economically and militarily. It would be interesting to see Indians here. Mongols open for both sides. All right, yes, there we go. It's the Malians for BacT, and then what will DauT go with? He has a lot of options here. I'm feeling kind of feeling the Indians, but I really... Oh my god! Nailed it! Nice! Alright, Indians versus Malians. So I was a little bit nervous there, because this... the settings for this tournament are a little bit different than the standard metagame, because, we only have 10 civilizations and, like, limited map pool, for example. So really cool to see this actually working out. And it's going to be Indians versus Malians on Arena. Ugh. My voice. So by the end of this, I'm going to sound like an old man, and then you're going to be asleep.
Yep, I'll just be snoring, and not because the games are bad, but I feel bad for I feel bad for Robo. Robo is one of the tournament admins. Him and T West are the main admins for the event, and it's like 7:30 a.m. for Robo right now, so he's pulled an all-nighter to do this. Similarly, like last night, I was up at 4:30 a.m. doing the Patreon with you, and yeah, it's draining doing this stuff, especially after a full day of casting. So anyway, game coming up is going to be on Arena, and I noticed in the chat some people were saying Arena, Hideout, Regicide Fortress. Why do these maps have walls? Why are you doing this to us? Well, I mean, it's just the look of the draw. There's actually a lot of maps in the pool, but for some reason, these like arena-style maps keep getting drawn out. However, I mean, we did add those arena-style maps into the pool, for good reason. That's because we do want to see the games go a little later. We do want to see the late game of these civs, and those kind of maps do get us to the Castle Age a lot faster, where we do get to see that broader tech tree and the wider options for the players. So, with that said, let's get ready for this third and final game in the DauT versus BacT series. And if you're ready, I'll count us down.
Yep.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we are in.
We're in now. We're in now. Go ahead.
Okay. And we are into the final game in the best of 3 series between DauT and BacT for the Age of Empires Escape Gaming Masters 2 tournament. It's going to be a 1 versus 1 on Arena. BacT will be playing as the Blue Malians on the right side of the map, facing off versus DauT on the left side, playing as the Red Indians.
The Red Indians? I thought he was just playing as the Indians here. But he's actually made a big mistake. Look at this idle villager for about 20 seconds there, not gathering anything. That's actually less than ideal, to say the least, but shouldn't be too bad. It's not like it's going to force his TC to go idle or something like that. The map, of course, will be Arena here, and we should take a look at the maps themselves, because oftentimes Arena can have very unfortunate map generation. Taking a look over at BacT's side of the map, actually, you know, okay, never mind. I was just looking at the minimap and I couldn't see many gold piles. It doesn't seem like there's any extra gold piles on this one, but it's just me being blind. There actually are. So anyway, looking at BacT's side, safe, very safe back gold here. Lovely. Main stone in the back as well, and a secondary stone far on the far right. So he's got quite a lot of space to build back here. That's lovely. Not too bad. However, once he wants to go any further past his main gold, once he starts grabbing his second gold and third gold, as those tiles here start to run out, he will be forced to come forward to the left of his wall, where this second gold is just outside there. His third gold, I mean, I'm assuming this is his third gold. It must be, yeah. Is way out on the right-hand side. As is DauT's third gold as well. But, you know, that's going to be super late when it comes to getting that anyway. For now, BacT's map, not too bad. DauT's map, his main gold a little closer to the wall, and it's a little further forward. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, but it does depend on BacT's strategy here. It's incredibly risky to do some kind of a castle drop, and I don't think we've seen a single castle drop yet in the tournament. But, you know, it's always something that could come in at a later date or a later stage of the game, and that gold could be denied from that kind of aggression. At the back, he does have his stone here. He's got a very small gold mine back here, and DauT doing what DauT does very well on Arena, and making sure that he scouts every nook and cranny back here to make sure that he does see those extra gold piles, and that's really valuable to do because, you know, some players might have missed that there.
Oh yeah, we see time and time again in competitive Arena where there will be an extra gold mine in the back or an extra stone mine that the player just doesn't find because it's so far in there. In terms of the actual relic generation, seems to be fairly evenly spaced out without really too much of an advantage for one player. It really is quite fair. Overall, I would say that I feel like DauT overall has more gold mines closer to his initial base, and perhaps the fact that BacT's third gold mine is way out there could end up being a decisive factor later. But on the other hand, BacT has, I guess, more space to build, and his main gold is safe at the back, so it can be pretty even in that respect, but I gotta keep my eye on that third gold mine.
Yeah, and, you know, we might see one of the players, maybe DauT, for example, coming quite aggressively into the center of the map. He's done it on many Arena matches before that we've seen, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does do something similar here with the Indians as well. I've got to say, the Indians, what an incredible civ as well. Such a high win rate, and I think they're a great arena civ also. I know they don't have any like monk bonuses, but, you know, definitely a second tier arena civ in my opinion, due to their ability to boom so effectively whilst still doing reasonable pressure in the castle age at the same time. And then their late imperial, like post imperial army composition, I feel like that can be very strong also. Never underestimate the Indians. Maybe we could talk a little bit about the Malians and what you might expect to see from the Malians in this game.
So when we were going through the draft, based off the civilization bans that I saw, we saw the Aztecs being banned for both sides. I was trying to think, what are the civilizations that make sense for players to pick here? And I was thinking that the Indians and Malians would be just great choices that were left up. The Indians particularly because they just have such a strong boom with their discounted villagers, and they have just a great wide variety of units. A lack of knights isn't a huge deal on Arena. And with the Malians, their economy is really good. The free gold mining upgrades gives them a potentially powerful monk rush, which we often see being a really important strategy on Arena as players compete for those relics. And then also, The cheaper wood cost on their buildings allows them to stockpile additional wood, helps with the booming, might give them the wood that they need to make mangonels. And overall, I feel like the Malians are quite a strong civilization on Arena as well, and this should be a great game because of that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the potential to go monks here. I know they don't have like any like monk bonus, but the ability to get that free gold mining upgrade can definitely give them a strong transition into mining gold and building the monasteries to take the relics here. As you said earlier, though, the relic distribution is about as even and as fair as you can get, I feel. And that's going to be nice. I would be interested to see if DauT does come aggressive into the center of the map. I feel like he could very easily go for... I mean, just looking back at his Regicide Fortress game, for example, the first game in this series, he did 2 TCs. So he went up to the castle age, added 1 town center, and then he got aggressive in the center of the map with his camel archers. He could do something similar here with the Indians, where he could add a second TC and at the same time go aggressive in the middle with a siege workshop and a monastery, for example. Obviously, it's a different civ, but I feel like with the Indians, that kind of play style could work very well as well.
Oh yeah, these players have a lot of options here. None of them are really shoehorned into going for monks unless they want to. BacT is actually going to be mining gold a couple population after DauT is. So DauT had already been mining gold since around 24 population, throwing 3 villagers on it very early. BacT starting that right now. BacT is about 25% on the way to feudal, and then DauT is about 50%. So DauT has clearly cut a lot of villagers here. At only 24 population, and with the barracks coming down, he's up to no good.
Absolutely. We also see a barracks coming down from... Wait, no, sorry. Yeah, I just switched... That was weird. I switched views to BacT, and when I switch view to BacT, it puts me in the back of DauT's base, where he's building the barracks. So it's very, very odd. It's like the views are inverted. I don't know.
It does that sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. So it's actually, yeah, as you say, DauT's barracks coming up in the back here, and he's going up with 25 pop. So I think when he gets the feudal age, we'll see. It's probably going to be a stable, I imagine, here. Let's see what he builds. He's going to go for a blacksmith and it's going to be... A stable,
really?
Yeah. I thought it would be a stable. So I'm assuming here he's predicting that BacT will make monks, and he wants to preemptively counter that by making scouts. The stable, of course, going to be able to do that, and the blacksmith coming up as well there. Also looking, obviously, going up with 25 pop instead of 26, DauT is clearly looking for a faster uptime here. He's going to go up to the castle age on 27 population, and that's just to give him that speed, that edge. He's just, however, lacking 50 food, and he doesn't quite have the food he needs. He's force dropping at the berries. He's still just, there we go. He's clicked up now, but maybe wasting a little bit of time there, not quite as precise as he would have liked. Meanwhile, BacT, he's adding in a loom, 27 population for him as well, and he's also clicking up. So DauT a little bit faster. You could see he was hoping to get a few extra seconds there. Sadly, just not quite being as precise as he would like on the food there. But yeah, I mean, clearly DauT going to add some scouts, I feel, and BacT with the market blacksmith, I'm expecting to see a second town center, and I'm expecting to see a monastery.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on your analysis there. I feel like oh god, my voice. I feel like the Malians have a pretty good monk rush, or based off their economy bonuses, and I do always like to see players mixing in scout cavalry whenever applicable on Arena, just as a way to counter that monk rush that's just in every single game. So I expect to see something like that, an additional town center with a monastery for BacT, and then DauT will probably mix in some scouts. DauT, of course, making the trade-off here, like you said, going for a faster uptime in exchange for a weaker economy, and we'll have to see if this pays off. Double bit axe finished for DauT to bolster his economy, and he's making his first scout cavalry here, so yep, DauT will be going for scouts.
Yep, and with 6 villagers on gold for BacT, that's basically confirming that he will be making monks as well. So the question is here, who is able to control the center? And as we spoke about earlier in the game, this 3rd gold for BacT is a little bit further out. I know it's a long way off before we see players trying to grab this, but I know that DauT, after seeing him play multiple times on Arena, Regicide Fortress, Hideout, I think he prefers to have the map control in these kind of games. A lot of players they're quite content to sit and defend and just kind of bust out when they're ready. But I think DauT in this game, he definitely wants that map control, and he's going to be looking to secure that quite quickly here with those 2 scouts here that are protecting the relics. Interestingly, BacT lost his scout cavalry here. And what's even perhaps more interesting is that DauT hasn't taken any damage on his scout cavalry yet. So how is that possible? Did BacT perhaps pull his boar in with his scout earlier on? Maybe we missed that.
I think his scout just got caught off guard, and that ended up he took so much free damage that he was just running around the map the entire game trying to keep it alive. BacT actually has his left gate blocked by his main gold, and it's great to see these scouts just kind of camping these entrances. So we're going to see a double monastery plus siege workshop opening versus a singular monastery plus stable opening. And this is when I think that having the scout cavalry is just huge, allowing him to get so much map control and secure those relics.
Yeah, you know what's so funny here? I think BacT, I predicted that BacT would add the second TC and then, do maybe 1 monastery. But after the last game, is it any surprise that BacT is going straight into 2 monasteries and a siege workshop here? I don't think so. I mean, that's just what won him the game last time around. This time it's a very different kettle of fish, though. This is now DauT prepared for these monks. It's not like it's a surprise or anything like that. He's got the scouts ready and waiting. And as I assumed for DauT anyway, correctly, he would add that second TC, and he has added the TC behind this. So a monastery and a stable, like we've said, but also the second TC, whilst it looks like we're going to see 3 monasteries from BacT once again, and a siege workshop. Will DauT fall to this aggression from BacT like the last game, or will he be more prepared and be able to shut it down?
Well, it's all going to depend on how well this monk push goes down. BacT with such a strong push prepped for him, but DauT swooping up as many relics as he can before the storm arrives. Will this monk escape with the relic? I think so. So the scouts here do resist conversion, so DauT's going to have to try and use that to get some free pickoffs on these monks. He has a reasonable amount of scouts here, but he's really outnumbered. So I think right now he's just trying to cut his losses, snag all the relics that he can, and then prep for the coming storm.
Yeah, he's going to try and grab the ones on the left side, and, it's much more preferable for DauT to go for the relics that are the furthest away first, because he was the first to the Castle Age, and he's got these scouts to patrol and protect the monks as they do pull them in. So good start for DauT. He does grab one of the relics already. He's going to safely grab the second relic on the right side. He's already bringing one of the relics on the left home, and if he gets a free mangonel trade with the scouts as well, that would just be icing on the cake. But I think DauT's going to be very happy with the situation at the moment anyway. He's certainly not invested as much into this aggression as BacT has. That mangonel is incredibly costly, both on the wood front and the gold. Whereas DauT, he needed the stable to go up to the Castle Age anyway. And it's just a small amount of food, which he's probably saved in the villager reduction of cost already at this stage of the game. So DauT's coming in, light cavalry, and BacT quite late to start the conversions. His own mangonel will kill the monk here, and he has got sanctity, but wow, okay, the mangonel killing one of the converted light cavs as well. And the final light cavalry from DauT will get converted to BacT's side. Not the best engagement, actually, for DauT, because he didn't manage to kill the mangonel, but he did take a couple of monks out for relatively cheap. That's not too bad. It's hard to say which was the better, which player got the most value out of that.
That was a really tricky engagement that required a lot of tough decision-making. So, for example, if when DauT comes in with the scouts, he has to decide whether or not he wants to focus fire down the mangonel and then risk losing all of his light cavalry to conversion. And if he tries to focus down the monks to give him less time to get that conversion off, then he will take twice as much damage from that mangonel blast. 2 light cavalry will be hit. And the battle did end up just going in BacT's favor here, even though DauT had the counter units. He just didn't have enough light cavalry to deal with this. And now BacT going to mix in a couple of spearmen too, just to keep the pressure on and really discourage the usage of light cavalry. So BacT in a great situation to apply some pressure. But let's see, how many relics did DauT get?
3, and the 4th is on the way. So after all of that, DauT now just going to retreat behind his walls, where BacT can't really do too much damage here. Though I did say earlier about that gold being quite far forward. BacT could potentially get some conversions from behind the wall on the right side here, even this wood line actually. But yeah, he's going to retreat back. He's got 4 relics. He's happy with that. And we got a market and a siege workshop coming up for DauT now to deploy the emergency defensive procedures. But he has, however, got his 3rd TC up as well amongst all of this, whilst BacT is just on the 2 town centers and the 1 relic. So I feel like DauT is ahead very much so economically, but BacT is gearing up to apply this pressure and even bringing a forward villager here to drop another siege workshop. BacT, it's going to be a similar style or strategy. I tried to say style and strategy at the same time and ended up with strategy, but you know, it's going to be a good one, I'm sure, as DauT here just going to try and defend with, oh wow, look, it's a castle. I feel like we're having deja vu right now.
Oh, we absolutely are. In a situation like this, a defensive castle is the best way to keep yourself in the game and discourage this monk push from applying the killing blow. So many monks coming out from back. This is actually a very scary army because now light cavalry very much discouraged because of those spearmen, and since you're the Malians, the spearmen have an additional 2 pierce armor too, which makes things like, you know, going for a defensive crossman even worse than they otherwise would be, because you also have to deal with the mangonels. I don't expect to see really elephant archers being the answer here, because they are really hard countered by the monks. So I think this castle here is just going to keep them alive.
Yeah, but I mean, how many situations have we seen DauT backed against the wall like this?
Every game.
You know, it's like he really wants to get that map control. He goes out, he gets the map control in the early game, and then, I mean, we've seen it time and again. First game, for example, BacT had him right against the corner of the map, and DauT defended and pushed it back. Second game, DauT tried to get the map control, and then BacT, applying serious pressure in a similar style to this, was able to actually crush him that time around. It's almost like flipping a coin right now whether or not DauT would defend from this, but let's see. What can we sort of analyze to see what DauT might be able to defend with? Obviously that castle is all well and good, but we can see how quickly the siege is going to break through this wall, and DauT, I feel, needs a bit more than this. I feel like he should be making a mangonel already, yet he just doesn't have the resources to do it. He's currently building a university, and he's on the way up to the Imperial Age. So I'm wondering, what's the university for, first of all? Maybe ballistics for the castle, or, I mean, I'm not seeing any other military production buildings here, so is it an indication that he could be looking for chemistry to go for bombard cannons, perhaps?
I think that it is definitely, he wants to get to the Imperial Age so he can get chemistry and then start making bombard cannons plus hand cannoneers, which are a fairly strong unit choice for the Indians. I think it's interesting that he didn't end up making a single mangonel at all to defend himself, but I do think it was the right play to go to the Imperial Age, because he can always make that mangonel now. And he is going to do this. He is going to get another mangonel for free. And as soon as he can get chemistry done, which is so slow, this is a huge gamble, a single bombard cannon will kind of stop this push in its tracks, and then BacT will be very far behind economically. If we look at BacT, he's not going to get to the Imperial Age anytime soon. So DauT just has to stall for chemistry. Can he do it?
Yeah, he's stalling it out, and yeah, I mean, obviously the university here, he could research fortified wall, but that is not coming in because he wants chemistry. That is the really important tech that he needs this game to repel this. Obviously, this is kind of like an arena within the arena here. It's arenaception, as DauT creates this like wall off inside, but as I said before, it's not going to take BacT long to break through that. So far, a 1-for-0 trade with DauT's mangonel. It's not too bad, but the wall is once again breached, and the Imperial Age is coming in. The light cavs are going to break through as well, though. DauT with a couple of monks to try and defend. Can he get the conversions, or will he lose the monks? Well, 2 monks down, and BacT is looking very good right now as he storms this left flank.
Yeah, that was a really excellent pickoff there. 200 gold down the drain. No more monks applying any pressure. DauT almost to the Imperial Age. Thankfully, he has a mangonel left, but he's going to have to be super careful with it. But he's positioned his base and is building so nicely that he will be able to hold the line just a little bit longer. Chemistry research at 4%.
Yeah, but
oh my God,
huge problem. The Siege Workshop was being converted, so DauT deleted it. And, oh my God,
on the right side.
Am I the Oracle? I said earlier on that BacT was going to drop a castle on this right-hand wall, and there's a goddamn castle right there, as well as somehow a watchtower inside. I'm guessing he converted a villager and then decided to build a watchtower on that gold mine. BacT must be feeling so good about his position. DauT no longer has a siege workshop. He's trying to build one next to his castle here. He really needs those bombard cannons, but he is in such a dicey position right now as this castle comes up on the right side, denying BacT's main gold.
I wish I wasn't so sick right now, but I wouldn't miss these games for the world, as these have been absolutely crazy. Really, he's just banking on this chemistry upgrade. It's so slow, 80% complete. A bunch of defensive trebuchets will actually keep him in this game because he can treb down that castle from a safe distance. He just has to stem the bleeding for a little bit longer, but it's so awkward now that he doesn't have a siege workshop. This castle denying all this gold, but at the end of the day, Zach, somehow DauT has 4 relics and he's boxed in his base. He's so much gold.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. 800 gold in the bank for DauT, and there's 4 relics. Okay, he's been pushed off his main gold, but they are still working overtime to bring a little gold into the coffers of DauT here. On the left side, the market's going down. Those monks are just waiting for the gates to open so he can come and convert the university and take all of DauT's knowledge. If only it worked that way. You convert DauT's university and suddenly you know how to do chemistry. But bombard cannons coming out for DauT now. The 2 trebs as well, able to bring this castle incredibly low. But I feel like we've seen this position before. Last game, it's almost an identical repetition of that, and BacT, it seems like, okay, he's going heavily on the right side with the rams, but he's backing out on the left side with the monks. They're kind of standing around here, not doing a lot. Talking about religion, probably.
So the question on everyone's mind is, of course, how on earth is DauT defending against this attack? And there are a number of things going on here. So for starters, we see that DauT positioned all the buildings in his base with these makeshift wall-offs very, very nicely. Just to stall for time, I think he made a really bold play, but definitely the right one to go for the Imperial Age. And then I think that BacT dropping that castle on the right side may have been just a little bit too much. We really are getting deja vu here. And the reason that might have been too much is because DauT's in the Imperial Age. He gets the trebs out first, and suddenly that forward castle no longer that scary. Hand cannoneers, bombard cannons, DauT in an excellent position, and now BacT cutting back on that military because he wants to go to the Imperial Age.
Yeah, that was a great stall from DauT, and he did a really good job of actually just holding out. And this is what I think he was hoping to achieve last game. This is like what he should have, what he would have liked to happen last game. This time around, he's making it work. And this castle here, gonna go up in defense. He's already removed the castle on that right side from BacT, and as a result, DauT is actually in a very good position right now. He's got a good army, a lot of hand cannons coming out, some more light cavalry, the bombard cannons as well. Yeah, I mean, he's in a great position. Even still, it looked very dicey for a minute, but I don't think BacT has been able to deal a fatal blow so far.
No, he has not. And he just, again, was a little overcommitted to that fight, I think. DauT putting down a defensive castle to protect his main gold mine. Not that he really needs it because he's getting so much money from those 4 relics passively. DauT does get a free pickoff of a battering ram with his light cav, and he's moving the line forward. The hand cannoneers very inaccurate at range. So they're not great versus the monks, but you know, it's working out all right at least. And I do think though that he will have to retreat regardless because he just doesn't have enough military units yet, and there are way too many monks threatening this. And this is important because all BacT needs to do is get to the Imperial Age. He has, oh my god, he has 5 forward archer ranges, so he's getting ready to transition into some ranged units, but there are no bracer for the Malians, though.
Yeah, that's a really big drawback for them, and I just wanted to go back to the monk thing. I mean, BacT has a lot of monks here, and it's a shame he's not Imperial already, because with block printing, he would have got a lot more conversions, and he's certainly going to get that technology. I feel like that's going to be one of his priorities here. A lot of monks, and there you go, block printing coming straight in. He wants to convert the bombard cannons. That's like the ultimate in value switch right there. I think if you convert a bombard cannon, it's like the highest value trade you could probably get of any unit in the game. I might be wrong, but I feel like that's
at least one of them.
Yeah, because you can't convert trebs, right? And so bombard cannons might actually be the most valuable to actually convert. Either way, that doesn't really matter that much, but you know, he's looking to try and get those conversions and really cripple DauT here. DauT, once again, I mean, he's not just going all in. He's just waiting. waiting. He knows he's probably got a stronger economy back here, thanks to that Indian bonus that we talked about so much. And just waiting until he's got the right army composition, waiting until he's got the numbers, and he'll push it out. BacT, 117 population. DauT, 135. Is this the comeback from DauT? I think it certainly is. I think, well, the comeback's already happened, let's be honest. BacT could have I think he could have ended the game earlier, but DauT now holding on and being able to return fire.
In this tournament so far, it has just been back-to-back comebacks as DauT will not die. The Highlander, you have to cut off his head, otherwise he just keeps coming back. Basically, right now, BacT is going to go for elite skirmishers, which are a fairly good answer to hand cannoneers. Hand cannoneers don't do very much damage to them. Elite skirms do a little bit of extra. The crucial thing here, though, is that the Malians don't have bracer. This means that they're going to have a lot less range, so they're going to take some free shots from those hand cannoneers. And they're just going to be a lot weaker in general, not dealing nearly as much damage, especially if we see the Indians' unique technology coming into play, giving the hand cannoneers an additional 1 range on top of that. So really, BacT doesn't have a great answer to this. I would expect to see some siege units of his own, but this is when the Malians' weaker archer range really starts to be a detriment.
So something to consider here for DauT. He's got 4 relics, Sultans. Could be a great tech for him here. Sultans, of course, is 30% faster, or I can't remember the exact number, but faster.
It's 10%.
Oh, it's 10%. Okay, wow. I'm
still good. It's still good.
Yeah, okay. It's something. Yeah, I mean, Sultans would increase his gold income from relics. I didn't realize it was only 10, though. That's probably not that strong. With 4 relics, that's, like, very little extra gold. But even still, it could be something to consider. Definitely, though, the +1 range on the hand cannons. That could be a great choice for him. And with this army starting to mass up behind this wall, DauT just looking for the engagement here. And when I meant you couldn't convert trebs, you cannot do it from range, so it's incredibly difficult to pull off, and it's something you just don't see often at all. Whereas actually converting these bombard cannons from range is possible, and it's something that does give a huge value swing. So DauT now moving out with the light cavs, a great unit choice still, because it's mostly skirms and monks, which these light cavs just going to have a field day on over here. Great value trade for DauT, and well, I think this is going to be real tough for BacT to hold on now.
So here is a really interesting dynamic that we see happen in competitive arena all the time. The player that is stuck in a Castle Age ends up with a large army of monks, and then one player ends up defending, and then they go to the Imperial Age with some gunpowder units. And while we can see from this battle that it really favors the guy who goes for gunpowder, because if you have all these leftover monks and you have to counter the gunpowder, you have to make elite skirmishers, and then the elite skirms just open up your opponent to make some light cavalry and clean it up. Absolute disastrous engagement here for BacT. He does have chemistry now, so he will be able to start mixing his own hand cannons, but he sustained so many losses. The bombard cannons are moving out, BacT falling apart.
Yeah, love it. I love how he kept the bombard cannons at the back, waiting until he cleaned up BacT's monks and army before sending them out. I also love this little touch. He didn't upgrade the light cavalry much at all, just +2 attack, no defense upgrades. You might think, well, why would he not upgrade the light cavs? And that's just because if they get converted, they're that much easier to then just kill, return kill. With the hand cannons behind it, they would just tear through the light cavalry that do get converted, allowing DauT to keep on the pressure and not have his own army turn against him and be a formidable force to, trade back. BacT now gonna lose this castle in the middle extremely quickly, and I fear that this could be the beginning of the end for BacT if it's not over already, as there's a lot of bombard cannons here. This TC also not gonna last much longer either.
Yeah, this is quite unfortunate for BacT because what he needs to do right now, and he's already doing this, which is great, is he needs to mix in some halberdiers into his army to deal with the light cav, but it's going to take so long for those technologies to come out. They're really expensive, and they still get countered by the hand cannoneers anyway. So really, BacT just needs to buy some time while he can get upgrades for his units, start massing things up. But it's going to be really difficult for him to buy that time because there are so many bombard cannons out from DauT. A defensive castle will not hold the line, and BacT has to retreat. This is going to be really tricky for him. Yeah,
those spearmen, they're just like, oh, what are we doing here? Why are we in this fight? This couldn't be a worse unit to have in this engagement.
To a gunfight.
Yeah, really. Bring a knife to a gunfight if you're a CSGO fan. And yeah, I mean, like, hand cannons here for DauT also with +1 range, which is a nice advantage over BacT, who was making some hand cannons a moment ago with just the 7 range. DauT, I think he's got this one in the bag. He's building a forward castle in the center of the map, some forward ranges so that he can actually reinforce a little quicker. I don't see how BacT is going to be able to push this one now. I mean, he's making pikes. It's not the answer. Not against these hand cannons.
Yeah, he's going to need pikes and then a crap load of other units. He's going to need some siege weapons. He's going to need gunpowder, elite skirmishers, and there will be no window of opportunity for him to make those units. Once your opponent reaches this critical mass of siege weapons, that's what forces these games to come to a close. A defensive castle can no longer stall like we saw it do earlier in DauT's own base. BacT crumbling rapidly, will not be able to hold the line here. Losing this forward town center means no more gold mine, no more wood line. We're going to see about one final battle, I think.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, BacT did have a great early game push, but DauT, the master of defense, the master of just keeping his composure, being able to boom under pressure. That is what DauT is just so well known for, and what he has demonstrated time and time again in these games where he's been backed up against the wall. It's come down to the wire, and yet DauT is still able to keep his composure, keep his calm, and push it back. This time around, he's done it again, and I think BacT is going to have to call GG any moment now as his army sustains repeated losses, and DauT's trebuchets just go to, well, I was going to say they go to town on BacT's town. That kind of sounds weird, but they are going to town right now.
No, this battle is remarkably close, even though it shouldn't be. BacT actually trading favorably here, almost, at least from a gold standpoint, because DauT didn't have enough hand cannoneers mixed in. But DauT knows, though, he doesn't want to take any risks at all, so he's going to do some raiding with light cavalry just to make sure that BacT has absolutely no chance here. And even though BacT's showing promising signs of life, he just will not be able to get out the production that he needs to hold the line. He can't answer these siege weapons, and it's reached the point where DauT can just drop a castle in BacT's own base.
Yeah, I love it. DauT right now as well, 3k gold, like 2.5k wood. He's got enough resources to produce units for days, and BacT here just has nothing left. It's GG from BacT. And with that, DauT makes his way into the grand final for the third time. But this time around, unbelievably, it won't be a Viper DauT grand final, because he is going to be facing up against Nicov, who is waiting for him up there in the upper bracket. I've got to say, though, BacT had some fantastic games. He played some brilliant Age of Empires 2. He really shone in some of these games. An enjoyable player to watch, and definitely well deserving of a lot of praise. For him, though, he will be dropping out of the tournament in 3rd position. It's by no means a bad position at all, given the caliber of the players we've seen here. But congratulations to DauT, who will make it into the grand finals now, and hopefully we'll see more of BacT in the future. Well, back to the future. Didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, that was a great game there. I mean, it was closer than it seemed at a lot of points. Both players the same, largest army, and BacT somehow managing to keep a fairly healthy population until the very end. So this makes me really look forward to the finals. Great game between these guys, and so far an excellent tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Nopford, of course, will give us his analysis of that one. And I keep saying analysis. I meant to say analysis of that game in just a moment. Get hyped, guys, because DauT versus Nicov is going to be your grand final match. It's going to be a best of 5, and it's going to be coming your way in just a few moments' time. We're going to throw it to Nopford now, though, who will do his analysis. And I hope you enjoyed that before we continue here.
DauT advancing into the finals for the 3rd time in a row. BacT dropping onto 3rd place. How did he do it this time? Let's take a look at this part of the game. BacT, look at this. He's pretty much all in. So much army, only 2 TCs, and he still didn't do any damage. DauT, obviously 1 layer of walls from the map, another layer here, nice castle placement, another layer of stone here, and he kind of even has a 3rd row over here, making a very tight choke area. And BacT just losing so much time. Let's compare it to the push from before. At this time we are at 27 minutes 12 seconds. Look at this. Here we are at 20 minutes and 20 seconds. So that's a solid 7 minutes earlier. And he is getting mangonels and monks into very sensitive areas. Gets to, forces the villagers to be pulled, forces a lot of reaction when it comes to army. And just compare this to this. And just a beautiful defense by DauT. 3 layers. This idea was stable, just slowed down BacT so much. He really was super scared, losing his scout before, not going for a lot of spearmen as well. And now he's kind of pushing in, but Mangonel is staying strong, Castle is here as well. And BacT cannot do the damage. And therefore, DauT with his great eco advances into the grand finals. Now against Nicov. Should be a great series.
It should be a great series indeed. I really hope it will be. I cannot wait. This is going to be fantastic. We're going to be heading into the grand finals very soon, and it will be a best of 5. So at least 3 games of AOE coming your way. Potentially 4, potentially even 5 more games tonight. So get hyped for that. Make sure you stick around for it. Now, before we do go into that grand final, I do want to remind you guys that next weekend, February the 18th and the 19th, we will be hosting a 2v2 tournament right here on this channel as well. It's going to be a $5,000 tournament sponsored by Microsoft, and hopefully we're going to be smashing all viewer records with that because they're going to be promoting the hell out of it as well. But yeah, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be a little bit different to what we've seen already, and we've got some amazing teams signed up for this event as well. I just want to let you know who has signed up for the 2v2 event next weekend. There's only going to be 8 teams who compete, but I'll tell you who those teams could potentially be. Team 1, we've got Miguel and Riot. Team 2, we've got Tim and Lix. Team 3, we've got Dogao teaming up with Fire. Team 4, we've got Nicov teaming up with Tato. Team 6 or 5, I've lost count already. I'm so bad at this. MBL teaming up with Slam. We've got Nick teaming up with Spartan. We've got Viper teaming up with DauT. We've got Riverplation teaming up with Stark. We've got Hart teaming up with Liereyy. We've got Janik teaming up with CZ's Skull. And we've got Eddie teaming up with FedEx as well. So those are the teams that have applied to play in the 2v2 tournament next week. Some awesome names, some amazing teams. And that's all coming up next weekend on this channel. So make sure you're following the channel. Make sure you are keeping a close eye on what's going on because you won't want to miss it. Of course, we still have the grand finals to come tonight. And thank you so much to those of you tuning in, and especially thanks to those who have subscribed to the channel as well. Hobo Kyle, Unicorn King 5, Horst Brenner, M Hills Twitch, MS Pearson, and Turkey Dinosaur TM. Thank you to you guys for subscribing to the channel. It's much appreciated, and you're helping to directly support these events and support what we're doing here. If you would consider subscribing, obviously all of the revenue goes into hosting these events and bringing you some fantastic Age of Empires 2. I don't think we'd be able to sustain what we're doing without the support of you guys, so thank you very much. And we also have a Patreon now as well, where you can, if you can support us some more and also get some awesome rewards as well. Those rewards are listed on our Patreon page, so do go over there. You could get some signed postcards from the team and the players. You could get some tournaments named after you. So check out the Patreon. The link is in the chat. And I'm going to get Resonance 22 back, hopefully. I know he's having a hard time with his throat. Okay, he's going to be a couple of minutes here. Sadly, Resonance 22 is a little bit ill. But yeah, he'll be back in just a minute. So I'm just going to keep talking until then. Let's take a look at the bracket. We can see here that we've got our bracket nearly completed now. we can see that the final match will be that Nicov versus DauT game, which we've been talking about, best of 5 grand final. And just to briefly go back to the Patreon thing, if we're able to raise $800 on Patreon, we'll be launching a midweek madness stream, which will happen every single Wednesday night. And we're going to be doing, if you're familiar with Hearthstone or Overwatch, you'll know that Hearthstone has the Tavern Brawl and Overwatch has the arcade mode. Well, we're going to do something similar with Age of Empires. Every single Wednesday, we want to host a mini event on Wednesday evening called Midweek Madness, and it's going to be crazy settings. It's going to be loads of fun. It's going to be very different to our regular sort of programming on the weekends, and we really want to kick that off. Of course, it takes a huge amount of time, a huge amount of effort from all of the admins and the graphics guy and myself doing all of this, so we do need to raise some money as well to keep this thing alive and keep it going. So that's what the Patreon's all about, and that's our goal with that, just to keep you guys in the loop about it. So anyway, when Resonance is back, we will continue with this. Of course, we're also going to try to change the settings up about on our weekend events as well. I've got some ideas for what I'd like to host in the future. Escape Gaming Masters 3, which we're going to be doing in March. The goal for that, I would like to do something where we see a very different veto system. A lot of the time, we're seeing civs being banned out like repeatedly. We're seeing a lot of civs become more dominant in the pool. What I would like to see is like an elimination mode style tournament where all of the civs have to be played, or like, you know, you have to ban one civ every game, and then you choose from the pool, and the pool gradually gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and we see a larger variety of civs being played. So the prize draw, of course, because there's so much going on, we've also, of course, got the giveaway happening as well, which is your chance to win a copy of AoE HD and all of the expansions in one bundle. We've got 10 copies of AoE HD plus the expansions to give away. Enter the competition. Even if you have the game already, you could give it to a friend. And that has actually ended now. As it turns out, it ended an hour ago. I didn't realize. We're going to announce the winners at the end of the stream tonight. Thank you to everyone who did actually enter that. The competition has now closed. It closed at 8 o'clock GMT. So I will announce the winners later. There will be 10 winners. And yeah, good luck. 6,200 people entered. So hopefully you'll be one of the 10 who get a victory there. So anyway, I've spoken for long enough. I have spoken for long enough. Hopefully Resonance 22 is back.
Oh, yes, indeed I am.
You're back. Okay, great. So I can stop rambling on. And we can go ahead and get this next game coming up here. Waiting for the draft, but apparently we don't have one.
Oh.
So we don't actually get to see the Civ draft here. We will just jump straight into the game. I'm not sure why, but the admins did not provide us with the Civ draft link. So I'm guessing
maybe it was lost. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, maybe the Civ draft was bugged out or something. I'm not entirely sure. But anyway, let me just very quickly check everything's in order here. It looks like it is. And if we're ready, we can go ahead and jump into game number 1 between Nicov and DauT for the grand final happening right now. Are you ready, Rez?
Indeed, I am. Would you like to do the countdown?
Sure. In 3, 2, 1, play. And here we go. Welcome, guys, to the grand final between Nicov and DauT for the Escape Gaming Masters 2. I can't believe we're here. I cannot believe the turn of events this tournament has sort of taken. Unbelievable results so far. Very surprising results. Great games. And we've got a best of 5 to top it all off between 2 fantastic players. Joining me for the grand finals this time will be Resonance 22. And I'll let you introduce the players and the civs here and tell us what's going on.
As always, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to do my best to try and survive through this as my voice is dying and I'm super sick. But I am really looking forward to these games. DauT versus Nicov. Both of these players worked so hard to get here. On the right side of the map, we have Nicov playing as the blue Malay, facing off against DauT on the left side, playing as the red Burmese. And good lord, Zach, have you seen this map generation? That gold mine in Nikov's base is adjacent to his town center.
Yeah, absolutely. The map is pretty crazy, actually. That's really funny.
What is this?
Yeah, super strange. I just want to go back to real quick though before we talk about the map. The civilizations. Are you tripping right now? Malay on
the
Nicov,
water, not
on the
banned.
water. So why is this? Okay, it's because in my tiredness and confusion, as always, the winner bracket player gets an advantage. And bear in mind that Nicov was the winner bracket player, DauT, of course, coming into the grand finals from the lower bracket. So it only makes sense that Nicov should have an advantage. And that advantage is that Nicov gets to choose a civilization, and he gets to ban 3 civilizations for DauT. So Nicov chose to play as the Malay. That was his advantage here. And DauT was Nicov banned Malay, Huns, and Indians for DauT. That means that DauT had to pick from the remaining civs, and DauT chose to play as the Burmese. So that is why Nicov here has the Malay. Let's talk about the Malay and why the Malay are such a good water civ.
Oh yeah, this is a great topic that I love to talk about. So the Malay, we don't really see them on water because they are such a strong civilization, and they've got a great set of bonuses for a map like this. So for starters, they advance through the ages 80% faster. This is huge because generally water maps often boil down to a fast feudal age into either fire galleys or galleys. And being able to get to the feudal age quicker to get out those ships first can be quite huge. In addition to that, they have one of their unique technologies, thalassocracy, which upgrades all their dock buildings and any docks they build after that into harbors, which have, I believe, 400 extra HP and then a relatively weak attack. But once you get heated shot, they actually do a fair number of damage to ships, mostly because harbors have great range. They also have infinite fish traps, which is really cute. I haven't seen too much of that. And then recently we took away their discounted fishing ships because it overlapped with the Italians. But still, this is a civ to be reckoned with.
Rez, is this going to be the fabled harbor game? Are we going to see that in action today? It could very well be. But this map, let's talk about this map because it is weird. First things first, what is this gold underneath Nikov's town center? That is valuable farmland right there, don't you know? And we've got 3 gold piles like blocking that off. No, you cannot farm there, Nicov. On the plus side, though, this gold is very safe. It's certainly not, harassable from the water. It's super weird, however. And also, the center of what is happening here? What is this? That is not migration. I actually am questioning whether players can cross this little single tile here, because sometimes this might actually be passable by the boats, which would really greatly change the course of the game.
As ridiculous as it is, I think that is passable. I cannot believe it. This is one of the weirdest migration maps I've ever seen. You're right, premium real estate denied from Nicov, quite unfortunate for any of his farming developments, and I think the middle of the map will actually be passable by ships, thus kind of changing the dynamic of migration entirely. Oftentimes we see like a fast feudal age into some sort of ships. You support your economy with like 4 fishing ships to try and back that up.
Yeah.
But on migration, we often see players playing slower. They go for a huge fish boom because the rush distance is so far, you have to walk all the way around that island. But here we have the wimpiest sandbar I've ever seen.
Can we cross
they scout
it?
This out.
Yes, we can. We can cross it, as confirmed by the wonderful Twitch chat. It is passable. And so an alternative here could be to wall this off. I mean, stone wall here would definitely block it, but that's a ridiculous thought. It's definitely not going to happen. Well, I say it's definitely not going to happen. Caster's curse. It could very well happen now. So anyway, it's certainly a very unusual map. It's going to throw many spanners into the works. And the question is, will somebody scout this? Will somebody see this? Because it drastically changes the way this game will play out. Now, let's take a look immediately at the difference between the players here. I noticed Nicov adding in a mill very early. I mean, has he got some kind of map hack? Because that's a lot of villagers on the berries, which indicates he's looking for a fast feudal. Why would he look for a fast feudal? If he didn't know this map was so good for him in this situation to do that. Obviously, I'm only kidding. Map hacks are not a thing, but it's crazy that he's put so many vills out on the berries here, and he is actually preparing for a fast feudal age, even idling his town center to get to the feudal age that much faster. DauT, on the other hand, look at this. Only 200 food in the bank, adding in loads of fishing ships. Are we going to see a super fast game here as Nicov just looks out and, goes for a fast feudal? Not only is it a fast feudal, it's an 80% fast feudal. And he mines gold like perfectly. You know what? Sorry to just continue again here. He doesn't need to build a mining camp. That's 100 wood saved.
No,
That's
you're right.
ridiculous.
That's actually huge. Like that is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Nicov picked this map too, so clearly he had a plan, banning out all the civs he didn't want to face, picking the Malay on migration, and I guess the way he was just looking at his own island, he's like, I don't need to build a mining camp. It's 100 extra wood. Maybe I can do something with this.
Yeah.
This is really going to catch DauT off guard. But DauT does finally see the middle of the map. Will he be able to respond? I mean, the Burmese are a fairly good civ on the water too, due to the free lumber camp upgrades. But will it be enough? We're in the feudal age.
Yeah, it's happening. DauT here crossing over the sandbar, DauT confirmed that this is passable, and he knows that he's in for a real tough time now as he sees Nicov hit the feudal age, and he's like, the center of the map is completely open. Well, Nicov could still get lucky. I mean, he's had ridiculous dirty look so far, but if you look where he's built his docks on the left side, his ships might still go all the way around. Now look where he's set his gather point here on this dock. He set his gather point here, and he's assuming that his ships will just go around the bottom of the map. He's going to be hell of a lot confused when his ship starts going north out of this dock. He's going to be like, what? Why is my ship going this way round? And that's because it's actually the shorter distance to just pass through the middle of the map. Nicov sees this. He's probably just like doing the biggest, most evil laugh to himself right now as he just comes in hot towards DauT's docks, and DauT's going to have to run away.
I bet the first thought that went through his mind was HD unit pathing strikes again. But no, it's actually the map generation that is the real winner this time. Nicov getting away with murder here. His aggressive fast feudal age could not be better with a map like this. Now he's moving out. DauT going to take so much damage from these galleys. DauT playing this thinking that this map is migration. And it is, but it really isn't. He has so many fishing ships. He's going to get punished so hard by this. DauT playing standard, and standard's not good enough when you've got this pencil-thin sandbar.
Let's just say this sandbar, this passage here, it's definitely HD ready. And Nicov here, coming in with those galleys, going to be taking out those fishing ships. Now, I just want to clarify that that's not actually anything to do with HD. That is just the random seed. And I've seen maps in AOC the same. There is definitely no change there in terms of map generation on HD versus the original game. It's just a very lucky coincidence for Nicov, pulling ahead already here in score and doing a lot of damage to DauT so far. Great start for him, and he couldn't have looked out any harder if he tried.
Yeah, and I think it's even more interesting that Nicov would open up with galleys instead of fire galleys. And the nice thing about him doing that is it does mean that he can apply a lot of pressure to those lumberjacks on the land too. So that just means that he's going to be playing even more aggressive. DauT, not necessarily out of the game yet. He can still bank in his own fire galleys to claw his way back in this. Nicov has not reached critical galley mass. Looks like DauT will be able to barely get a pickup on this galley, and then, he's going to mix in some demo rafts too. So if DauT can control this really nicely, maybe he can claw his way back in this. But his eco is just so weak.
500 score difference already. That's crazy. And DauT, adding the fire galleys, it's a great call, but Nicov has got +1/+1 on these galleys as well. Now, DauT needed a good start here. I mean, he's already up against a water civ that is incredibly strong, and he really needed a solid start. He's not had that start, and now he is really going to have to climb a mountain to pull this one back. With these galleys having +1, I believe that they are a better choice now for Nicov, and I think actually he made the right choice by going galleys, to be honest. I speculated about this with KillerB in previous games, that actually on migration, I think going galleys first is the most sensible option, because it's very likely you're going to have +1 by the time it comes to actually reaching your opponent and fighting. With Nicov having this number of galleys here, it's going to be difficult for DauT to fight effectively. He's going to do his best, however, but a lot of these fire ships are getting very low. Nicov able to do very large amount of damage in each volley here, and even a demolition raft coming in just to add insults to injury. Ooh. Let's see what he can do. That's going to be 2 down, surely. Oh no, maybe just 1. There you go.
Yeah, demolition raft not that strong in the feudal age. I do have to agree with you here about the fire galleys thing. So the way that water balance dynamic is currently set up is the dominant ship varies a lot based on the map and situation. And on a map like this, where the rush distance is so far, fire galleys typically dominate the early feudal age water fights. But once fletching comes into play and you get enough galleys, fire galleys really start to fall off. They don't have enough pierce armor, and then fletching means the galleys are doing an extra 1 damage a pop and have the extra range that they need. So this is going to be really bad for DauT, because DauT can't possibly match this galley for galley, and fire galleys are a lot weaker right now. Great micro here by Nicov, and here comes another demo raft.
Yeah, perfect raft
That's
for him.
one.
He hits two of the fire galleys, and it's not about killing your enemy. It's just about inflicting the damage there, and that's enough to just weaken them, make them an easy target for Nikov's galleys. And DauT now, once again, back against the wall. We've seen him able to pull back from these kind of positions before, and this is his answer: 5 docks. How many docks is Nicov running right now? Just the 3. So DauT is like 100% all in on this. Look at his eco right now. He's got like 6 villagers on berries. Everything else, wood, gold, fire galleys from 5 docks, galleys coming in as well, and he's just going to throw everything he can at this to just try and win the water back and equalize there. Not too bad of a job of it so far, but Nicov definitely trading to his advantage.
Yeah, I think Nikov's plan here was just to play absurdly aggressively as the Malay, a really powerful water civilization, and put DauT on a map like Migration, where it's going to be very difficult for him to stage a comeback doing really anything at all, forcing DauT to commit basically to 5 docks or lose the game. Because if this was like Team Islands or something, then DauT would have a lot more space to build, his coastline would be safer from the galley raids, maybe he would get to the castle age, build a castle, maybe he could go for a forward. But here, you can get starved so easily on Migration, and I really just love Nikov's game plan. It's going to come down to whether or not DauT can outproduce this, because Nikov's on the way to the castle age.
Yeah, so a lot of people wondering about the actual, the reason why does Nicov get this civ advantage here. This is a double elimination format. And that basically means that DauT has already lost a game, lost a series. Nicov has not lost a series yet. And as such, it would be unfair if DauT went into this grand final and was able to just, take it as a straight up best of 5, because he should, if this was single elimination, DauT would have already been eliminated by now. So DauT has a second chance, and that's why Nicov has the advantage going into this game. Not all games will give Nicov an advantage, but this first game, he certainly does have one. And DauT here definitely feeling that advantage. But I mean, Nicov, I think as well, just the strat he went for to do this fast feudal definitely paying off as well. And Nicov now in the castle age with a lot more galleys on the map, traded fantastically well so far. I'm surprised DauT hasn't called GG right now.
Yeah, with War Galley coming out for Nicov, that's basically going to end the game. I have to say this was a very respectable defense from DauT. Adapting to a situation that would be very difficult to claw your way out of. With the way the sandbar is set up, the civilization matchup, it's tricky, tricky business. DauT clinging on for dear life. A good demo raft shot here will help, but really he's just stemming the bleeding. That was pretty solid, but I can't possibly see how he can win this game, because there's no way he's going to get to the castle age.
Yeah, absolutely. And, he's got so much... Whoa, actually, whoa.
Well, he's...
where did that food come from? I'm guessing he's just used his market, because he's only had 6 villagers on berries and he's had no fish. So there's only one... Okay, he's had 3 fish, but there is only one explanation. DauT heavily using the market there to get the resources to go castle. But even still, Nicov here with War Galley. DauT, he's a clever player. And if DauT really thought this was so bad and it was so over, he would have resigned by now. but DauT's actually on the way up to the Castle Age himself. And with that upgrade coming in, I mean, it's so unlikely he could pull a winner or a victory out of this. But he's still not resigned yet, so I mean, he must still think there's a chance.
I think that DauT has been doing an excellent job cauterizing his wounds here. He basically just needs to make sure that Nicov can't possibly start raiding this coastline. So DauT needs to keep throwing more wood into the fire, both figuratively and literally, just to keep that navy far back. One of the problems with water balance right now, or at least one of the things that we have to keep in mind, is this colossal power spike you get in the Castle Age now. It wasn't really like that in AOC, or at least it wasn't as pronounced, because now the War Galley upgrade upgrades all of your Feudal Age ships. It upgrades the Galley, the Fire Galley, the Demo Raft, thus making Nicov so powerful. And now, DauT's scout going down. Can he hold the line? He's like 40% of the way left in Castle Age.
He's just going to run away with these boats, and with 5 docks and a lot of fire galley production, he's hoping to get the fire ships out and mop up these war galleys or what's left of them. Surprisingly, Nicov here, I mean, he's got a lot of fishing ships out, but he's not migrated to the center island yet. He doesn't seem to have that many warships. DauT's actually got 16 ships. Nicov has 17 ships. The difference is not that pronounced. And if you wait until DauT gets to the Castle Age and has fire ship, he actually has the counter unit to these war galleys as well. So DauT well and truly isn't out just yet. And I want to clarify that he used his market to sell stone and then get his way to the Castle Age here. That's what happened. And he's got a lot of wood in the bank. He's got a lot of, a reasonable amount of gold. Sadly, not enough food though. He can, however, afford war galley. I think DauT can defend this.
Yeah, so this is really interesting. And something that I mentioned in one of the previous games of the Malay is that evaluating the strength of advancing to the ages 80% faster is really difficult. So you have to look at it from many different angles. Purely from an economic standpoint, one of the things I feel like that's really keeping DauT in the game is he gets the free double bid axe, the free boson, whatnot. Whereas advancing through the ages faster only gives you these like flat power spikes that just happen at just a few points in the game. So this does give DauT kind of a window where he can build back up. And now DauT has so many fire ships. I think he made an excellent choice going for 5 docks there rather than trying to do something silly with a watchtower going to the Castle Age a lot sooner. Yeah. He's holding on. I cannot believe it.
1k score difference, and Nikov's running away. Demolition ships coming in though, and that is of course one of the problems. You open yourself up to 1 demolition ship going off. That's a second one. That's a great shot actually. A lot of those fires getting low. Don't count DauT out. Until DauT calls GG, there is always hope. And DauT now coming around the back, actually raiding Nikov's wood line. I cannot believe he's in this kind of position, but oh, that was a big demolition ship from Nicov there. That's costly for DauT. That might just tip the balance a little bit. Nikov's running those demolition ships in. Of course, he can afford them because he does have a better economy at this stage. Though saying that, he's kind of wasting them a little bit. DauT going to be able to take 2 out there for free. Not too bad going. I cannot believe this game. What is going on?
So DauT has to be really careful here not to overcommit because he is doing amazing. I cannot believe that he is not dead yet. And if there's anyone that can possibly claw his way back in this game, of course it is going to be DauT. He's making all the right decisions, but I have to say that Nikov's micro has been immaculate here with those demo ships. He lost a couple for free, but that's what's keeping Nicov competitive here. And that's why I really like the current state of water balance in the expansions, because now we get to see all 3 ships being utilized. A lot of skill in those demo blasts. Yeah. I think it's great to see as well, but DauT trying to even out this economy discrepancy by doing some raiding. He's doing everything he can to claw his way back in this. And honestly, he might be able to.
Yeah, he absolutely might be able to. DauT right here is, however, missing a Bodkin arrow right now, which means his war galleys do not have +2 attack and range. However, he does have ship armor. He's finished off careening, and I wonder if DauT might take the opportunity to land on the center very soon, now that he actually has decent control and actually has Nicov backed up against his docks. Now, DauT would have loved to kill some fishing ships there, because he actually lost all of his ships earlier on, and whilst Nicov does have these 6 fishing ships, he's going to be getting quite a bit of an extra food boost from that. DauT's pressure, though, really being piled on in the middle, and he's just looking for a favorable engagement. There's that transport ship I was talking about, though. He's actually going to go across to the center, and we've not really spoke about the center this time around, but provided he goes to the left, he could actually secure himself a good amount of land here and really solidify his position in this game, even with this growing score lead from Nicov. DauT is so in this game still.
Absolute respect for DauT for not resigning from what looked like incredibly bleak situation, playing against a Malay player who's in the Castle Age, who has complete water control, and yet he holds on. This is nuts. If he can grab the center too, that could really, really propel him further forward. I also like the decision of DauT to grab the careening upgrade. Not only does it give him a bit of extra ship armor, but it also makes his fire ships and all of his other ships faster, allowing him to close the distance, which he'll need to get up to Nicov. But Nicov threatening some sick demo shots. If he can get some, then he's still in this too.
Well, that first demo shot was certainly not that great, but something we both missed here is Nicov upgrading to the Imperial Age. Once again, gaining a very big tech advantage. And would you look at that fast fire ship coming in right now? Looks like Nikov's going heavy into the fires. And this is going to be real tough. DauT obviously must have suspected something was up because Nicov was avoiding him. And DauT here just going to be, will have to be very careful not to put his army into a very compromising position versus Nicov. He is moving into the center. He's got a monastery up here. He's going to grab the relics, taking advantage of that Burmese bonus, of course, to see where they all are. And he's taking the gold out here. Now, DauT Zico is in, tatters, really. He's had a lot of villager idle time, TC idle time. But he's going to do everything he can right now to impact Nikov's economy. Nicov closing in with the fires, though, and I couldn't think of a worse position for DauT to be in right now, trapped behind Nikov's island. Could be a little bit dicey for him.
Yeah, fast fire ship out for Nicov. What a crazy game. Every game I've casted with you today has been absurdly entertaining and had some very weird moments. For starters, we're 33 minutes in the game. One of the players is in the Imperial Age. Both of them are on one town center.
Yeah.
You see a pretty respectable Imperial Age timing considering we're on one town center into fast fire ship.
Yeah.
It is really pinned right here. Will this demo blast be good enough? Not quite.
Would you look at those fires, though? They're so tanky. With careening and, that 10 pierce armor, they take so much damage. Look at this fire ship right here. These galleys just doing nothing. Well, meanwhile, the fire ship's just tearing through the galleys. Amazing performance between, or amazing counter even. And DauT is really well and truly getting sandwiched back here. Meanwhile, Nikov's pushing forward on the front. I don't think DauT can hold it. Not now Nicov is in the Imperial Age, and DauT now down to 73 population, Nicov on 92, surely going to continue to grow that advantage as he does have these fire ships out. DauT, though, still has some claim to the center island. That might be something to hold on to some hope about, but yeah, I don't see him now being able to regain control as he dips down to 68 pop. Nicov on 95, and that's just going to continue to grow and grow.
Once again, momentum swings due to a technology advantage for Nicov. Very interesting decision for him to go to the Imperial Age there. That had him forfeit a bit of pressure because he had to spend all that food and gold, but it turned out to be absolutely worth it. That fast fire ship upgrade just dominating DauT right now. And DauT had to make a really tough decision. He knew that in order to win the game and claw his way back into this, he needed to do as much eco damage as he could by picking off some villagers. But that meant that his navy got pincered. And that ended up losing him the entire navy, and now the game snowballing out of control. Nicov looking like he has a decisive lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is a best of 5. So if Nicov wins this first game with his advantage, DauT still has plenty of opportunity to pull it back. But, as I said earlier, DauT hasn't resigned yet. So DauT still thinks there's a chance. And he is moving over a lot of villagers to the center here. Another monastery is coming up. He's going to rapidly build a TC here. And would you look at DauT's gold? He actually could buy his way to the Imperial Age right now. He's taking a lot of stone at the back. He's obviously been forced off of wood here because his tree lines are all aggressed from the water. So DauT having to kind of redistribute his eco a little bit, but he can go imp. And that means there's still a chance for DauT. He is hanging in there. And it's not like this is an elimination game right now, but, you know, he is really hanging in there.
The thing that, oh my god, the thing that he has to cling on to right now is that he has the center island. And even though Nicov has basically discovered it now, this is pretty huge. 3 monasteries in the middle, actually, for DauT. Maybe he's going to threaten to convert some ships. But now Nicov moving into the center too. I cannot believe that DauT has somehow managed to hold on throughout all of this. But those villagers are boxed in. They're trapped on his main island. Look at that saturated stone mine. None of those villagers will escape. And that could be it. Because here comes the castle drop from Nicov. DauT going to try and stop it with a watchtower. I don't think it'll be enough, but he's going to try.
He is going to try. Meanwhile, his monks are trying to get as many conversions as possible. His TC is helping out a little bit as well, but that castle from Nicov is just going up way too fast. And I think if that castle goes up successfully, that will be GG from DauT. There is absolutely no reason to play on if that castle is successful. This is DauT's last hope, this last bastion here, and well, Nikov's going to get in the castle and garrison up. DauT's going to lose his villagers, and that is GG for game number 1 as Nicov takes the first point in this grand final best of 5. A bit of a weird game to start things off, and once again, amazing play from DauT. But Nicov, of course, with that advantage, able to close it out. And I really thought DauT actually stood a very good chance there going into that game.
Oh, for sure. And we saw some great play from both sides. Both parties having to make some very tough decisions. DauT trying to go for that rating didn't quite pay off. But I cannot believe that he held on for this long. It really speaks to his caliber as a player. And then Nicov ended up clinching out the game by making that bold play to go for the Imperial Age. So what a great one. I can't wait to see the rest of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we're going to throw it to Nupford in a minute to have his analysis. I don't think there's a huge amount to be said about that game, to be honest. It definitely Nikov's advantage giving him I wouldn't say it gave him the victory because, we saw DauT stage a little bit of a comeback during the mid stage of the game. And right up till the Imperial Age, DauT was definitely looking very threatening. But obviously, with Nicov coming in from the upper bracket and DauT having to play out of the lower bracket, Nicov did have the advantage for game 1. And I just want to clarify for the viewers that advantage is perfectly justified. And for the remaining games, it will be played out as normal, I believe, with the Civ bans and picks resuming as we've seen them so far in the tournament. So we'll chuck it over to Nupford. He'll give us his analysis, but make sure you stay tuned because this is a best of 5 and we've still got plenty more games coming your way. I'm looking forward to seeing what these guys have in store for us. We're going to see a variety of maps, a variety of civs, and this was just the beginning. So Nupford can do his analysis now and we'll be back after this.
Poor DauT losing the first game against Nicov here in the grand finals of the Escape Gaming Masters number 2. And honestly, I can't really blame him. Let's take a look. Yesterday, I tried to explain how Burmese can read migration and adjust their strategies. Let's take a look at the minimap here, what DauT sees. The relics are over here, so he assumes that's how the middle island is shaped. And he knows Nicov is over there, and he predicts Nicov correctly, but the middle island actually looks different than it should be. Therefore, he went for full 3 or like 2.5 dog fish boom and was super sure that he couldn't get attacked. But yeah, that's not what happened. We can see Nicov now coming in, so many galleys. He thought like the distance might be bigger as well and didn't go for fast fires or fire galleys. He went for normal galleys on his own as well. But he got all the fishing ship which DauT was heavily relying on. At the same time, he kept all his fishing ships, obviously. And now we have a great split micro over here, a scene I want to show you. And he's killing more and more fishing ships at all spots. So brutal. And DauT is slowly trying to get some army out, but yeah, Nicov, as you can see, already scouted so much of the map, and demo raft, let's take a look, and here Nicov, even with the great split, whoop, continues to kill more and more fishing ships, doesn't even lose that galley, and at that point it was 8 kills to nothing. Later on, DauT tried everything to come back, but let's take a quick look at how great Nikov's micro really was at all points here. Look at that. It's 6 fire galleys against like roughly 10 or 9 normal galleys. And he's getting a nice shot off, always moving back, even moving back in 2 different groups, getting the demo hit off and just hit and run, going back and forth, hitting nice stop micro as well. And the same happened in Castle Age as well. Look at those demo hits, big demo hits. Now trying to go back, always you can see him moving back, shooting some, and now more demos coming in. Here DauT went a bit too heavy onto fires, if you ask me, and BAM! Exploding everything. And Nicov, interesting map choice, nice Civ choice, aggressive strategy, and DauT, as I said, I can't really blame him for his strategy choice. Unfortunately lost the game without really having it in his own hands. GG, first game is done. Let's jump into game number 2.
That's right, game number 2 coming your way very, very shortly. So we're just going to wait for Rez to get a drink and stuff and rest his voice for a brief moment before we go into the next game. Next game coming soon, TM. Thank you very much to MIR852, Grot93, or Grotty93, and General Igor of Barcelona. Thank you to you 3 for subscribing to the channel and supporting the stream and what we're doing over here. It's much appreciated. And if you want to subscribe to the channel, just be aware that all of the revenue will go towards supporting this stream and enabling us to keep hosting these events and putting on these shows for you guys to enjoy. So I want to see if Rez is there.
Yep.
You are there. Great. And okay, so we now have the Civ draft and it will resume as normal from game 2 onwards. So if you're ready for the veto, we can go ahead and do that now.
Sure. I do have it open in Chrome right now.
Okay, so we'll refresh that in 3, 2, 1, go. And here we go. So this is the veto for game number 2. Game number 2, map going to be Ghost Lake. And this is a good map. This is a classic, very open, land-based map. And I'm sure you guys are going to enjoy that. However, what civs will they play? That is the question at hand right now, as the Burmese are banned by Nicov and DauT bans the Mongols.
And we'll have to see what the following bans are. Ghost Lake is, of course, a fairly aggressive map because you can't really wall the middle because it's all ice. So I would expect to see players picking some more aggressive, less boom-oriented civilizations. Nicov will be banning the Malay with 10 seconds remaining, and now we're on to the final ban here for DauT.
Yeah, DauT taking the Indians away from Nicov there, and this could be an Indian pick for DauT actually. Apparently it's actually not Ghost Lake. Apparently this is actually Hideout.
Oh.
I think we were given some misinformation there. So yeah, the map will actually be Hideout here, and I think it looks like DauT wants to pick the Indians here. Let's see though what Nicov takes, as he has a couple of options. Maybe the Berbers could be an option. The Huns could be an option. Even the Malay could be an option here. Also the Malians, the Magyars, and he is indeed going to take the Berbers, which is why I said them first. And DauT here going to go ahead and take that Indians as predicted. So map is going to be Hideout. So yeah, I mean the maps are randomly generated or randomly chosen. Obviously, it's a best of 5, so we should see a good variety of maps still anyway. And we're going to load this map up right now for game number
Whoa,
2.
1 second. I accidentally clicked the restore button and my game has crashed. 1 moment.
Okay, no problem. Well, I need to grab the game as well myself. I hadn't actually put it in the right folder here, so we're getting there, Rez. We're getting there.
All part of the plan.
Exactly. It's all planned. Okay. Yeah, so
I'm in the game now, so
definitely
whenever you're
will
ready.
be hideout. Hideout confirmed. And ooh, okay. Sweet map generation in 3, 2, 1, go. And well, guys, here we are. Game 2 between Nicov and DauT for the grand finals of the Escape Gaming Masters 2. And it's like the game somehow miraculously knows that we're in the grand final, and it's trying to throw us as many curveballs as it possibly can, because for the second game in a row, what is that map generation? A single line of sand and now a single line of trees? What is this? We're so AoE HD ready right now. I love it. And Nicov and DauT going to be squaring off here. Nicov in the north as the Berbers, DauT in the south as the Indians. And what is this, Resonance 22? What is this?
So far, every game I've had the pleasure of casting with you today has been absurd. And if the strategies aren't really innovative and the civ choices aren't, then we get a map generation like this, which is not really bugged. It's like barely legal, as the bases aren't connected, so it's technically correct.
It turned 18 yesterday, and the map is like, yeah, so ridiculous. And this is going to add such a huge twist to this map. And I saw a lot of comments in the chat when I said, oh, the map is hideout, by the way, guys. You know, it's going to be hideout. And a lot of people were like, oh, hideout, we've seen that so many times. Oh no, this is not just your regular hideout. This is your extreme hideout.
This is advanced hideout.
yeah, advanced hideout here. It's going to be interesting because obviously the players will be able to cut through these trees incredibly quickly. And DauT now seeing that. Nicov has also scouted it. Players, I think we're going to see a hamburger-esque map here. For those of you who don't know, hamburger, it's a weird map, to say the least. And I'm not going to go into a descriptive, monologue about what hamburger is like, but it basically features a similar sort of thing in the center where there's this narrow tree line and a lot of towers get placed along here. And I anticipate we might see something similar, especially given the stone placement on this map as well. I'm expecting towers on this center wood.
So it's worth noting that even though we've seen some slightly more defensive maps during this tournament, that the match length hasn't actually been that long. The games have been super aggressive, especially on hideout. And one thing I didn't get to mention in our previous hideout game is that one of my favorite things about this map, or my least favorite thing, depending on whether or not I'm winning, is that the tree line between you and your opponent can sometimes be fairly narrow, allowing you to use trebuchets to kill your opponent's buildings and town centers. You can put down watchtowers. But never in my life, after all these years of playing Age of Empires, have I ever seen a single tile tree line. This completely changes the dynamic of the game and makes this map absurdly unsafe. Interesting that the DauT is actually not going to open this up yet. Okay, yeah, he's retasking the villagers. He wants in. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to accept that this is happening right now. I mean, they can pretend it's not happening all they like, but DauT is making sure this is happening as he starts chopping through here. What would be amazing if he manages to sneak a villager through in the fog of war. I doubt that would really pay off or amount to much, but it could be interesting nevertheless. But yeah, I mean, right now, interesting stuff going on. And I want to look at the resource placement on this map because that could really influence quite a lot here. And first thing I'm noticing is that both players have their berries and their gold away from this center area. So that's a good thing. But as I said before, both of the stone mines for DauT are quite close to the center here. Nikov's stone is in the center, but fortunately Nicov does have a secondary stone to the left of his TC. So even if towers do come up here, we're going to see some disrupted villagers. We're going to see some denied stone, but we're not going to see anything too major. However, it's still going to be a crucial area of the map to hold because it's basically an entranceway into your opponent's base. Ignore the palisade walls, ignore going around the edge. They found a shortcut here, and DauT's already started tunneling. So, yeah, I mean, we will see how this plays out. Obviously, it's not going to be your regular hideout, and yeah, I mean, the players right now just going to obviously have a standard build-up until they reach the feudal age, but normally the build-up for this map's for a fast castle, you're going to be looking at 26 population, 25, 26 population going up to feudal. In this case, we are not going to see that. We're probably going to see much faster feudal times in order to get those towers out quicker.
Yeah, so basically, how this map generation is going to affect these players' play is we would expect watchtowers to be the general go-to choice here. They would be very difficult to remove, considering that we have this tree line partially blocking them, and that there's so much valuable stone in the middle. This will, of course, also zone players off their wood lines. These watchtowers are real pain to remove in the feudal age. Nicov, though, does want to deny this chop. He had to be very careful, as DauT only had 10 HP left on that tree, so Nicov will deny that, buying him just a little bit of time with that palisade wall. And these players are almost getting ready to advance to feudal.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they...
does.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if they're actually going to go for a fast feudal here, or if they'll stick to their guns and go for the fast castle build-up anyway. I mean, given that Nicov has now walled this, he's probably not too scared if DauT does throw a tower up here. And it seems like, I mean, he's moving another villager over now. We might see more walls coming in just to prevent this chop through. But yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. I did think we'd see towers, but both players continuing to add villagers, DauT adding his 25th villager now, Nicov adding his 25th villager now, and even going as far as to add one more as well. So, interesting. It's certainly a feature. It's not a bug, it's a feature. And now we see Nicov moving over to stone. That makes a lot of sense.
It's a mark of a really good Age of Empires 2 player when you can adapt your game plan. And that's why I always love these random maps, because sometimes they throw a wrench in your plans, and here it's a very thin wrench. It's nice to see that DauT was, he noticed the palisade walls, and so he decided, even though he was threatening a fast feudal age, he had the food for it. He realized now with those palisades that if Nicov wants to sit back and play a little bit defensively, then DauT can play a straight game too. Build up some additional villagers, and then we're going to try and pretend, at least for the time being, that this is a normal map.
Yeah, and you know what? Nicov, surprisingly, actually 28 population to the feudal age here. This is not only a fast castle, this is a fast castle with the intent to castle drop. And DauT, on the other hand, 26 pop up, he's going to fast castle, but there's definitely not going to be a castle drop here from him. I think Nikov's looking to get a castle here so he can just deny this whole area and all the stone and use it as a base to push through. If you look, he's the one with the palisade wall here. And if he puts a castle here, he'll be able to delete his own wall and immediately take down the palisade from DauT, granting him free entry into DauT's base, while at the same time denying both of the stone piles. I think DauT is probably going to be very cautious of that, but at the same time, Nicov definitely gearing up for that castle drop right here.
So a forward castle is the type of thing where it's a huge risk, but with the potential for a huge reward. If you go for a forward castle, we can deny those stone mines like we just discussed. The thing is that if the forward castle does not apply enough pressure and your opponent somehow manages to get to the Imperial Age and build a trebuchet, then so long to that castle, your push, and maybe even the game. Massing battering rams in the castle age can be risky, but it's an option. I think, though, that I really like the castle drop idea here. Nicov has just been very liberal with his aggressive castles, and this is the type of map for it, I think. As it's going to be very difficult for DauT to find a place to run on such a compact map.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now as well, you're seeing Nicov sending more vills out to gold as well. I'm wondering if maybe he'll supplement his stone by buying some gold, buying some stone. I'm not sure. Oh no, he switched his task. Okay, I thought that was a bit strange. He did actually send the villager out to stone in the end. But I think this is great because, I mean, the castle is much more of a safer option as well. If your opponent decides to build watchtowers, you can build the castle in a counter to that. DauT here is going to be much faster to the castle age though. He's already 30% of the way up, whilst Nicov is just making that click now as he transitions another 3 villagers over to take stone. We know what's coming, but is DauT going to be prepared? What is DauT's plan in all of this? Because he's not going to be ready for a castle. He's not going to be placing a castle of his own. Is DauT just going to do typical DauT things and boom up on 3 TCs whilst he's being castle dropped? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, that is certainly risky, as I think that the castle drop is going to be one of the things that you expect, either that or the watchtowers. McKay asked the question, is it really a forward castle if you build it in the back of your base?
Asking the real questions here, you know, I would say it's a forward castle.
Yeah, if it's in the opponent's economy, I think it counts. All eyes are on DauT here. He's going to get to the castle age just a bit quicker than Nicov, because Nicov had to, of course, make some sacrifices in his economy, assigning all those villagers to stone. I really want to see what his plan is going to be here, because clearly he has to see this coming. He's got 2 villagers on gold now, but really he's not showing his cards.
Well, the problem is, does he see this coming? I mean, he doesn't actually see any of Nikov's stone. He doesn't see him mining any stone. So, I mean, maybe he doesn't expect this at all. And I think by the looks of his economy and the distribution, I'm expecting 2 new town centers straight away. There's the first one on the stone there. And the second one, where's it going to be? Right here at the back on the wood line. This was what I expected, and I am surprised by it. But DauT doesn't really know any better, so I think we'll see what Nicov can do with his castle. Bear in mind, he's playing as the Berbers here. We've seen a lot of the Camel Archer in this tournament, and if he does drop that castle, I wouldn't be surprised if he does start building Camel Archers as well. There it is right now. That is going to cover not 1, not 2, but 3 stone piles, and that TC from DauT might just be a big flop, because it's not really going to secure him the stone after all.
Wow, okay, so this is kind of mind games here that we see happen sometimes, where the player that did the walling, Nicov, had absolutely no intentions of playing defensively. He's the aggressor. And maybe that gave DauT a bit of a false sense of security, thinking he could just go for those 2 town centers. I can't wait to see how he's going to adapt to this, and I think the answer here is some sort of panic stone wall. And thankfully, he will be able to do it, I think, in time.
Yeah, but the stone walls are so weak to the castle, and, you know, DauT's desperately trying to get this stone wall done, but look how quickly that castle is coming up. It's going to be left at... Yeah, man, it's going to be left at 800 health, which is just nothing for a castle to take down. And we're watching DauT's point of view here as this castle slowly but surely... Well, I say slowly but surely, it came up incredibly quickly, let's be honest. And look how quickly it brings down the wall. It's doing, like, what, 50 damage per volley? That's not going to take long, maybe like 20 seconds, and that wall is down. Nicov will have free entry into DauT's base, and provided Nicov does upgrade Fletching and Bodkin Arrow, he's actually going to be able to hit the stone over here on the right side as well. Meanwhile, at the castle, I was expecting to see some of these Berber Camel Archers coming out, but surprise, yeah, there it is. Nicov actually adding a second TC and a monastery as well. So this is interesting, and Nicov here certainly getting himself off to a good start. How's DauT's defense going to be? That is the question. We've seen him in this position many times before. The, you know, recipient of extreme violence, and DauT has always managed to seemingly overcome, and he's definitely not buckled under the pressure. He's actually doing Loom right now, so kudos to him, making that important technology, as he will be defending and gearing up here to deal with what Nicov has coming his way.
So one thing that's actually really funny here is, okay, so we see that one of the many reasons why a forward castle strategy is so good on maps like Arena and whatnot is because we see here that they just eat right through stone walls. And even though stone walls have high pierce armor, it's because the castle fires 4 arrows each that each deal 11 damage. It's interesting that Nicov was focused firing down one of the weaker pieces of walls, but that didn't actually grant him access into DauT's base, because there's an 11 HP tree stump there. Not that that really matters too much. I think it's... I am not exactly sure what DauT's plan is here. Putting that town center so close to the back of his base, it would have been great if he had some stone walls up there prior, but he just didn't have the stone, or just a ton of palisades to buy some time. It looks like his answer is going to be monks, but I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, especially because Nikov's also kind of mirroring that. He's actually got a Mangonel out already. He's building a forward outpost. Nicov officially an outpost rusher here. Fantastic stuff from him, giving him that vision. That TC from DauT already coming in under fire. And as we said earlier, denied from both of his stone mines. Man, the deja vu for DauT right now. The amount of times he's had to defend from monks and Mangonels. he's just so well versed in this situation. Let's see how he handles it. Speaking of stone, he has moved down to the south to actually pick up that stone mine out there. Fortunately for him, that was quite close by and certainly accessible. That is something. That is something.
Oh my gosh, what a dicey situation. DauT, I think the answer will be a defensive mangonel from him. I like this generally when you're outnumbered. It's also a great way to deal with opposing enemy mangonels, so good to see that coming down from him. DauT inevitably going to lose this town center. Nicov looking very, very strong right now, but we have to remember the Indians do have an insanely strong economy with the discounted food cost on their villagers. He has had a town center advantage, so can DauT turn all of these extra villagers into a victory?
Wow.
It's going to be tricky.
It's going to be tricky, but he does have a score lead right now, which is certainly nice. I saw this foundation come down next to the outpost here, and I thought that Nicov was building a second outpost next to his outpost. That would just be so BM. But obviously, at this level of the tournament, it's certainly not advisable to BM your opponent before they truly are out, if at all. But, you know, I'm pretty favorable to a little bit of BM from time to time. I think it adds a little bit of controversy, a bit of flavor to the game. But yeah, I mean, DauT is obviously, as you say, on 3 TCs here. This TC is certainly getting the worst of it, though, as this 4th Mangonel comes in and the watchtower is now deployed. Nicov on the 2 town centers. He's playing very much like a BacT-esque game right here, if I could say that. And it's worked once for BacT, even on this map, so maybe it will work again. I notice he's much more heavy into mangonels than BacT, though. He really doesn't have many monks here, just a single monk. And DauT, meanwhile, preparing with the castle of his own. This is going to stall the attack, but it is going to stall it at the cost of a town center. And yeah, I mean, that's definitely not ideal, is it?
Yeah, he's just preparing the town center here to stall for time. DauT knows exactly how to answer these situations because he's in them all the time, where he is his back up against the wall. He is going for a huge economy, and he's outnumbered, so some defensive mangonels will keep him in the game, and the only thing that can keep him from actually dying is going to be a defensive castle.
Yeah.
I think he will actually be able to complete it because Nicov has taken the bait, but Nicov has 5 mangonels. He will be denied here, though. DauT kind of still in the game, and he's mining stone heavily at the back, even prepping with the stone wall. Can he cauterize this wound?
What Nicov needs to do right now is find another angle. And this castle, okay, that's great DauT, great defensive castle. It's not enough to protect this TC. And those 5 mangonels, they've found that angle. 1 tile closer and that TC would be safe. Or if DauT researches Bodkin Arrow, but he doesn't have that technology on the way, so that's another town center. Gone. It's down. It's on fire. He's not even bothering to defend this one because he knows it's a goner. And so DauT here taking heavy losses. He's down to 1 TC. Suddenly Nicov has 3 TCs. And, well, I don't want to say he's got the game, but he's definitely put DauT into a very troublesome position. DauT, though, looking for that Imperial Age upgrade now. He's very close. Obviously, he's not making many villages right now, so he doesn't actually have any food being spent, which means his food should surplus very quickly, and he should be able to click up Imp now he has that castle, and hopefully push this back. Nicov, on the other hand, going to be a while before he hits Imp, but seeding a ton of farms, he is looking for that technology as well, because he knows that castle is stalling him out, and he needs to deal with it. It is very dangerous, and he must deal with it.
I'm truly getting a feeling of deja vu here, where yet again, DauT on the back foot, and he knows that what he needs to do here is build a defensive castle. That way, he can get to the Imperial Age somehow. He always somehow manages to get there, and then get chemistry, get some bombard cannons, get some hand cannoneers, and claw your way back in this. But yeah. Nicov, not born yesterday, is going to try doing some raiding with these camel archers going around the backside. But DauT does have some monks sitting there, gets 2 conversions critically here. This could end up being a fairly even trade.
Welcome to the Hydraulic Nicov channel as he comes around this backside with those camel archers. Of course, yeah, as you said, DauT did get a couple of conversions. That's pretty nice, actually. 3. Oh, whoa, what is that stone wall? There's a very ambitious wall right there. DauT just doing... Well, he's got to create a new arena, right? Well, it's funny.
If the map doesn't spawn at hideout, you got to pretend it's hideout. You got to build your own.
Yeah, so how's the Imperial Age upgrade looking like? 35% for Nicov now, DauT on 31. Would you believe it? Nikov's up to the Imperial Age first. That means he's going to have the advantage in this Treb war. And I've got my bets on Nicov right now, seriously.
Oh yeah, Nicov in a really, really commanding position right now because somehow he is going to get to the Imperial Age first. And we see that that really is the decisive factor in these Treb wars. And you really need to get to the Imperial Age first if your opponent has been dropping forward castles, dropping forward towers. This game not over yet, though. I think if that raid really worked out on DauT's economy, that he would be absolutely screwed. But right now, he's just segmenting his walls. Good lord. He's still holding on. This will keep his economy safe.
Oh, DauT will hold on. DauT is a fighter, that's for sure. And interesting as well, both players here, university barracks. They both built a university and barracks next to each other at like the same point. Kind of interesting, but minor thing. Nicov gonna try and get a conversion. He won't succeed. He is adding more monks, and that's the second monastery for him. I'm wondering what the long-term game plan for Nikov's going to be here. He's not really shown too much of his hand, and oh, now he is. Okay, archery range is coming up. So, well, I mean, what could that mean here? Probably arbalest, right? I think the Indians have pretty formidable arbs. But however, they are very well countered. I mean, we've seen this matchup a lot of... Oh, wait, no, sorry. Nicov is playing as the Berbers, not the Indians. So actually, he doesn't have good arbalest because he doesn't get arbalest. He could consider Genitors, though.
Oh, yeah. I think that Nicov has a lot of options. And I always love the archery range opening from the Imperial Age when we're playing as these kind of civs like the Berbers and the Indians just based off their tech tree. This leaves a lot of options open to him. My question is this going to be like chemistry into hand cannoneers, or is he going to open up with Genitors or something? And it looks like it is going to be chemistry, so both players going to be mirroring each other a bit, but I feel like this favors the Indians because they have their unique technology granting them an extra 1 range. That being said, DauT a little bit further behind, and he has had to waste so much resources on these walls, and his economy is just all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see. First trap out for Nicov.
Nicov, is he doing university? Yeah, he's doing chemistry as well. Okay, so both players going for chemistry here. Looks like both are looking for hand cannons and bombard cannons. For the Indians, I mean, we've seen a lot of that, actually. The gunpowder coming in quite a lot of these games, and I think that's worked out very well for them. Right now, though, Nikov's about to get the second trebuchet out. DauT's economy, it's not looking great, but then again, neither is Nikov's. It's not as big as we might have thought, and, you know, he's put a lot of effort, spent a lot of resources on this aggression. Right now, Nikov's 95 population, while DauT is at 94. They are actually neck and neck in population now, and even though Nicov does look to have a very big advantage, I certainly would not count DauT out. We've said this many times already, but just don't.
He just doesn't die. No matter how many times you cut off his limbs, they always grow back. DauT with 3 trebuchets, Nicov with only 2. Somehow, DauT will miraculously win this trebuchet war, even though Nicov got the first one out, because Nicov did not want to commit to another one, and also, so his third treb is out now, but he's really just waiting for these bombard cannons. And this is when we can see things will get even dicier, as the bombard cannons are a great counter to those trebs. They're a great counter to those mangonels. I think DauT will probably lose his castle too, no matter what.
Yeah, DauT here trying to target the bombard cannon with his trebs there. He does lose 1. DauT is like the Hydra of AOC, you know?
Oh, yeah.
He just always comes back, and he comes back stronger than ever. Yeah, the bombard cannons are going to be very pivotal here, especially since DauT has the greater number of trebuchets. But wow, that was a fantastic mangonel shot from DauT, managing to take out a mangonel and a trebuchet in 1 swift blow. But now Nicov comes forward with the bombard cannons and say goodbye to your trebuchets, DauT. It's probably better to pack them up and retreat, because these guys are maneuverable, they hit hard, and the trebs are going to go down. But still, I mean, DauT going to try his best to repair these trebuchets here as his own bombard cannon maneuvers into the fight. He hits a great shot, bullseye, onto that bombard cannon there, using his trebs to chase him down, of course. And well, he's still holding his ground here. Meanwhile, massive walls on the left, massive walls on the right, and DauT is really holding on here, to say the least. Now, if it comes down to both players making hand cannons, well, of course DauT has the advantage there, but DauT is making crossbowman right now. Actually, not a bad choice still, considering that Arbalest should do fairly well versus the hand cannons here. The problem is they're so easy to counter. Nicov can start making those janitors, and that will clean DauT's army of Arbalest up. So he's playing a risky game here.
That he is. I love that DauT knows that the hand cannoneers are obvious. The bombard cannons as well. They're just the natural transition as a way to deal with all these static defenses, all these siege weapons. So he's going to make Arbalists, which are a great counter to those hand cannoneers. Like you said, though, he does have to watch out for the fact that the Arbalest is quite easily dealt with by onagers and whatnot. So it's going to be a bit dicey for him. I love that DauT is actually, stonewalling and just steadily moving his economy back. This is definitely the best thing to do when your opponent has just a slow push moving in. I think that DauT will probably actually catch Nicov by surprise with these ARBs, and I can't wait to see that engagement.
My main concern right now, DauT has 2 relics. Nicov has 1 relic. So DauT has a small relic advantage, but the gold is a real problem. This gold on the left side is exposed. DauT's got a gold in the back, like near his archery ranges, and that's it. Look where all the additional gold piles are on this map. Nicov has like 2 in his base still. He's got the 1 at the edge of the map here. He's got 1 at the far left of the map as well. He's still got the 1 outside of his walls, although that's about to be mined out. Nicov does have a lot of extra resources on his side. The map generation does seem to be in favor of Nicov here, rather unfortunately for DauT. And, if we get to the point where gold runs dry, DauT could have a hard time because of it. I'm also not seeing these final upgrades coming in. There it is, Arbalest just starting for DauT now. I'm wondering why he left that so late, actually, because he's got a lot of crossbows here, but that upgrade has been obviously taken some time to come in.
Yeah, I guess he just didn't have the resources for it. This is going to be a really important moment for him. Can DauT catch Nicov off guard and pick off this army? He has a military lead. I think he has the superior unit in this situation, but he does really have to watch out for those mangonel shots. DauT kind of hesitant to engage, mostly because he doesn't really have a clean answer yet to these bombard cannons. He wants his own bombard cannon to come out first, but those take a while to create. He's also waiting for the Arbalest upgrade. He's got Bracer, he's got Arbalest, he has bombard cannon. It's time to push out. He just has to control this really carefully.
Yeah, and he has to hope that Nicov doesn't make that switch into the janitors from the archery range there. So far, so good, though. He takes out the mangonels, and he has sent Nicov packing. Not bad at all. Now, I'm watching out on the left side. I thought maybe it was up to no good. I think maybe having some Hussar raiding going on right now for DauT would be a great thing as well. He's only at 126 population though, so he's really short on villagers at this stage. He should have another 20 or 30 villagers, to be honest, especially if he wants to do Hussar raiding as well. I feel like if he was to throw some stables here, stick a gate in that wall, and start sending Hussars into Nikov's economy, it's incredibly exposed. It could be extremely costly for Nicov by the time he manages to react to that. Looks like we're going to be in for another long one though, as Nikov's digging in here with another couple of castles coming up back in his economy, and typical stuff here. Nicov at the stable, what's he doing there? Okay, nothing. It's just a single scout cavalry. Fantastic.
So what I really like about DauT's playstyle, besides everything, is that DauT has set himself up. He always puts himself in a situation where a comeback is possible, and he's doing this by making his economy so difficult to raid with these ridiculous segmented walls. It's actually very smart. This means it's going to be difficult for Nicov to actually do any raiding and then just keep DauT down. But Nicov, like you said, his economy is wide open. It's right for the picking. And now DauT on the counterattack with an absolutely brilliant choice with the Arbalists. I think Nicov is also responding appropriately by making some elite skirms, but I can't help but shake the feeling that Genitours, I mean, they're a little bit more expensive, but they are just the better choice here.
Well, I mean, Nicov doesn't have much food. That could be the problem right now. He's just seeded a ton of farms on the left side. Look at that farm placement. God damn. That is some insanely efficient farm right there. Poor farmers having to walk uphill both ways to get to that mill. But yeah, I mean, right now, yeah, DauT does look very strong. And the skirmishes, they are a good choice, to deal with this army. It's just that there could potentially be a better choice out there for Nicov if he was to go down that route. It's unusual, really. I mean, Nikov's got a lot of gold piling up, but he doesn't really have the food or the wood to match it with anything. And that's no good for him. I mean, you can have 1 million gold, but if you've got no wood or food, you can't make any units anyway. So he's got to find that economy balance. That's really crucial. Right. DauT pushing forwards here. Nice trade 1-for-1 on the bombard cannons. The skirmishers coming into the fight, and the scout cavalry from Nicov at the back. Rather an interesting choice, but kind of getting held up by the slow units in the front. Wondering what he's going to try and achieve with those guys. They're just going to melt.
I feel like both players have been playing this game really, really solid, and that we're about to see actually another crucial momentum swing. As this Arbalest opening we see time and time again, so strong in the early Imperial Age, but once your opponent can field out the counters, you can counter them very efficiently from a cost standpoint. They do die to things like skirmishers, genitors, mangonels, and whatnot. So I think that as soon as Nicov gets his economy back on track, he will be able to mop up DauT's army, and then DauT will inevitably have to transition to something else. And yet still,
Well,
DauT wins that fight. Nicov just doesn't really have the upgrades yet. He does have +4 defense. He does have bloodlines and light cavalry. He just doesn't have the military yet.
well, potentially for the first time this game, DauT has the higher population now. He's just finished off, he's doing husbandry, he's doing some scouts, he's got some camels in here as well, and I think DauT is going to look to raid, but instead of going around the flank, he's just going to bust straight through and try and run under these castles. Now, I disagree with that. I think it would be better to just try and raid on the flank, but, you know, regardless, he is continuing to push forward here at a great pace. I'm just amazed that Nicov hasn't considered to go for the genitors here. It does seem like a missed opportunity. Instead, he's going for Hussar, which says to me that, you know, he's got the resources to afford genitors, but he's not making them. He's opting for the Hussar instead, and I don't think that is the best decision in this case. Nicov perhaps falling, you know, falling foul of lack of knowledge of these civs. I don't know if he really is aware of that genitor.
Yeah, I think it would be a really strong unit choice here if he wants to transition into that. And it's great to see that DauT as well knows that he can't stick with the Arbalest plan forever. We'll start spamming out those heavy camels, light cavalry, etc. I think that's going to be great from him, and that Nicov is going to have quite a lot of difficulty defending against this. It's really funny when we look at this, but Hideout is often a map where players will walk around the edges and they will fight alongside those paths. But here, this is the exact opposite. We have seen almost no combat along the edges of the map. Instead, it's funneling right through the middle, and Nicov is running out of time. The siege line moving forward. He's going to need to transition to something, otherwise he's going to slowly lose ground.
Well, I'm worried for DauT as well. At the same time, he's only got a few gold mines left, and they're about to be mined out here. He's got about 1,000 gold left here in these mines, and that's it. So, you know, he's got to be very careful. He's got to have a fallback plan. He's got to have his trash ready to be upgraded, because, you know, once that gold is gone, he's going to either be relying on the market or, you know, he's not going to have any more gold. I guess he's got the 2 relics as well here. So let's see what's going to happen now. It's been very much a stalemate. DauT going to drop a castle here on the front. Not a bad decision, but I still can't help but feel it's going to be very difficult for one of these players to break that stalemate. And Nikov's now the one to go to the left side of the map, like I said I thought DauT should do, and actually drop that siege workshop and stable, and maybe look to try and raid through here and catch this soft underbelly of DauT unawares.
We must hit DauT's weak point, his soft white underbelly, as he's completely defenseless on this side. He only has stone walls, of course, so, you know, you can just bust this down with a siege ram or a bombard cannon, get in there really quickly with some hussars, and even out this game. This is the type of thing that you need to do in a stall breaker situation, is try and get into your opponent's economy, do some raiding, force them to retreat. So great decision on the part of Nicov.
Come on.
Critically though, DauT has a bit of map control, which means that he can secure these stone mines, but I use the term secure loosely. He has to watch for those bombard cannons.
Yeah, I mean, right now, this is a real problem. That tree catching, like, all these cavalry units. DauT running in, the cavalry tanking up a lot of arrow fire, the light cavalry doing a great job of that. The Hussar upgrade's on the way in for DauT as well, but he's attacking before it completes. The Arbalest at the back doing a lot of damage as well. You have to be very, very careful of those bombard cannons, like you say. DauT making that push, it's certainly not too bad. Does he have an answer for the castles, though? The bombard cannons are only so good. He does need trebs, and there you go, a treb coming out for DauT as well. But it seems to me like Nikov's been able to hold his ground there. These couple of straggler trees really making it hard for DauT to get his army through these small gaps. The units actually getting caught on each other, and those stragglers working against him there. Absolutely.
I think it's so important that you mentioned earlier about the gold. I think that's going to be the decisive factor here, as even though Nicov has been consistently on the back foot, DauT's about to peter out of momentum. He's running out of steam quite quickly because he just no longer has the gold that he needs to field out that army, whereas Nicov still has a completely unoccupied, untouched tile of 4 gold at the back. So really, DauT's on a timer here. And even though Nicov is losing a lot of his base, he's inevitably going to lose this town center. DauT's going to have to figure out some way that he can win before he's out of money.
Well, what's funny is that neither player has actually scouted these 2 additional gold piles in the corner of the map, so it's maybe not an advantage to Nicov if he doesn't know it exists. So for now, I mean, they are on even terms with regards to the gold. I think they actually did end up having the same amount of gold piles, provided Nicov doesn't find these ones. A lack of knowledge hurts, guys. You got to scout that map to the best of your ability. But this combination here of Arbalest and light cavalry working pretty well. It does seem to me like DauT's going to have some success here as he starts to take down this castle on the left side. Nikov's 100% out of stone, and that castle will fall, which means that DauT can turn his attention to this next castle. Meanwhile, on the left side, the Rams have just come out, and Nikov's looking to start his raiding, as we said before, into that soft underbelly of DauT's economy. This is going to be interesting now, because Nikov's diverting resources away from the center to do this raid on the flank, and at the same time DauT is just spearheading this attack into the center of the map and gaining huge amounts of ground, bringing down these castles, leaving Nikov's economy just as exposed.
And there's a lot of risk analysis that you have to do when you want to do some raiding. You have to ask yourself, if I commit the additional resources to those military units to raiding on the other side of the map, can I still hold in the middle? And the answer here is not really. Nicov very slowly losing ground, and he has to bank on these hussars to even out all the damage that he's about to take to his own economy. Nicov actually, oddly enough, has a ton of food and a ton of gold in the bank, even a bunch of wood too. So really he just needs more houses, more unit production facilities to try and stem the bleeding. But he's really just throwing so much additional wood into the fire. He needs some siege weapons to deal with these mass ranged units.
Yeah, and DauT now throwing up. I mean, this is the thing, right? Hussar raiding, usually a big problem, but DauT does have camels, and provided he could just scrape together enough gold to make a few camels, he could defend from these Hussar very effectively. Immediately, reaction here. Underneath the 2 TCs, he's going to throw up a castle. That's a great choice by him. Of course, he has got fletching and bodkin arrow and bracer and chemistry, so his town center's doing the maximum of 9 damage here. And meanwhile, Nikov's base, Nicov, a lot of idle villagers. The 2 castles have fallen. DauT has enough stone for another castle here as well, and there go the Imperial camels. I didn't realize this, but he actually did the Imperial camel technology, and as you said before, this is going to stem the bleeding, because those camels, they can chase down the Hussar effectively here, they can counter them effectively, and I actually think DauT will be able to defend from this raid of 5 Hussar, and meanwhile, as I said before, he is spearheading that attack, and I think this is DauT's game, guys. What a player. What a comeback. DauT.
I can't believe it.
Oh.
DauT does it again. I gotta give credit to Nicov for just an immaculately well executed opening. He read this map like a book. DauT looking a little shaky early on with such a greedy start, and Nicov tried so hard to punish him and succeeded. It's just that ultimately it was not enough. And right now we see that Nicov just not able to produce enough military units. He was housed for so long because he didn't have the population after losing all these castles, and he's just falling apart at the seams. His economy in shambles. He's got the PGG farms right now, and even though DauT being raided on the bottom side with a defensive castle now, and like you said, with the Imperial camels, he's going to be just fine. DauT coming off looking really, really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, DauT is just going to be... Well, the thing is, he's gone through the middle of Nikov's base, but Nikov's like built to the right, he's built to the left. All those villagers running away over there. Mass stables over here. I mean, Nikov's got no shortage of military production buildings. Problem is, he's very low on food right now. And obviously, with all those villagers being displaced, Nikov's not going to have much food income, especially with the super high efficiency of his farms here on the left side that we've seen already. So many idols hanging around, and I think this is the beginning of the end for Nicov. DauT on 182 population, but miraculously Nicov on 176. He just hit the all-in button with the spam here and queued out all of his buildings as best he could with the trash. But even still, I've still got my eggs in DauT's basket at the moment.
I find it so funny that Nicov has both of those gold mines that he has access to, but neither player is aware that they exist at all. That's creating a really interesting dynamic where Nicov could probably be turning this around if he knew that he had the extra gold. It's always that scouting that catches these players off guard. Weird as well not to see any genitours from Nicov. Like, they're so strong in this type of situation where you don't have extra gold. And you can afford to spend the extra food and wood on them. They have such excellent combat stats. Sure, they die a little bit harder to Imperial Camels, but so does basically everything at this point in the game. So we'll have to see DauT just kind of mopping this up. No clear answer to those trebs yet because Nicov unfortunately doesn't have the gold to make the siege that he wants to.
Yeah, I'm waiting as well to see those 3 camel archers on the right side. They could come in here and do a lot of damage over to this portion of Nikov's economy as well. They're just standing there. DauT could put them to work. They could actually do a lot, have a big impact on this game as well. But yeah, I mean, DauT, he must have sold a lot of resources at the market because he's still making a few Imperial camels here or there. And that's certainly a very good choice. Nicov still adding in some hand cannons. He's still got some bombards at the back as well. And I think we're going to see the 1 hour game mark here as we get to 59 minutes. What is it, Rez, about our casting that just seems to bring about the longest games?
I have absolutely no idea, but I'm enjoying every moment of it. They threw us a curveball the last time at the 20-minute Portuguese game. That was just a glitch in the matrix. All games must be at least an hour with way too many comebacks. This is gonna be really difficult for Nicov to really do anything here now that DauT is into this economy, doing some raiding. Nicov did find an additional stone mine, which he's taking advantage, but he has the bombard cannons he needs. Maybe he can snipe off a treb. He actually took down 1, I think, and now that has to move back. Maybe Nikov's not dead yet.
Yeah, problem is Nikov's economy is incredibly inefficient right now. So many idols, so many inefficient farms. I mean, look at this. He's just like forgotten to build the mill and all the villagers are just standing around in the north there. On the left side, he had all those idols on the stone. He's now building a castle, but it's desperation for Nicov as DauT comes forward with another castle here as well. I mean, I just feel like he's going to run out of steam before DauT does. DauT's economy, if you look at it, like how many farms he's got here, they're all working. And okay, sure, some of them are very far away from any drop-off points, but he's actually put pretty, a lot of mills down here as well. So I feel like, yeah, I mean, the food income for DauT is going to be much higher than Nicov at this stage of the game, which in turn is going to allow him to spam a lot more units. And even though, I mean, he's still only running the light cavalry right now. Am I mistaken? Because I think the Indians don't have Hussar, right? I mean, he would have done it already if they did. I was looking down here at the UI, and this is, of course, the Berbers that I'm seeing. So it's actually the Indians without the Hussar upgrade.
Oh, no, the Indians do have Hussar, I swear.
They do? I could have sworn they did. I just wondered why he didn't do it, because the Hussar would actually be really nice for DauT here. I guess he just never had the gold. I mean, I was second-guessing myself because he didn't do it, but I'm sure they did.
Yeah, I just checked in the tech tree, they do. Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you there. I feel like the Hussar upgrade, even though it is actually grossly cost inefficient, if you are making this many light cavalry, it is insanely efficient, and by now it would really be paying dividends. There's actually an exposed relic here for Nicov, which DauT could end up scooping up. I was really worried for DauT for a minute because those 3 bombard cannons were doing so much free damage on that castle, and Nicov was like almost threatening to win that battle, but it was like you said, his economy was just far too weak, unfortunately. So even though he had a slight advantage, DauT was able to grind him out.
GG DauT. Right at the end there, a couple of things to note. Nicov did find that extra gold. He started mining it right in the end there. DauT, though, it didn't matter. I mean, as I said, Nikov's economy was so inefficient. He had too many idols, and DauT was just able to outproduce him and overwhelm him. There's light cavalry cleaning things up in the end. And a great, great game from DauT. I loved Nikov's opening. I thought he got off to a great start, but DauT is just the master of staging an epic comeback. DauT is the master of being backed into a corner and then just like busting out and just overwhelming his opponent. So incredibly well played to him. Kudos to Nicov as well, though, because he did get off to a great start, and it's just so hard. Like you said, you cut off one limb and it just grows back again even stronger. And that's just DauT in a nutshell, isn't it? He's been in this position so many times, and he's fought himself out of it every time. Well, not every time, but a lot of the times as well.
Yeah, what a great game between both players, and I can't wait to see the next one.
Okay, so Nilpford is going to have his analysis in a second. Do follow the stream, guys. More games coming your way. This is a best of 5. And that means we do have at least 2 more games to come tonight. In 3, 2, 1, we're going to have Nilpford over now with his analysis of that game.
What a great game we just witnessed, and how close this game was for such a long time, although they took completely different approaches here. Let's take a look at a very crucial moment which I think decided the tournament, or not the tournament, decided this game here. We have Nicov at pop 180 production, all archery ranges and stables full, so basically pop 200, and basically the approach here when it comes to gold. DauT things, no, let's start with Nicov. Nicov thinks like, okay, I can afford skirmishes, I can afford hussars. Hand cannoneers, okay, maybe 5. A bombard cannon, I will build one and then take good care of it. DauT's approach is more like, Arbalest? Let's build another 40. Traps? Send them to the front. Imperial camels? Why not? Bombard cannons? Yeah, just queue them up. And he's just throwing gold units at Nicov, and Nicov is like, he feels so frugal here with all his gold units. And now we see how it even, looks really bad here in this engagement when it comes to his gold units. Let's take a look at the bombard cannons. He just lost one here, and now he has 4 left, and DauT is doing such a great job of focusing those bombard cannons at all times. With his arbalist moving over here and focusing them, camels going into that direction. Now the light cav come in as well. And at the end of this battle, although it kind of looked okay for Nicov, he loses so many bombard cannons. Look at this, killing a lot of arbalests, but bombard cannons are the main things he needed for this hold. And you can see another focus, great job. He will even lose another bombard cannon coming out here now. And here, look at that. And now we get into the phase where DauT can really put on the pressure. Nicov still at pop 170, has reasonable resources, but at this point he even had more than DauT. But now he's losing his castles. And now he's really sloppy with his macro. He's not building any more houses, you will see that. At the same time, they kind of train evenly. But first castle down, now repositioning, second castle is getting attacked. And DauT now can keep up pop 200, but Nicov can't. Seriously, Nicov can't because he's not rebuilding houses. He has everything queued up. Let's go into slow motion. All the stables queued up, archery ranges full of skirms, hand cannoneers, everything, you name it. But 165 pop. He has the rest, but he's not getting them on the map. No houses for ages. I'm in like triple speed going on, and it's still no houses coming in. I think over here will be his first house. I looked through his record like 4 times, and Nicov at this point, look at this, 43 idols. All this eco, so sloppy. And yeah, it just felt like DauT's production here in Imperial Age and his macro was just world class, and Nicov, surprisingly, at least this time, couldn't hold up. Maybe it was just a slip, maybe he had a misfocus here for 30 seconds, but normally he, as he showed last tournament against Tato, can really keep up with players like DauT and Tato. So, well played by DauT, great push, incredible hold here, and then very convincing one front push. Yeah, incredible stuff here, and oh god, now we're down to best of 3.
All right, yeah. So there you go, guys. Nupford's analysis of that one. We'll be back in 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes for the next game. Stick around because this is a best of 5 and it's all tied up at 1 point apiece.
5 minutes per second, a length away. A length for Machino, a half Galleon's reach, a length's a beat crime scene. Therefore...
Fast. Faster. Fastest. Fastest.
Are you enjoying the stream? Are you enjoying these games? Are you enjoying these awesome Age of Empires 2 tournaments, and do you want to see more? I'm sure most of you will answer yes to that question, and I certainly want to see more as well. I'm so excited for this. But before we do go into the next game, I'm going to plug our Patreon once again. If you are enjoying what we're doing and you want to support us, we have got a Patreon set up so that we can make this a sustainable thing. We want to host more tournaments in the future. We want to do more like this going forward. And if you want to support us in that, you can check out our Patreon page where you can get a bunch of rewards for supporting us as well. Those rewards include getting a postcard with all of the players' signatures, the casters' signatures, and a hand-signed note. Shout-outs in the stream. You can get the opportunity to consult with us on future tournament settings, maps, and civilizations. And if you've got $100 to spare, you could even have your own tournament named after you and have a unit in the game take any name you like for the duration of that event, as well as a couple of other things. So anyway, we're gonna get Rez back, and we're gonna go ahead and do the draft for the next game.
I'm back. I was listening to your Patreon speech.
My spiel. Yeah, lots of sellouts in the chat, but hey, if you don't sell out, how are we going to be able to keep doing this, you know? It's a necessary evil. So let's do the Civ draft here. If you are ready, I'll count us down. In 3, 2, 1, go. And here it is. Here is the Civ draft for game number 3. This time it will be Ghost Lake, and it's actually going to be Ghost Lake and not, surprise hideout. Big fan of Ghost Lake. I am looking forward to seeing this one. First ban coming in for DauT going to be the Aztecs. No surprises there. And Nicov banning the someone said Magyars. That's not the Magyars. That is the Mongols. Both players then proceeding to ban the Brits. And I imagine we will probably see maybe the Malians or the Malay banned next. I think they would fare well on the open maps. That's Nicov banning the Malay and DauT banning the Indians. So I expect DauT to pick the Indians here. Yep, there you go.
Ooh.
And Nicov, what's he going to do?
I was curious during the last draft when we thought it was Ghost Lake, why we didn't see any like Aztec bans or anything, because I feel like that's a map where it's also really aggressive and one that I feel like the Aztecs play pretty nicely on. But they are indeed banned out here from DauT. He will be swooping up at Indians. And Nicov going with Burmese.
Yeah, he was thinking about it. He took his time on that pick. The rest of the bans were pretty quick, but Nicov did take his time picking the Burmese there. Interesting. Again, we're going to see those Burmese in action, and I'm looking forward to this. So let's go ahead, and if I could find my mouse, it seems to be lost on my second monitor somewhere. There we go. Wow, you know you're in too far when you've lost your mouse and you can't seem to find it, but I've got it now, guys. Don't worry, I've found my mouse. All right, so if you're ready, I'll count us down, and we'll go into the game, and I'll let you do the introduction for this one as well.
Oh, sure thing. Yep, I am indeed loaded in.
All right, 3, 2, 1, play.
All right, and so we are into Game 3 for the finals of Escape Gaming Masters 2 in the series between Nicov and DauT. Got to hold on for a little bit longer with this voice. So we have Nicov on the right side of the map playing as the Blue Burmese, and on the left side of the map we have DauT playing as the Red Indians. The map today is going to be Ghost Lake.
Ghost Lake indeed. I love this map. I'm a big fan of it, actually. It really invites the players to embrace the early aggression. And, we've seen a lot of the Burmese. We've seen a lot of the Indians this tournament. And, I just want to put it out there that our goal with these events is to give or change the settings around. And, with this set of settings, it seems like the Indians are being chosen a lot. The Burmese are getting through a lot. Next time around, we're going to have different draft settings. We're going to have different civs in the pool, and we can expect to see different things as well. But what I love about this is it gives us so many examples of how the players adapt to different situations with that civilization. This game is not linear. This game is not predictable in a lot of cases. And, players do have to adapt to their environment. And we will see that here in a very different style map for DauT, who picks up the Indians again for the second game in a row after just beating Nicov on hideout with the Indians here as well. So, DauT, I think even actually having the Indians in the first game, if I'm not mistaken, or was that a different civ? Can't quite remember.
Either way, I have to say that I am really happy with the way that the settings are done in these tournaments, because every single time they create kind of a new artificial metagame with the way that the civilization pool is set up with the drafting pool. Even though it's not necessarily indicative of the overall general metagame, it forces these players to adapt. They have to figure out what are the strongest civs with these settings. And like you said, we've seen a lot of Indians, we've seen a lot of Burmese, and here I feel like this is a really fitting way to see them match up in the finals. There's, of course, Ghost Lake, a very, very aggressive map because there's this huge ice lake in the middle that you can't wall on. And if we take a brief look at the actual maps themselves, I feel like most of the relics are on the right side of the map, which is pretty nice for Nicov, and also the shape of the lake is actually kind of weird. It's mostly on the top.
Yeah, that definitely, I mean, both players, I think, they're about equal distance from the lake when you look at their TC position. But looking at DauT's map, he's got a rough wood line here. This is not nice for him. Now, he could build a lumber camp back here later on. That's going to be the safest position for him to go to. But for now, he's actually built his wood line out on the front. And that could be a real problem as this game goes into the feudal age and so on. Because this is very exposed and it's going to be very inefficient as well. The best kind of lumber camps are like the one Nicov has right here in a, a concave in the tree line. What DauT has is like a convex wood line. It slopes away from him, and that means that the villagers are going to end up walking a lot further, a lot faster, and it becomes very inefficient. It's only minor, but over the course of the game, as we've spoke about in the past, those small inefficiencies, those few seconds add up to make quite a large difference. So yeah, DauT right here, not the best map for wood, but his gold is in the back and it should be quite easily defensible, given that he can build like a wall off across the front here. But I think this might usher him to play quite aggressively. As I say that, though, we do not see DauT adding a fourth villager over to wood, which doesn't give us an indication that he would consider doing a drush on this map, which is actually very common on Ghost Lake. Drushing is a very common strategy, given how open the map can be.
Yeah, and without easy palisade walling, then the militias can do a lot of damage to an early game economy. What I like about DauT's map is that it's actually very easy for him to wall his primary gold mine. He just kind of has a natural wall off there with his mill. He can just throw in some palisades. Whereas Nikov's, I mean, he has this cliff here to protect it, but it's a lot more exposed. So this is definitely going to be an aggressive game on both sides. Nicov will be building a barracks right about now.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's going for a drush because he doesn't have the 10 gold.
Well, I mean, basically, I mean, he built the barracks at exactly 6:30, which is the, typical timing for a drush here. What do you mean he doesn't have the 10 gold, by the way?
Well, unless he plans to skip loom. If he wants to go for a 3 militia drush, he's going to have only 50 gold left over after loom. Although he could just skip loom because we've seen plenty of players just delay loom as much as possible. Is this going to be a standard 3 militia drush?
That was exactly what I was going to say. Like, we've seen players skip loom enough times right now that it could certainly happen again. I thought DauT, you see this villager on the left of the lumber camp, but Nikov's lumber there, I thought he was going to just trap her in and kill her with his scout because he didn't have loom researched. Now he does have loom. He's doing up the feudal age. He's got 2 villagers out to the gold, and he will probably be going for that men-at-arms play, which does actually seem to have risen in popularity. I mean, I remember when I started casting, 4.5, 5 years ago now, you'd see drushes in so many games. But nowadays, I mean, the metagame has shifted towards a more kind of men-at-arms heavy play style. And it's definitely what we're going to see here as well from Nicov, as he sends his scout forward to just see what's going on. And he's obviously going to see that forward wood line. This is going to look tasty to Nicov here, and DauT is aware of that and quickly walls up in response.
It's always cool to see how the metagame shifts. I remember back in Classic Age of Kings, people spamming champions, people spamming paladins. There was the Teuton's Town Center that was insane. And then around the time that the Conquerors came out, it was very heavy feudal trash. Like you saw a lot of skirms, spears, scouts. They'd stay in the feudal age forever, just keep duking it out. And now we're seeing the resurgence of this men-at-arms rush. And one of the dead giveaways that it is men-at-arms, besides the early barracks, of course, is the 2 on gold for Nicov. 2 on gold won't be sufficient for a fast castle age usually, and it won't be sufficient for archers, so definitely men-at-arms. He's moving out with his scout. DauT going to start that wall off? Will he get it up in time?
Yeah, and before this drush comes in, I do just want to remind people why we have the snow here and not the no snow patch. I did do a poll in the stream yesterday, and the snow won convincingly with about 75% of you voting for snow rather than no snow. So if you're a snow fan, I'm sorry, you were just outnumbered, and that is unfortunately democracy for you. So Nicov here coming in with the drush, and DauT going to have that wall up in time, as you were just speculating about. This is very good for DauT. The Man-at-Arms upgrade coming in as well. Nicov has +1 attack on his Man-at-Arms, and that is one of the Burmese bonuses, if I'm not mistaken.
I also believe that we gave all infantry besides militia, like the men-at-arms, longsword, two-handed swordsman champion, I think we gave them all 1 extra attack versus buildings. But that was such a long time ago, which does allow them to pressure these palisades just a little bit better.
Yeah.
And the Burmese men-at-arms rush is excellent with the additional 1 extra attack. It's going to be quite inefficient for DauT to repair this all game, but right now he's just stalling for time. He wants to get out a couple of scouts and then do some raiding on this economy, which is great because it's Ghost Lake. Nicov doesn't have the wall, so he's going to have to protect his villagers.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, though, I mean, this is interesting. Nicov did lose his scout to a single spear from DauT there. That was nicely done, leaving DauT's scout alive, able to go ahead and scout out across the map. I said scout too many times in that sentence. It's messing me up now. But DauT here back at home with the stable, making those scouts. I like this playstyle from the Indians, to be honest. Indians scouts into skirms or archers is very strong. It very much follows and aligns itself with the AOC metagame, which these players are very comfortable and familiar with. Nicov here going straight into the archery range, and the archers starting to come out. So it looks like we're going to see that feudal age duking. Now, you know, back in the day, we were talking about kind of, you know, how the metagame shifted towards men-at-arms now. Going back even further, before Drush was the super common strat, you'd often see players go fast feudal archers or skirms. Back when DauT started playing this game and became really well known in the early 2000s, the metagame back then was 40-minute feudal wars with, like, you know, hundreds of scouts and skirms and archers, and it was great fun. It's a very different kind of playstyle now, as DauT releases those scouts from the stable and immediately gets a nice surround onto those men-at-arms, cleans them up with just 1 casualty and taking basically no damage on the remainder of his scouts, I think. So, oh no, there was one that got fairly low, but still a very good trade for DauT as he pushes out across the map, and Nikov's preparing with some walling at home. A lot of villagers being tasked to get these walls up just to you know, amplify the speed at which they will be erected.
Great to see that DauT is spreading out the damage across his scout cavalry there, allowing him to come up on top of that engagement. Nicov made a really interesting play that he actually decided to mine his secondary gold mine, the one with 4 tiles before the main gold. And I think it's because it was just easier to defend. The main gold mine, it's got this hill over here, which makes it a lot easier to get raided. Very easy for DauT to drop a tower on that.
The berry bush on the right side. Sorry to just cut you over there. It's about to go down.
F5.
Over chopping, over foraging. DauT here gonna move to the right though. And okay, Nikov's paying enough attention here, quickly walling that up. I really need to work on my choice of words though. That's definitely a pitfall here for me. But DauT now, I mean, very, very nearly breaking through that. I mean, Nicov, good job he was paying attention there. That's something that could be very easily overlooked. And it just goes to show that these players are aware and they're thinking about these minor details at all times. Really just show you the caliber that they are playing at right now. So yeah, Nicov with the market coming up, and I'm wondering what his plan for that is, if he wants to try and use that to rebalance his eco a little bit. He's actually sending the archers over now to the right side to defend this wall. DauT's going to have a hard time doing much with these scouts here, and Nicov knows it, so both of them just kind of sitting back. I think DauT should have the faster castle time, but we'll see about that. He's also now switching into skirms, so yeah, kind of reliving the old days a little bit.
That will slow down his castle age time ever so slightly, but it's really not that significant. This tells me, though, that he does want to continue applying pressure in the feudal age as a way to just naturally deal with those archers that players love to transition into after their initial opening. Nicov kind of on the defensive. It's really interesting to see that DauT actually has like 500 more score at this point.
Yeah.
But Nicov should be fine. I attribute a lot of this to, as well as decision to go for his secondary gold mine. It will make the skirmisher rating a lot less effective in general. And DauT just can't bust through. He's going to need some ranged units to prevent Nicov from adding extra layers of walls.
Well, you might be wondering why Nicov is erecting those walls, because if you look at his fog of war, I mean, it does look rather phallic, let's be honest. I mean, that is the most interesting scouting pattern I've seen in a long while. That also explains DauT's score, because if you look at the difference in scouting here, DauT has got a huge amount of map visibility, whilst what does Nicov see? It's either a middle finger or, I mean, I'm not going to say it, but let's just move on from that. And as you were quite rightly saying, those skirms are a perfect response, really, to the archers, which DauT very well predicted. Man, why is he building a barracks here, though? Another one? Another one. I guess maybe just to fill the gap and prevent these units breaking through.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why he would build another barracks. I guess he just wanted another building with large hit points. Or maybe he just wants to take advantage of the Burmese infantry bonus. One day I hope we'll see competitive longswordsmen, but it's probably not going to be today. DauT, yeah. DauT going to push through that palisade wall. He should probably be focus firing it down with the skirms too, but he's going to get in there soon. Nicov, though, will put another layer of walls at the back. He's looking for a little bit of free damage. DauT, like 20% to castle. Nicov going to get there way sooner. And that's going to be the decisive point. What can Nicov do with his castle age?
Well, the interesting thing here is he's not committing to making archers. He's not building anything, and in fact DauT's actually going to make it through now. Nicov, though, with that wall on the right side forcing a funnel towards the TC, DauT will not really be able to go through here without taking a lot of damage, so he is just going to back away. But we expected Nicov to commit here to making those archers. Now it's a good job DauT. Oh, wait a minute, DauT actually has quite a few units garrisoned back at home. I was going to say it's a good job DauT didn't overcommit to the skirms, because I think this is a change of pace for Nicov now, because once he hits the castle age you would think, well, surely he's just going to go ahead and, you know, make crossbows and do the standard meta stuff. But no, Nicov saved up for a castle. He's going to put that down on that left-hand side. And given where his gold is here, he will want to secure that left flank. And I'm guessing he's going to be making use of those Arambai, because why else would he not be making any other military right now?
So I'm really glad to see that he has opted to go for this defensive castle play and not force the crossbowmen. I think that would have been a huge mistake after seeing that DauT was more than prepared for this with scouts and skirmishers. Nicov making the right play here, not committing, not wasting resources, going for that castle. He also needs to do that to protect his main gold mine, as his secondary gold mine is already running out. We know Arambai are going to be the choice here, especially because we saw when Nicov hit the castle age that he transitioned even more villagers onto gold. He's putting a town center down on the right side. I absolutely love his decision making here. And even though DauT has a pretty huge army, it is worth noting though, Arambai are not good versus mass range units because they keep missing at long range, and they don't have that great survivability, at least on the ranged armor standpoint. So we'll have to see how this pays off. But in the early castle age, the Arambai is insanely strong.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is about the Arambai, I don't know how I feel about it. It's so... I can't even think of how I would explain it. Like, it's so unreliable. You just don't know whether you're going to get a good value out of them or not. And I feel like it's a risky play to make. I mean, it's certainly an interesting pick for when, like, let's say you do a castle drop and, you know, you need some kind of unit to push out with. But this isn't really like an offensive castle drop. Nicov's choosing to make this unit. He could have made an alternate unit instead. And there's a lot of elite skirms out here for DauT as well. And I just don't feel like they're going to fare too well, especially, as you said, with that range. But Nicov has brought in a mangonel as well here. And that's really crucial, because without that, I think he would easily lose this fight. Now he stands a little bit of a chance. Those scout cavalry coming in, though, the Arambai, if only they could hit their mark, they will indeed clean that up, or clean up the aggression. And he's bringing the villagers out as well. That's a good sign. Gonna keep that mangonel
He will try
alive.
to repair that mangonel. He needs to keep it alive. That's the only reason that this strategy actually works, is if you mix in your own mangonels to deal with those mass range units. I think it's a really, really interesting play from Nicov. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out. We saw him actually trying to bring his Arambai in forward to hit the scout in melee range, and he almost did it, but not quite. Because again, if they're in melee range, they are significantly more accurate. Nicov, as long as he keeps his Mangonel alive, he will be able to hold the line here. And I can't wait to see how this plays out. He's got padded archer armor too. Nice.
Yeah, padded archer armor, ballistics, and bloodlines. The 3 technologies that upgrade the Arambai. That is it. They are so simple. They are so straightforward. But of course, they come with that big drawback of that extremely high miss rate. To be honest, though, they have a decent HP pool considering they're a mounted ranged unit, and you know that's a nice thing for Nicov. But look at the size of DauT's army. He is not let off the gas, and he is just, you know, massing a huge amount of crossbows here. Nicov right now has 11 military units, while DauT, on the other hand, has like 34. That's a big difference, and it's provided that Nicov misses his mangonel shots, DauT will be in a strong position. But these mangonels are critical here because, you know, they can completely turn the game around. A couple of good mangonel shots and this army will be gone. So it's all well and good DauT having good numbers, but if you can't keep them alive, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
So while I like Nikov's army comp a lot, and I think it's really fun, and it's actually a strong strategy in a wide variety of situations, here I'm a little bit concerned about it. If these mangonels die for any reason, this battle is absolutely over. But the most important problem, I think, with this army comp is that it's so naturally countered by camels. If the camels come in here, focus down the mangonels, the camels also clean up the Arambai. The Arambai very, very weak to them, and these are the Indians. These camels have an additional extra armor. Ooh, but Nicov manages to come out of that engagement kind of fairly evenly, I think.
Yeah, I think you did all right there. The Arambai were able to clean the camels up before they impacted too much in that fight. The second Mangonel, staying alive and inflicting a little bit of damage on the ranged units of DauT there. DauT with a monk at the back, and we'll see what he does with the techs for the monk here. He might consider trying to get, you know, a conversion on the Mangonel if possible. It could be very good to do that. But Nicov actually coming forward with a stable, coming forward with the siege workshop and the monastery here. Looks like he's really gearing up to apply maximum pressure. As we spoke previously, the hydraulic Nicov channel as Nicov pushes forward. And yeah, I mean, it's a risky play, but I mean, it's you know, high risk, high reward. If this works out for Nicov, he's going to be able to keep DauT backed into his corner of the map. As we see the engagement now, great mangonel shots coming in. None of those mangonels being able to be focused down. And DauT, even though he did get 1 or 2 conversions on the Arambai, it is not enough. He will be sent packing, and this TC could come under fire very soon.
Nicov is executing this so well. It's very difficult to control this because you need to make sure that your Arambai actually take out the camels and that they're not wasting all their shots, missing those crossbowmen. He's also aiming his mangonel shots very well too. DauT looking for a window of opportunity. I think he is making the right units, but just Nicov has just excellent control here. This game, of course, far from over. Nicov slowly inching the line forward, putting down a forward outpost. That's my boy. Another good mangonel shot. DauT's got to watch out for this.
Yeah, I really like this aggression from Nicov. And the thing about this aggression is that it's not all in by any means. He actually does have 3 TCs at home, so he's not leaving his economy neglected here. DauT falling behind massively in the score right now. He is also on 3 TCs, but I just don't feel like his economy is actually in the same place as Nicov. DauT, though, doing what DauT knows best, and that is, well, I'm going to need a defensive castle. Like, you know, how many times has he fallen back to a defensive castle and staged a last-ditch defensive effort, and it's paid off and it's actually allowed him to push back. So DauT here moving a lot of vills onto stone. Looks like he will be going for that castle defense, but you know, Nicov, it's up to Nicov now to deny that, stop that from happening. He needs to keep the pressure onto DauT whilst he has the mangonel advantage, I feel, because if you've got the additional mangonel on your side, you can push this envelope. But DauT here actually going to have time to get the 3rd mangonel out and draw things even. That could actually be a mistake by Nicov. He's got to be very careful not to underestimate this hill that DauT is sitting on, and those mangonels on top of it. But there's the conversion coming in. I was talking earlier about the monks potentially coming in to convert the mangonels, and that is a perfect, well, nearly perfect trade for Nicov there, as he converts a mangonel and takes down DauT's mangonel with it. Well played. Nicov firmly reasserting his dominance.
I was wondering what that forward monastery was for, and then I was thinking, this would be a really good idea to get the monks out, get some redemption as a way to deal with enemy mangonels, which is something that Nicov will have to watch out for in his own army, especially if you're the one applying pressure. The defensive mangonels are always great. God, these mangonel wars, you get to be so careful, but a 2-for-1 for DauT, this is exactly what he needs to hold on. Nicov has to keep the pressure up because DauT booming, basically my spirit animal here. He's moving forward with another mangonel. Will it be enough?
Yeah, that's the Arambai coming in, though, quickly one-shotting down that Mangonel. They do such a high amount of damage, 18 damage for those darts that actually hit. And that is what they are throwing, by the way. Many people are like, what the hell are they throwing? They're darts. They're dart throwers, these Arambai. And, well, DauT might have to say bye-bye to his TC in just a moment as these two mangonels on the right side come in and deploy on that. DauT with no defensive mangonels left. He's still got them queued up though, and lovely use of the monks here to repair or heal the army, I guess, of Nicov. I like that a lot as DauT's TC is going up in flames.
Yeah, I think that this is an often underrated usage of monks to try and keep your army healed up. And this is especially valuable here when you're dealing with these like ranged unit skirmishes. With this town center going down, Nicov in a commanding position. He's gonna have to think of something that he can do to claw his way back, and this is even giving Nicov some extra space to use his Arambai to do some raiding, which is always funny. Will this guy get hit by that dart?
Yeah, you never know. There's that castle from DauT, though. It's coming in, but immediately Nicov reacting by moving his mangonels over, and this is just going to be a suicide mission for DauT. There is no way, surely, there is no way he can get this castle up, but as we say that, he releases the camels. Send forth the camels, says DauT, and he's going to try and break this front line of Nicov here. Nicov, of course, going to do everything he can to stop this castle from coming up, but as these camels storm forward, I think that's going to buy DauT enough time to actually get this castle. He does lose a lot of villagers in the process though, and he might just lose all of these camels as well. Those Arambai, they hit incredibly hard, and of course at close range they've got no chance to miss either, so certainly working in their favor. However, DauT will get the castle up, but at what cost? At what cost?
Wow, those miracle camels coming out of nowhere for DauT will allow him to get this castle up because, of course, it's DauT. There's always going to be a defensive castle. He will always be backed into a corner and somehow survive for just a while longer. What an absolutely excellent engagement on the part of DauT, just buying him enough time to get this castle. This means he will not lose this 10 center and he won't die. And a lot of this I attribute to that hill. This hill has been crazy. It is allowing his mangonels to just barely live the opposing mangonel blast. It allowed those villagers to barely survive that mangonel blast. Otherwise, I think he would have lost like 5 or so to a couple of those shots. As a result, this castle is up. DauT clinging on to dear life.
Big problems on the horizon for DauT though, because Nicov is on the way to the Imperial Age, 25% of the way up now. And DauT, on the other hand, he's not going to be too far away. To be honest, it's very admirable that he is even close right now, but Nicov has the castle advantage. He has 2 up already. And once Nicov hits Imperial, that castle for DauT will be dropping because those trebs will be popping. And that means that DauT might not be able to defend as well as we've seen in previous games. We've seen DauT in this position many times as his mangonel there just kills his own villager. Oh dear. I'm sure that villager was pleased to be put out of his misery, constantly chopping wood next to a burning TC, being raided by Arambai. Not the most pleasant place to be. But yeah, DauT right now in a very poor position, and I love this from Nicov, just immediately switching focus, and he's going to go for a raid on the right side. Look at DauT's villagers here as they run from the hills as Nicov comes in with the Arambai. He will pick villagers here, even though the accuracy is so low. He'll pick them off because he just has so many darts flying in, and wow, look at that. 3 villagers going down in an instant. Nicov can back out. He's done some damage. He's distracted DauT. And DauT, meanwhile, has clicked up to the Imperial Age as well.
Yeah, I think it was a great decision on Nikov's part to switch gears, go straight for the raiding, knowing that his forward push was just denied. No point in wasting time trying to deal with that castle. No point as well, I think, in wasting resources on making battering rams. Either just go to the Imperial Age, get out a trebuchet, and then start engaging again. I don't think that this game is over yet, even though DauT is in a bad spot, mostly because I feel like the more that we allow the game to drag on, the better it is for DauT, because he's making units that are just so favorable for his civilization. We're putting him in a situation where we're playing to his strengths. The Imperial Camels will come out eventually, and they will mop the floor of the Zeroempire's army. We're going to see a big engagement here.
On the right-hand side as well, DauT coming in, Nicov coming in to do some more raiding, but DauT is prepared with a castle drop here now. Nicov first to Imperial though, and he has got 4 relics on his side also. Nicov with a 1.3k score lead right now. That is huge. But DauT has actually added a 4th TC all this on this left side while this engagement was happening on the front. Nikov's Treb, it is rolling forward. But was I wrong? Was I wrong? Is DauT going to defend this castle and prove us all wrong, make us look like idiots? Is Nicov going to actually be able to take this down? I'm wondering, to be honest, if that's going to be possible. Because DauT, it's DauT. And I have no doubt that DauT will be able to push this back.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that hill will allow his castle to take just slightly reduced damage, which once again is going to be huge. 25% less damage from every single trebuchet shot in the low ground will allow it to live quite a while longer. Nicov does have to retreat, which is also good because he gets to heal up his Zeroempire's. He's going to need to mix something into his army, though, at some point to deal with this, because DauT is just making the right units. He's making crossmen, he's making camels. Nicov is coming out on top of these exchanges now, but at some point that might change. I like the Onager choice, but he still leaves himself wide open to Imperial camels, so maybe he's going to make more monks?
Yeah, I mean, I question whether the Imperial Camels would work that well just because of how hard the Zeroempire hit. DauT right here, though, I was expecting to see chemistry straight away. I was expecting him to go for that usual route of bombard cannons here, especially given the fact there's now Onagers out. That would be a great choice for him. But DauT, yeah, there it is. Chemistry is coming in. But he obviously favored some other upgrade first, and I don't know what that upgrade was. It's not Heavy Camel. It's Arbalest, actually. He's got that coming in, and I think he did Bracer as well there to get the +3/+3. DauT relying on the Bracer once again, but he does lose the castle here, and Nicov has that ace up his sleeve, and that is the Onager here, which, you know, without siege engineers right now, but still able to inflict massive damage onto these Arbalest of DauT should he get in range. I wonder if Nikov's also upgrading his Zeroempire here or not. I expect he should be. Onager going to get another shot in before it goes down. Not too bad. Zeroempire going to have to come in to engage as 3 more Onagers roll in from the back. Yes, Nicov does have elite Zeroempire, and these guys are now fully upgraded, I believe, with basically everything they can have.
Once again, it's that hill. These Arbalists living that Onager blast. At 25% reduced damage is nuts. This hill is so short, but it's all DauT needs to come out fairly on top of these engagements. It's worth noting with the Zeroempire is this is the type of unit that is so much stronger when massed up. The more darts you have flying out, also the larger army your opponent has. Because if the dart misses, it has a chance to hit an adjacent unit for 50% damage. And 50% damage, oh my god, these Onagers. 50% damage is a lot when you're dealing 20 a pop. This is a huge engagement.
Yeah, Nicov just broke on the line there. That was fantastic for him. He's going to back this up with more Zeroempire. Those Onagers, more than their weight in gold, more value than their weight in gold there in that fight. Great play by Nicov. He storms the hill, and that was the objective he needed to take there. Now it's him who can camp the hill. He can deploy his trebs, take out these buildings, or whatever he pleases. I feel like this is going to be Nikov's game, to be honest here. DauT unable to hold on. I would say, though, I mean, is this just DauT, or is this the Indians? Is this the Indians here enabling DauT to just pull off these crazy holds, but being able to boom like this whilst being under all this pressure on the front? This is just DauT's perfect civ. And I don't want to discredit him or anything, but I feel like the Indians are definitely giving him more longevity in these games than if you were playing another civ, for example.
I'm gonna have to agree with you here. I feel like the Indians just have the perfect set of bonuses for DauT. It's like we were just looking through his playstyle, watching replays, like, what does this man need? And the Indians were, of course, given to him. Great to see him taking full advantage of them. DauT in a terrible situation right now. Going to put down a bunch of archer ranges at the back as well as a siege workshop. But really, the Zeroempire, they've got the hill. Nicov has such a strong army. And when there is such a large mass of Zeroempire, it's so difficult to remove them. He's going to need some amazing Onager shots or bombard cannon shots to kind of whittle that down. But in the meantime, we know that the situation is dire because now Nicov has full map control. He can expand. He's getting the gold mines along the edges. He's putting some stables out so he can start doing some raiding. It's going to take a miracle to save DauT.
Castle on the hill for Nicov here as well. Huge amount of massed Aaron buy, as we've said already. And yeah, I mean, DauT now is down to 144 pop. Nicov is 199. This is well and truly over for DauT, undeniably at this stage. Even stealing away with that final relic there with Nicov pulling it back. DauT is calling GG, and there's no point playing on from this position. If DauT calls GG, it is over. If DauT's not calling GG, then he's still got something, to pull out to surprise his enemy or maybe claw his way back into it. But this time, Nicov able to secure enough of an advantage, and a great game for him. I loved that early aggression, putting the pressure on in the mid-castle age, and just keeping that going all the way through till he hits Imp, and then just absolutely cripples DauT on the front there. Well played to Nicov. He's going to take the advantage in this series, in this best of 5.
What a great feeling it is. That is not just 3 games. Really well executed game there from Nicov, and also well executed defense on DauT's part. But Nicov finally found the hole in his defenses. The Iranbai, that was really cool. This is kind of one of the things that we love to see from the Burmese. Just playing to their strengths like this, going with the Iranbai plus Mangonel combination. We see here that it can be quite potent.
Oh yeah, no doubt. And those Iranbai hit hard. And as you were saying before, they were, 20 damage, base damage. Although they're very inaccurate, when your enemy has a lot of units and when those darts are flying in, if they hit another unit, they still do 10 damage. So, there's actually a lot of potential for damage, even if they miss anyway. So it's all about just hitting that mass with that Iranbai. And Nicov definitely had that mass that game. And that was enabling him to just put out huge amounts of damage, because these guys do hit incredibly hard. I mean, 20 damage, that's extremely high.
That indeed it is. And this makes me even more excited for the next game.
Absolutely. So we've got a couple of seconds here before we throw it to Nupford. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. This is a best of 5. It is not over. Stay tuned. We've got more games. There's at least one more game coming with the potential for 2. But here's now a nil assist. There you go.
Here on DauT against DauT. Before we go into the real analysis, I wanted to show you 2 sweet moves going on. Or maybe 1 sweet move, 1 questionable move. First one here, after all the M&A got tracked down by DauT, Nicov instantly did set up his walls. You can see now 6 villagers walling in all different spots. He was super open at the front and managed to wall up in time before the scouts could go over to the other side of the map. Nice quick walls over here. But I have found one, it's called questionable thing. You're starting with 200 stone, and if you're reaching castle age, that gives you the opportunity to build 2 extra TCs. Therefore, you never want to invest any of your stone unnecessarily. But look at this. Here we see Nicov actually building a stone wall where he really wasn't forced to do it. Look at this stone wall. And why am I pointing this out? Because I think with revealing this stone wall, we actually gave all the information to DauT that Nicov actually was on stone and therefore was going for Rambai and the castle tech. I think this stone wall was not a good thing by Nicov, and you should never do it if you want to hide your strat. Actually, you should never do the stone wall if it's not really necessary there. But now let's jump into the real moments of the game where I think the game got into the important phases. Here we have a lot of army for DauT. He has like 3, 2, 4, what was that, like 5 villagers less. And now he's kind of dancing around. Camels with only 1 defense, trying to go in there, only snacking 1 mangonel, not the second one. The converts weren't real, and I think those are not the engagements DauT really needs. He needs to get mangonels out on his own, or maybe monks with redemption. But this dancing around and weak camels is not really an option. He is trying to keep the hill a bit, and now look at this, Mangonel shots always raining down, and he's losing so much HP, trying to run left, right, now waiting for the siege workshop, and look at this, now waiting for the Mangonel, and actually he's engaging now against 2 Mangonels, the full around by monks, now even 3rd Mangonel, and still DauT didn't produce the Mangonel. And only now, after he lost all his army, he starts his Mangonel. He had a lot of rest floating, and now Nicov has full control. DauT popped 70, Nicov 10 ahead, with so much better army, DauT just losing everything, and therefore, I think losing the game here. And yeah, I think he should have waited a bit longer to have Mangonels of his own, and camp the hill. Let's jump into game number 4.
That's right. Game number 4 coming your way in just a moment's time. I do want to remind everybody to come back next weekend, 18th and 19th of February. That's the weekend after this one, where we will be having our 2v2 Return of the Kings tournament. It's going to be amazing. We're going to have an awesome time. We've got some fantastic players forming up to join the tournament, and we're going to see a huge variety of civs, a great variety of maps, and it's going to be really enjoyable. So yeah, make sure you follow the stream and you come and check that out, and tune in next weekend, 15 GMT from on Saturday and Sunday, the 18th and 19th of February. Anyway, so we're going to go ahead now. And yeah, Hart and Liereyy signed up also for that. I'm looking forward to seeing them play. I think I don't know, it depends if they get seeded in. I think they will do, but I cannot confirm that right now. So the next game coming up, it's going to be game number 4. And joining me for game number 4 once again will be Resonance22. If he's ready, we can look at the Civ draft here for the next map. And also thank you, before you do say anything, thank you to... I'm trying to just read your name in my head before I say it aloud. Rahul Twitch, and also the Viper 9999 fan 9999 fan. We're getting meta now with the 9999 fans. When I just want to say actually, thank you to our #1 chatter, the Viper 9999 fan. He sent a whopping 1,858 messages in the chat since we started the stream. That is some serious chatting right there. This guy's got a mouth. And also, obviously, we have some other chatters as well. I'll read that out because I think it's a little interesting. Bottom Shank with 684 messages, MK9 with 668, Nimino with 546, and Lawtolk with 508. But I mean, by far and away 3 times as many chat messages than anyone else. What is the Viper 9999 fan actually doing right now?
He's spamming 11.
He's making a brand for himself. He's going to be more well known than any of the casters here before long. He's just going to be the Age of Empires meme. Anyway, so yeah, veto then. Let's go ahead with that. I'll count us down in 3, 2, 1, go. And the vetoes coming in here. We've got game number 4, DauT versus Nicov for this grand final. The map for this one, it's going to be Gold Rush. So we're going to get one of those open maps once again. Gold Rush, you know, similar in style to Ghost Lake with the fact that it is so open, but of course the resources are focused more in the middle rather than Ghost Lake where the resources are around the edge. So gonna be cool, and we're gonna see what they're banning. Nicov here, I like this. Nicov realizing actually probably shouldn't let DauT take the Indians here. Let's just ban the Indians right away. Get them out of here. Of course, if he bans the Indians, that does leave more open opportunities to see something like the Aztecs in this game. Could that be on the table right now, as Nicov is the last to ban? We've not seen Aztecs yet this tournament. Could this be the game?
Yeah, we've only really seen them banned, right? We haven't actually seen a pick. It'll be interesting to see if we actually do get it in this last game. He's got 5 seconds remaining. What will the final ban be? It's going to be Mongols yet again.
All right, so the Aztecs are open to both players. This could be a juicy Civ pick, but let's see. I mean, I think if we're going to see it, it's going to be now. This map works for the Aztecs very well, and if we don't see it now, I don't think we'll ever see it. It's now or never. I ain't going to live forever.
Ooh.
Nicov taking the Huns, though. Yeah, okay.
This is Gold Rush, right?
Yeah, it's Gold Rush, and DauT taking Malay. Damn. Still no Aztecs, man. Feels bad, man. But yeah, DauT taking the Malay in the typical style of picking what you've banned last. And Nicov, I mean, I like our technical analysis there, picking what you banned last. Nicov taking the Huns there. Nice civ for Nicov. And I think a lot of people will say, there's no Magyars in here. Why players not taking the Magyars? Well, you know, would you rather have the Huns or the Magyars? I think the Huns do what the Magyars do, just a little bit better. And yeah, with that said, let me make sure I've actually downloaded the game here. Oh, damn it. I'm misclicking everything. Bear with me. Oh, no, I haven't downloaded the game. Hold on.
This gives me a second to get a sip of water.
Yeah. No problem. Just going to quickly re-download Age of Empires 2 here, because I somehow don't have it installed on my PC anymore. So yeah, Nicov here, DauT here. Going to be going into game number 4 for the grand finals. How exciting. And before we do go into it, I do want to remind people we have a Patreon now. What is a Patreon? It is a crowdfunding campaign where we can raise funds to host more tournaments and bring you more events. If you're enjoying this, if you want to see more of this, consider supporting us. It makes it that much easier for us. I cannot tell you how many hours and how much time and how much effort goes into these events. And you know, we're so happy to see such great games and see so many of you tuning in. We really love doing this, and it makes it so much easier for us to do that and to introduce more tournaments and introduce more things if we have your support in doing it as well. Check out our Patreon, patreon.com/escapeaoe. The link is in the chat. And yeah, we're going to go into game number 4 right now. So if you're ready, Rez, I'll count us down in 3, 2, 1, go. And here we are, guys. Welcome to the Escape Gaming Masters 2 grand final. DauT versus Nicov, and we are potentially one game away here from the end of the end, as Nicov is sitting on 2 points, DauT on the 1, and this being a best of 5 means that if Nicov wins this game, he wins the tournament. DauT, though, still has a chance. He's still got a chance to equalize and take this to the 5th and final game. We'll have to see. And with me here, the all-seeing eye of Resonance 22. Say hello and go ahead and introduce the civs.
As always, a pleasure to be here. Today we get to answer the question, who will die first, DauT, Nicov, or myself? We'll see exactly how long I can keep this up for. So far, the games today have been amazing. All of the games in the finals have been really entertaining, and right now, Nicov in a great spot here, but DauT could very easily pull this one back. We've got a 1 versus 1 on Gold Rush. On the left side of the map, we have DauT playing as the red Malay, and on the right side of the map, we have Nicov playing as the blue Huns. Great to see the Huns actually seeing some competitive play, which I realize sounds like an absurd sentence, but we really are playing on the new meta.
Yeah, new meta, new civs. You know, you don't see the Huns too often these days. It's a refreshing change, but it's also now a refreshing change to see them as well. So, yeah, finally, the Indians were banned. We have seen a lot of the Indians this tournament. Is it any surprise they've done so well? Now, though, I think with a couple of losses being tallied up for the Indians here in these maps, so maybe not quite as overpowered as we once thought, but definitely still a strong civ. And with Nicov cottoning on to DauT's favorability for the Indians, he's banned them out. So that means that we've got DauT playing on the Malay, which I think is probably his second favorite civ here anyway, because they're just a fantastic all-rounder anyway. Even though, I mean, the tech tree lists the Malay as a naval civilization, but I mean, it may as well just say all things are good when you're playing as the Malay, because they're just that great. I mean, they held their own against all of these civs on land. And, for a naval civ, that's certainly not too bad, is it? Certainly not too bad.
It's also worth noting that for this naval civilization, I don't think we've seen any harbors at all, or infinite fish traps, which are two of the things about them that make them insane, or at least insanely fun to play, and that those haven't even come into play at all. Basically, the Malay, just as a civilization overall, are quite nicely well-rounded. We even saw some crazy forced levy games in Battle for Angkor, for example. So I love watching these civs in action. It's going to be interesting to see how DauT adapts to a civilization that has knights and no imperial camels, but I think he can do it.
Yeah, what's interesting is actually we've not seen forced levy once in this tournament, where if we cast our minds back to Battle for Angkor, we actually saw that technology coming into play quite a lot. I feel like the metagame has actually shifted a lot with these new civs already, based on what we saw from Battle for Angkor and comparing that to what we see now. So it's interesting to me to see this develop, and that's another reason why I'm so glad to be able to continue to host these tournaments, because we keep seeing this shift in meta, we keep seeing these different playstyles from the players, and it's amazing to see that develop, and I'm really excited to see how it's going to develop in the future, because this is by no means the last event that we're going to be hosting here. So quick look at the maps. Now, DauT has very close gold to his TC, but it is forward. And as is the case with Gold Rush, it is a very open map. There is really literally no way to wall the front of your base. The same could be said for both players here, as they find themselves very exposed and very open. Fortunately, both players do have a back wood line, but other than that, I mean, that's the only real safe space for them on this one. Although saying that, before I pass it over back to you, Raz, Nicov does have that nice back gold as well, so that's something for him to work with.
Yeah, so this map, the way I look at it, is a double-edged sword for both players. Nicov has a really safe back gold, like you mentioned, and this is huge in Gold Rush because oftentimes you're not going to be able to mine that gold in the center of the map, and you need to find a way to actually get control of that and not starve yourself in the meantime. So having that extra main gold to back, which is just completely unpressurable, will be excellent for Nicov. On the flip side, though, his secondary gold is really far forward in a horrible situation with, it's got a big hill too. His stone is also really vulnerable. Both of his stones are terrible. DauT's main gold is at the front of his base, but it's hilariously close to his town centers. It's not a big deal, and he actually has a safe secondary gold, so not so bad. Both players do have terrible stone, though.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen quite a lot of players cough BacT, doing a lot of forwarding, a lot of tower rushing in this tournament, and I don't think that we really see that from these guys, but it could be something to keep in mind when you see the stone positions of both of these players. But DauT here, not finding his sheep so far, that is not ideal. He will, however, I mean, that was incredibly close. He was just like 2 tiles away from seeing them. It's not the end of the world. Certainly not the end of the world, but it looks like Nicov, if he comes a bit further south here, might pick them up. I think it's unlikely, though, that will happen. Anyway, this game, how is this developing? What are we going to see next? Nicov here, barracks coming up. He's on the way up to the feudal age, 21 population, as is very typical with the Huns. Probably looking to do a scout rush. DauT, on the other hand, still hasn't clicked up yet, and he doesn't have a barracks either. What is the game plan for DauT here? And is he making a critical mistake by delaying this feudal age upgrade time for so long, given how open his map is?
If I had $1 for every time I thought that DauT was making a mistake by not having a clear game plan and just playing really defensively and making villagers, I would be a rich man. And yet somehow that approach, he executes it so well. He knows his strengths, that it works out for him a lot. Nicov, though, is going to play quite aggressively here, and I wonder if DauT's super defensive playstyle of just walling up and building a large economy will really work out if he's playing as the Malay compared to the Indians, but have to keep our eyes peeled.
Well, absolutely caught off guard by Nikov's decision to add 2 archery ranges here. That is something unusual. Now, normally 21 population indicates scouts. If you're going to do a double archer flush, you're expecting, 23 pop up here. DauT, as we can see already, has only just clicked up to the feudal age himself, and it's going to be some time before he's there, but he's quickly walling up now. He knows that Nicov isn't going to be doing a drush, and as a result, he actually might just have time to complete these walls before Nicov makes it in. So we're actually just going to see skirms from Nicov here. He's going old school on this one. that's interesting. DauT, they're going to lose his scout into the TC. Maybe a costly mistake because he's not going to have the opportunity to scout these ranges on the left side. He's not going to have the opportunity to scout the gold of Nicov here. So DauT's going to be playing in the dark from a defensive position. Nobody wants to be in this position. But maybe DauT does, because, you know, DauT's fought his way out of this position so many times. He's very accustomed to it. He's feudal now. The archery range comes up.
The vision is so very important when you're playing on the defensive. You need to know what your opponent's doing. He hasn't scouted the 2 archer ranges, but his DauT sensors are tingling. He knows something is wrong. 21 pop. Huns means something really aggressive is coming. I'm assuming he thought it would be scouts, because that's what we would all think. But either way, he responded appropriately by building a really elaborate length wall off. So, I mean, he might honestly be able to hold on here by the time he needs, because even though he tacked on so many additional villagers, and that seems super greedy, DauT is the melee. He advances 80% faster, so he kind of offsets that.
Yeah, I always forget that, actually, and that's actually a big deal. He can afford to add additional villages in the Dark Age because he will be upgrading much quicker as well. He has also managed to get 2 ranges up, and of course these skirmishers are terrible at killing villagers. They just tickling them with their javelins, but not really doing much damage at all. And DauT so far, a couple of low villagers, but ultimately no casualties, which means that DauT now, 32 population, Nicov on 38, but DauT should have more villagers. And he should be able to just stage a really decent defense, given that he has the defender's advantage and he has the larger economy to support military production. But, I mean, you can't help but feel he's intentionally cornered himself here. And his gold piles are both exposed from ranged units. So I do feel a little bit apprehensive about what is in store for DauT in the next few moments here. Nice house wall up towards his TC, but, you know, the harassment can come in from behind the wood line. And Nicov will find an angle. Nicov will definitely find an angle here.
Ooh, DauT waiting for an opportunity to pounce, waiting for Nicov to come into his own base. That way it'll be very difficult for him to escape. Get this around, pick up his army. Didn't quite work that way, though. Nicov not born yesterday. We'll see that coming, and he will try and back out. DauT has to be careful not to take this fight prematurely, as Nicov was just waiting for that fletching upgrade. He has it. He also has a military advantage, too. One of the things that makes me feel better about DauT's position is that he has like a second layer to his walls with these houses at the back. So even though he's kind of left his archer range is really exposed, he can at least survive a little bit longer, just putting down a blacksmith. He's behind, but he has that second layer of walls.
Yeah, he can afford to do fletching straight away. He's doing that now and staging this defense, but he doesn't really have many units. I mean, how is it that DauT is only on 8 ranged units right now, whilst Nicov is in 13? Obviously, Nicov was faster to the next stage, but DauT also seems to be running very low on resources as well, now getting housed. Nicov back at home, he's moved over to gold. It looks like he's going to be transitioning into archers here, and that's going to allow him to damage the villagers a lot more effectively from the back. Of course, he's got a lot of skirms as well, so they're also going to be hitting quite hard as they are in mass now. So DauT, I mean, this is just a rough position. I can't help but say he's intentionally put himself in this position, and now he might be paying the ultimate price, as Nicov, if he does win this game, will eliminate DauT and claim the victory and the grand title.
Thankfully, at least for DauT, though, his map is decent for this. His secondary gold is just barely far enough back that it's not going to screw him until the Castle Age, where, you know, Bodcanero comes into play, Crossmen come into play, Elite Skirm, etc. So in the meantime, he's down but not out. DauT, I would say, is a little bit behind as well, because the Huns have such a strong economy. At this point in the game, Nicov is saving so much money by never having to build houses. And this is why we see the Huns being such a dominant AOC civ. They have such a strong eco. And, well, it looks like Nicov is going to focus fire down these palisades, and this is when DauT's in trouble, because his secondary layer of walls getting negated, and now that second gold mine isn't safe either. DauT's going to have to make a play.
Yeah, DauT's kind of forced his hand here. Nikov's forced his hand, to move over to this left side. But this is good engagement. If DauT can take the hill, then Nicov will be in this little recession. And, you know, that's going to be a rough fight for him to take. So he's going to have to micro well here. This is going to be tough because Nicov is downhill. Nicov running in with the scouts, trying to disrupt these skirms a little bit. Is Nicov actually just going to take this hill uphill? Fight uphill? And I think the answer is yes, because as he starts starts to take this fight. The +1 defense upgrade comes in for those skirms, but I do think DauT has the numbers. I think maybe he can still win this fight anyway. It's hard to say. Okay, I think Nikov's going to get the win here. Yeah,
It's
DauT's
the padded
running
archer
away.
armor. It's so strong, and
yeah.
also the units just keep trying to attack the closest unit to them, so Nicov soaked up a lot of damage with that scout. DauT trying to get the focus fire, which is really important here, not to spread out your damage. That way your opponent is attacking with fewer units. DauT, though, coming in from the other side, except his army is not coordinated. Oh, God, if he actually pincered this, that would have been excellent. So now he's got to retreat again. What a fight.
Yeah, he misplayed that. I think if he'd have managed to pull off the pincer, he would have probably cleaned up Nikov's army there. He would have had superior numbers. He still doesn't have padded archer armor, though, and this is actually costing him now, especially in a skirm versus skirm war. I think that's where it's the most important. But yeah, I mean, right here, DauT really not looking too good, and Nicov trading very well. Nicov actually adding in a stable classic as he goes up to the castle age now, and he's just going to transition straight into knights. He was thinking about going into crossbows, I think, but after seeing how committed DauT is to the skirms here, I think, yeah, I mean, why not just go straight to knights? DauT, on the other hand, he's a long way from castle, and even with that 80% faster upgrade speed, I don't think that's enough to save him here. Or, you know, to catch up, I mean. So Nicov falling behind a little in military, but once he gets those knights out, yeah, seriously, he's going to mop the floor, wipe the floor with DauT. Let's see, though. I mean, he is adding some archers now, but I think it's too little too late, to be honest.
I think it's really impressive that DauT has managed to survive for this long. He had the right idea with that pincer, definitely. It wasn't executed well, but the idea was there. And I really also like that Nicov is going into those knights. This is one of the dangers where if your opponent ends up going way too hard into skirms, then the skirms do absolutely nothing versus the knights do 1 damage. They have no minimum range. They have minimum range, so the knights will just mop it up. DauT's on a timer. He recognizes this, which is why he's moving out. But he has to be really careful. The further he moves forward, the sooner these knights are coming up from Nicov. DauT does not know this because he does not have his scout. His scout died a long time ago. He still hasn't seen the stable.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, the further he moves out, the further away from his base he goes, the closer to the knights when they come out, and the further he has to run home. Third stable being built for Nicov here, probably just to stop the skirms coming through, to be honest. I don't think you could possibly support 3 stable production. But with 2, that's going to be some knights coming out. Nicov hits the castle age, DauT sees it. These skirmishers are in a terrible position, fighting right outside of these stables, and I have absolutely every faith in Nicov now that those knights are going to do a lot of damage here. You know, DauT running away. Nicov has bloodlines done, and then the 2 knights come. With +1 defense bloodlines, these guys are going to have to run all the way home, and DauT now with a defensive watchtower on the gold. It's going from bad to worse. Even if he goes for elite skirmisher in the castle age, DauT is going to be in for a rough time. He's actually adding in a 2nd barracks. That is a sign of desperation now, as he has to add the extra spearmen in to defend this. He isn't too far from making the castle age upgrade click, though. I do feel like it could be a little too late. We'll see what this watchtower can do to help defend and see how Nicov applies his pressure. I think maybe coming in on this left side could be the way to go. It looks like he's moving his knights over there. So far, not finding a gap.
He's just barely holding on. Like, he's almost able to research the castle age. Like, it was very critical that he didn't lose his army there, and then he pulled out immediately when he did. But he's still in so much trouble. Like you said, the 2nd barracks is a sign of desperation. And now DauT's on his way to the castle age. We'll be able to get there 80% faster, which is nice. The watchtower will be a bit of a deterrent. He is in so much danger, but he's not dead. He just needs to find an answer to those knights being chased by 4 wolves. Okay, but here's the thing. Even though DauT's not dead, this is Gold Rush, and this is a dangerous situation to be in, because once you concede map control in Gold Rush, you're giving them access to so much gold. And now I think that Nicov at any point can just start mining in the center.
Yeah, it's quite funny seeing the wolves chasing the knights down there. It's really funny. But yeah, I mean, in the center of the map, that gold's so far untouched. And I mean, it's pretty equidistant between the 2 players here. So I definitely feel like Nicov could make a move towards that whenever he's ready. With the map control on his side of things, that's definitely preferable for him. So yeah, I mean, right now he's got this nice hill here that he can hold on to. The Mangonel's moving in, and if DauT takes a big hit, that's going to be a problem for him. Seriously. Going to take a big big casualties.
Well, at least he's in the Castle Age. Otherwise, this game would absolutely be over. He's snagging that crossbowman upgrade and elite skirm at the same time. There's a little bit of that cost reduction coming into play. He's doing this because it generates a lot of value for him, even though those units are crap versus mangonels and knights. He's kind of shoehorned into it at this point. He's even getting the pikeman upgrade. Oh my god. With a super well-balanced army, while Nicov trying to pressure that watchtower, but it's full of villagers, threatening a lot of damage back. DauT just needs to stall.
Yeah, Nicov lost his villager doing the repairs there as well. I think he's going to try and come in and finish it now. The watchtower here has +2 attack and range as DauT upgrades all of his army here. He's got crossbow, he's got skirmisher, he's got the pikes. He's actually pushing out. Huge mangonel shot though. That was really good for Nicov, and he's going to get another one on the hill. Didn't kill anything, but really weakened them. DauT here falling foul to these mangonels. My goodness me, that is terrible. Look at how weak that army is.
So, DauT was trying to do that classic thing in Age of Empires 2. I keep talking about power spikes, timing. When you get your upgrades, it's time to move out, leverage that bonus while you have a technology advantage over your opponent. The problem is that his units are really, really weak. So he's got the pikemen, he's got the elite skirms, but no one's scared of them. And a couple great mangonel shots from Nicov just cleaning up that army. He has to be very careful to keep the pikemen with the skirms, but they weren't. And then the knights could close in on them. And right now he's so bunched up trying to protect the skirms with the knights, and then he eats a mangonel shot. Oh, so scary.
Yeah, DauT's losing so much here. He's suffering massive losses. And second TC, third TC coming up for Nicov here back at home. Always good to keep an eye on that just to see what's that's looking like. Because we can contrast that to DauT, who is just all in on this defense. He's got 2 barracks, he's got 3 ranges, non-stop production, and monasteries coming up to try and convert the knights here. And, you know, he's not even going to bother making a siege workshop because he knows the knights are just going to take them down. Nicov in a perfect position to close this one out now as the walls are breached, and DauT is going to suffer even more losses here as those mangonels just keep firing in, and they are on point hitting their shots. This could be the end. This could be the end for DauT here, and Nicov must be feeling that sense that he is just so close to victory in this set.
Even though every time you chop off one of DauT's limbs, it does grow back. If you keep hitting him hard enough, you can brute force it down. One of the nice things is that DauT's been really conservative with his gold. Otherwise, this match would have been over a long time ago. By going for the crap army approach, which we've all had to do at some point, with the crossbows, the skirms, and the pikemen, you're conserving a lot of gold. On a map like Gold Rush, this is great because he has almost no safe gold in his base, allowing him to just barely hold on to dear life. Nicov in a commanding position right now, but he can't apply the killing blow yet. The problem is, though, is whenever Nicov wants, he's got all this gold in the middle, which will make it so easy.
Bear in mind, I mean, DauT's not going to give up easily here. There's a $450 swing on this game. Winner gets 1,200, and the loser gets 750. So there's a lot on the line on this game, and obviously both players, they want that top prize. Who wouldn't? 1.2k, yes please. And Nicov right here is such a commanding position. DauT, though, I mean, he's not resigned, and that always tells us something. DauT still believes there is a chance, and let's see what happens here, as these mangonels so far have been absolutely devastating. DauT now does have his monastery up. I'm not seeing any monks yet, though, and remember, this is Gold Rush. There's not a lot of gold. It's not that accessible, and, you know, he's going to have a hard time keeping monk production going at this rate.
I definitely believe that DauT has a chance, just because if he controls his army perfectly, it's very cost efficient, but the problem is he has to control it absolutely perfectly. And last time we saw the skirmishers getting isolated without the pikemen backing them up, and all of this forcing your units to bunch up leaves you right for the picking for that mangonel shot. DauT, though, is controlling this nicely. Did get a free pickoff on the mangonel. This is great. The knights are forced to attack the pikemen. You want to put your opponent in a position where they have to do that. While you can pick off some of those mangonels, a decent mangonel shot with the hill advantage keeps them alive.
Big shot coming in for Nicov. Lovely stuff. And I think now with those knights up there with bloodlines, +1 defense, he's all good. But I think Nicov really wants that +2 defense here. If he can get the +2, then he's going to have no fear pushing in. Once again, DauT taking big losses, but bear in mind, I mean, what is DauT's army costing him? All these pikes, they're food and they are wood. it's not costing him too much gold. So right now it's not too bad, but still, Nicov here with that +2 defense, as I said that, he will push forward immediately, and that's it. He's got the hill. DauT's going to crumble under this pressure, and even while he didn't have +2 defense, Nicov could fight those pikes because DauT only has +1/+1, only recently getting the attack upgrade. So I feel like Nicov is just, well, I mean, holding this advantage and starving DauT out here. What is DauT going to do now? Another barracks. Yeah, he can.
And he can afford to just be really wasteful with the gold because he has the map control now. He can grab the gold whenever he wants. And DauT, unfortunately, just doesn't have enough pikemen to really commit to a fight. And slowly but steadily, he's going to get bled out. I love this. The 1 TC trash play. Here comes the university, so he's going to be looking for ballistics, I think.
Yeah.
But again, he has no real win condition. Right now, DauT is playing to not lose rather than to win, and Nikov's got knights coming.
Absolutely, and this is the problem for DauT now. He is all in on this 1 TC. There's only so long he can stay all in on 1 TC before his opponent just overwhelms him in economy. Just look at Nikov's eco right now. These 3 TCs have been up and running for quite some time, and Nicov can afford to replace his units very easily. DauT cannot now afford to take too many losses, and just looking at the army numbers, DauT has a total of, 24 military, and Nicov is sitting on 24 cavalry alone, plus the siege, plus the monks. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be really rough, and DauT here, I mean, he's going to hold on, but as you said quite rightly, he has no win condition. This is playing not to lose, but don't count him out. I mean, that's all I'll say. Don't count him out. He's definitely shown in the past he can come back, but realistically now, I just don't see it. I just do not see this happening.
DauT has had his fair share of incredible comebacks, but it's the fact that this is Gold Rush. Really puts him on a timer and makes it a lot harder for him to work his magic. Really, right now, his win condition is to pray that Nicov chokes. DauT looking for a good engagement here, but unfortunately, Nicov has the hill this time, and I think that's going to be really decisive. He's trying once again to force the knights to fight the pikemen. It's suboptimal for Nicov, but Nicov has the numbers advantage. He has stronger units. He's got the hill. DauT getting cleaned up.
Oh, yeah. And the monks in the back for Nicov as well. Really well microed, getting a lot of those conversions in. He actually converted 4 pikemen in that fight, which is so useful for him considering he's fighting the pikemen directly with the knights. By converting them as well, he's really reducing the amount of damage output DauT can achieve. So Nicov here adding in the cavalry archer now, I think. Yeah, starting to add them in. And looking at his resources, yeah, he's definitely all in on this attack. But it's good to see him adding a couple of cavalry archers. I was expecting maybe a few more here, since they will fare very well in this engagement behind the knights. DauT, though, his TC is coming under fire, and the knights are storming in. It's completely overwhelming. I think this is it. This is the GG for DauT right now. It cannot be any other way. Nicov, is he going to do it? Of course he is. I think this is it. Nicov is going to be our champion. The Escape Gaming the Escape Gaming Masters 2 Grand Champion. It is Nicov. DauT in the chat there with a comical GG. Oh, I thought that said easy. It wasn't easy. It was grats. And I knew really in my heart that DauT had more class than to say GG easy, even if it would have been a funny joke. Congratulations to Nicov. He is our champion. What a player. And I feel like well-deserved by him as well. Seriously well-deserved by Nicov there. Because Nicov, if you remember back to the first Escape Gaming Masters, Nicov very nearly took Viper out of the tournament in the lower bracket when the game suddenly crashed. It's a story of heartbreak for Nicov because he was gonna he was potentially gonna knock Viper out and move on, but it went to a best of 3 because, you know, Viper could have brought it back, and as a result, Nicov ended up being knocked out last time. This time he's come back bigger and better and stronger than ever. And Nicov here will take the grand final. He'll claim that crown for himself. Also, kudos to DauT. This is the 3rd tournament in a row that DauT has made it into the grand finals. Through all the trials and tribulations, being in the lower bracket this time and fighting his way out of there, DauT does make it into the grand finals once again. So he has proven time and time again to have some incredible consistency. And I also want to give a huge shout out to Liereyy. Because if it wasn't for Liereyy, we may be seeing, once again, Viper in the grand final. But Liereyy, the 17-year-old from Austria, knocking Viper down into the lower bracket, knocking him out of the tournament, knocking DauT into the lower bracket. Liereyy really compromised a lot of players' positions in this tournament. He was a real force to be reckoned with, and I know a lot of people were cheering for him in this event. He's made a lot of fans, and I'm really hoping we'll see him again in the future as well. But a great final, a great set of games today. We've had some incredible matches, and thank you so much, Rez, for being here to cast them with me, even with your sore throat and your onset of cold here.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Oh God, I'm dying, but it was a wonderful, wonderful time. These games were great. I'm going to try and get some rest. Seriously, congratulations to Nicov. He played so well throughout this entire tournament. DauT as well. These games were incredibly entertaining, and I hope that you guys enjoyed this tournament as much as we did. Definitely encourage all of you guys to check out Escape AoE on Patreon, as well as their respective social media pages. And I look forward to seeing you all in the next tournament. Hopefully, the next time I will be less dead. I promise.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. So I just want to say we've got the prediction contest winner to announce at the end of the tournament. We have a $30 prize for the prediction contest winner. And there is one winner. The title of their prediction was Nicov for the win. Congratulations to you who titled your prediction Nicov for the win. I have your email address here. I will be emailing you with a request for your PayPal so I can send you your prize. Congratulations. Well played to the prediction contest winner there. And amazing, really, because nobody got 100% prediction. No one even got close on the prediction contest just because of how ridiculous this tournament has been with the upsets that we saw earlier on. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Do make sure you subscribe, follow the channel. If you can subscribe and help us out, we will love you forever. And if you do head over to our Patreon and support us there, we can continue to do this and we can continue to bring you fantastic events. We have a goal of $800 so that we can launch our midweek madness event. We will be doing a weekly Wednesday stream every single week with crazy settings and amazing players. And it's going to be a lot of fun if we reach that goal. We really want to do it. Of course, we will be back next week as well with Return of the Kings 2v2, the 2v2 event, which is going to be sponsored by Microsoft for $5,000, happening here next weekend on the 18th and 19th of February. It's going to be amazing. I'm so hyped for that. And after such amazing games this weekend, wow, it's going to be great next weekend as well. It keeps getting better. Rez, you're going to be casting with me for that event as well, I believe. I'm not organized the whole casting schedule yet. I know that you'll be here for, I think it's 4 of the matches. That's right. Yeah. So you'll be here for 4 of the matches. And the other 3, I've yet to sort out the casting arrangement. But that's going to be great fun. And just thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I can't tell you how much pleasure it brings me to cast these games for you and to share this game with everybody and see the community continue to grow. It's so cool. It's really awesome. And I know Rez is dying, so I'm going to let him go now as well. I'm kind of dead as well. I mean, 3 days, 8 hours streams, 3 days, 9-hour stream today. It's really draining. Like, not to mention, like, these events, it's 8 hours a day streaming for me. And then on top of that, I'm also staying up until like 3-4 a.m. to do the Patreon and do the website updates and update all the social media. And there's so much that goes on. Obviously, of course, Robo and T West are admins. They have done an incredible job behind the scenes. Robo is like staying up until 7 a.m. to do this, and the dedication from those guys makes this all possible. So that's amazing. We also have the giveaway, of course. I know I'm rattling all this off, but there's so much to cover. The giveaway for 10 AoE HD bundles. I'm going to do the draw for that right now. I'm going to draw all the winners at once. 10 people will win the full complete AoE HD bundle. The first winner is Tasteful. The second winner is Eric Rogel. The third winner is Peter Balio, sorry. The fourth winner is Nicholas Ayargo. The fifth winner is Torsten Bergman. The sixth winner is Stomper Tji. The seventh winner is Kitrak96. The eighth winner is It's Obama Bama. I like that name. That's great. The ninth winner is Rixus800. And the 10th winner is Bobby852. I will email you guys and I will send you your codes. You will be able to redeem the bundle with Steam, and using the code, well, actually, I will send you to your email. Don't expect me to send that tonight. I'm going straight to bed, but I will send it next week. Don't worry about that. I got your back, guys. I got your back. Other things to cover before we go. I'm sure there was other stuff. I mean, there's bound to be other stuff. Of course, a shout out to our top chatter. Number one chatter, the Viper9999 fan. Congrats to you. You're just spamming that chat. Gotta love it. What else is there? Regards to like subscribing and Patreon, basically, Patreon takes like 10%, I think, and Twitch takes 30%. So do with that what you will. As for interviews, unfortunately, we won't have DauT for an interview. DauT doesn't do interviews. I know it's sad. In 5 years, I've only ever done one interview with DauT. And it's rather unfortunate, but, you know, he's quiet. He's a reserved kind of guy. Nicov, though, probably wouldn't do an interview either. The thing with Nicov is that I've asked him to do an interview and he's not confident speaking English. You gotta bear in mind, he's from Argentina and he doesn't feel confident doing an interview, and I want to respect that. So, you know, we're not going to have an interview from Nicov, but in the future, I will try and get a text interview for you. I think actually, though, there might be an interview with Nicov at some point, but I think he's going to be doing it with Tato. So maybe that will be why he's doing it with Tato, since he's going to do it, you know, not alone. And that's fair. So I think I've said everything.